My House of Horrors Chapter 1121 to 1140. Putting down the second file, Chen Ge opened the third file and read the content. Trash wanted to become human, and everything he did was for that goal. From that, it was clear that he was not a human, so what was he? As Trash's doctor, I was troubled by this question. I wanted to understand how Trash came to be in the first place. I used the excuse of helping him find happiness to ask him many questions, but he did not answer me honestly. It was hard to imagine that a monster who did not even know what happiness was would know how to lie and hide. Looks like these dirty things are inborn in every living creature, and there is no exception. Trash was very smart, so smart that it worried me. His thinking ability kept improving. I was worried that one day, he would grow suspicious of me and end my treatment. My first conflict with him came much sooner than I expected. Trash was once abandoned by the girl in room 301. I thought he would hate the girl, but I did not expect the monster to not even understand the emotion of hate. I tied the girl up and locked her in the same room as him. I prepared many tools for him to use in his revenge, but when I opened the door again, he had already untied the girl. Trash was very sick, but he was not the patient that I wanted. There was no good or bad in his heart, or rather, he did not even have a heart of his own. I handed the knife to Trash and told him what to do so that the girl would belong to him forever. I taught Trash the method that he had used before, but he did not seem willing to do so. He started to form his own thoughts, and that was completely different from other cases. He bloomed a flower that did not belong to this world on the soil of thought that I had prepared for him. I wanted to do a small test. If I killed the girl, would he come back to kill me? What kind of form would he use to kill me? Would his eyes contain pain and despair when he killed me? Just thinking about it is so interesting. Everything is different from the plan, and I'm getting more and more curious. After reading the third file, Chen Ge had already labeled the doctor who treated the rag doll as a madman. Both of you, be careful. When you read these files, do not use your brain. They are trying to pull you to their level and then break down your mental defenses. I don't care about the files. I want to leave now. Is there any information related to Shang Nuan in the files? Seeing the reaction of Xiao Sun and Wen Qing, Chen Ge sighed in relief. These two did not care about what was written in the files. For them, the truth was not that important. The most important thing was to survive with their family. Putting away the third file, Chen Ge opened the last one. The cover of this file was soaked with blood. The fourth file contained the least information. There were only a few thin pages, and every page had bloody handprints. Those bloody handprints were the same as the ones in the room. Trash wants to become a human, but he doesn't know why humans are called humans. Comparing corpses and living humans, I've taught him many things from different perspectives. I told him the difference between humans, corpses, and animals. I told him what happiness was, what emotion was, what warmth was, and what love was. Trash has grown. I don't know when it started, but I can no longer see through its thoughts. The pair of eyes that were dug out from someone else's face are only murky and stinking blood vessels. I have no idea what it is thinking under those eyes. Trash was different from other patients. He was real, but he did not have a physical body of his own. He was just a body that was pieced together. I was unable to see into his heart like I would a normal patient. Slowly, I even had trouble figuring out how far his condition had progressed. A doctor who could not see through his own patient was a very interesting and dangerous thing. I could not predict his next move, and I did not know when I would be killed. Trash kept appearing behind me. I could feel him staring at the back of my heart and my neck. Perhaps he really wanted to kill me. Perhaps he wanted to help me cure my illness of unhappiness. We imprisoned the girl for several days. Trash did not kill her in the end, but the girl could not go back to the past. Trash found a compromise. He listened to my advice while retaining his own uniqueness. For the first time, he had something that belonged to him. Yes, it should be something. Even though he called this thing a friend, from how I saw it, it was just an item without a soul. More and more blood stains appeared on the medical record. The whole paper was wrinkled, and the bloody handprints were squeezed together. It appeared like many ghosts had read this last document. I wanted to experience the feeling of being killed by Trash, but once I thought about how I would not be able to meet such a perfect patient after I died, I felt like something was missing in my heart. I lived behind the door for a year, and it was hard to get used to the world outside the door. It was not until I saw trash that I suddenly understood the meaning of my existence. That's right. Compared to me, trash fits the hospital's requirement better. If I send it back, all the doctors will be excited. I really do not want to share it with others, but unfortunately, I'm afraid I won't live until trash is cured. I reported Trash's situation to my teacher. When he heard that, he personally rushed to Juhong Apartments. After inspecting Trash's condition, he gave Trash a very unique patient number, 0004. When I saw this patient number, I knew that I would not have long to live. All the patients at the hospital are arranged according to their condition. The more unique the patient, the higher the patient number. Other than patient 0001, who I have never met before, patient 0002 is on the other side of the door, and patient 0003 is hiding in Juzhong. They are all beyond my understanding. They are existences that I cannot fully understand. I really didn't expect a mere piece of trash to be ranked 4th. Can it bear such a number? The first 10 patients are not accessible to normal doctors. They are handled by the teacher and the doctors designated by him. As for the other insiders, they will either be sent to the other side of the door or disappear silently. I should be the latter. After all, I have instilled my own thoughts into the material that the teacher valued. Before I disappear, I need to do one last thing, and that is to hide all these patient records in a place that only Trash and I know about. I have no idea why I have to do that. Perhaps humans are selfish, especially people like me. That was the end of the last file. It did not look like much, but it contained a lot of information. This scary doctor was not the scariest. He had a teacher. According to him, there were many doctors as scary as them at the hospital that he worked at. In Chen Ge's memory, there was only one hospital that was this scary, and that was the cursed hospital that was located at the border between Shanghai and Zhejiang. This is very tricky. Based on the records, they started exploring the door 20 years ago. That is many years earlier than Dr. Gao. The number of doctors is unknown, and their power level is unknown. Other than that, we need to pay attention to the patients mentioned in the file. The doctor's teacher probably saw something from the rag doll, and that was why he listed it as patient 0004. The rag doll became a demon god and ghost fetus 10 years later, but even so, it was only ranked 4th. Then, how scary are the first 3 patients? Chen Ge knew that even though they were all red specters, there would be a huge difference in power level. For example, Meng Nan and Zhang Ya before she became a demon god. He felt like this might happen between demon gods as well. Looks like I'll need to re-evaluate the power level of that hospital. I'd better find the other patients and try to form an alliance with them. We're all patients, so there should be some common ground, right? Chen Ge placed all 4 files inside his backpack. These things were very important. The rag doll was brought to the hospital by the doctor's teacher. What happened at Juhong Apartments can be considered the second stage of the ghost fetus transformation. It has built up a twisted concept here. What happens next should be the final stage of its transformation into the ghost fetus. Chen Ge was reminded of the scenes when he entered the worlds behind the doors of the cursed children. Whenever he opened his eyes, there would always be a black iron door that reeked of disinfectant behind him. The world behind each chosen child's door was different, but the door that led out of their world was always the same. Chen Ge suspected that the black iron door was the door that the ghost fetus had pushed open himself. The black door that reeked of disinfectant looks like the door of the restricted area at the special hospital. Based on that, the ghost fetus probably pushed open his own door at that hospital. The 4 documents connected the ghost fetus to the cursed hospital, and this was just the beginning. From the results, the ghost fetus had escaped from the cursed hospital a long time ago. Due to various reasons, the cursed hospital did not hurry to capture the ghost fetus. Chen Ge speculated that there were a few possible scenarios. First, the cursed hospital was very confident. They believed that they could capture the ghost fetus at any time, so they did not care. They allowed the ghost fetus to grow and observe everything in the dark, controlling everything. Second, they ran into a big problem, and the person who created this problem could be another patient. If the ghost fetus could escape, then the patients before him could escape as well. Third, the cursed hospital had suffered a great loss at Zhujiang. It was not that they did not want to capture the ghost fetus, but they did not dare to come to Zhujiang as openly as before. All of these scenarios could have happened at the same time. After all, with the scary power of the cursed hospital, Chen Ge believed that one scenario alone would not be enough to make them retreat. The ghost fetus might have been imprisoned at that cursed hospital. When I was young, I appeared to have interacted with the people from that hospital. Could everything have originated from that cursed hospital? In this whole thing, what kind of role did my parents play? Is their disappearance related to the cursed hospital? Chen Ge, Chen Ge. His arm was pulled, and Xiao Sun's voice appeared in Chen Ge's ears. Look at the faces on the wall. They seem to be looking at you. Looking at me? Chen Ge turned back to look around. The faces of the children on the wall were bleeding. Their eyes had become more animated, and their eyeballs appeared to be about to pop out from the wall. Being stared at by so many strange eyes, Chen Ge was still very calm. He took out the file from his backpack. He had not done anything too outrageous. The only thing he had done was take the file from the drawer. If the children were targeting him because of the file, before his employees woke up, Chen Ge could give up on the file. A man knew when to yield and when to stand tall. That was not embarrassing. Waving the file, Chen Ge realized that the children were not looking at the file but at him. The eyes were all focused on him. All the children had their eyes on him. Why did they keep looking at me? Chen Ge shoved the file back into his backpack. He still did not want to leave this building because he had not found the source of the stench. Room 504 was the room with the thickest stench. If his earlier speculation was not wrong, the rag doll's body parts should be inside this room. Let's go. If we don't leave now, I have a feeling it will be too late. Wait a minute. Even though Chen Ge did not want to stay in this room any longer, it was not easy for him to enter this place. If he did not take a look around this place, he would not give up. According to the doctor's file, the hospital will make all those who know about it disappear without a trace. The residents of this building were probably killed by the doctor's teacher. Every house here is haunted by ghosts, and the faces on the wall should be the dead children. Chen Ge's hair stood on end from being stared at by the many faces. He did not want to waste time. With one hand holding the backpack and the other holding the hammer, he pushed open the door to the bedroom and the kitchen. There is no rag doll. The stench in the bedroom was obviously thicker. Chen Ge was about to enter when Wenqing, who was behind him, suddenly screamed again. Both Chen Ge and Xiao Sun were given a fright, and they turned to look at Wenqing at the same time. Wenqing, who walked at the back of the group, had a pale face. She held her hands. Just now, someone tugged at me like he was urging me to leave. That person was reminding you. Looks like this place is very dangerous, and we should not stay here for long. Chen Ge picked up his pace. This place was different from Jinhua Apartments. He did not have the time to search the place in detail, so he only did a quick search. The place with the heaviest stench in the room was the bed. Chen Ge pulled back the mattress and saw a moldy jacket lying under it. He used the hammer to lift up the jacket, and a severed leg that was sewn together from tattered cloth fell out from inside the jacket. The pungent smell of foul odor crawled into his nostrils, and the whole building shook. The surroundings started to change. The human faces that were originally carved on the walls appeared to come alive at that moment. The rag doll's left leg is hidden inside Zhuhong Apartments Block 1. Chen Ge covered his nose and mouth. Without any hesitation, he retreated. We need to leave this building first. The foul odor inside the building came from the broken leg. Chen Ge had no idea why the rag doll's body would give off such a pungent smell, and it felt like only he could smell it. After the broken leg was discovered, a shocking change happened inside the building. The eyes of the rag dolls on the wall all focused on Chen Ge. Their eyeballs slowly popped out from the wall, and it was a very scary scene. Big brother, what have you done earlier? How come it feels like all these human faces have come alive? Xiao Sun followed closely behind Chen Ge. His eyes were filled with fear. Stop wasting time, we need to leave this building first. Chen Ge held the hammer and led the way. He had just exited room 504 when he heard the sound of children's laughter coming from the room behind him. Turning back to look, Chen Ge's hair stood on end. He saw the rag doll's broken leg standing on the bed. The bloody handprints on the wall became wet. Drip, drip, drip. Drops of blood dripped down from the ceiling, dyeing the whole room red. Hee hee. A cute laugh rang out from above, and the protruding eyeballs on the ceiling kept turning. Blood flowed, and 5 bloody fingers were hanging upside down on the wall. A child with a slightly deformed body slowly crawled out from the bloody graffiti. His body was still covered in blood. His face was twisted, and his thin lips were cracked open. His venomous eyes stared at Chen Ge's neck. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Chen Ge soon discovered something even worse. More and more children started to appear in the room, and they were all looking at Chen Ge. Quick, let's go. Chen Ge led the way, and Wenqing and Xiao Sun followed closely behind him. The ground under their feet was shaking, and strange noises came from all parts of the building. There was the sound of marbles colliding in the corridor above, and there was the sound of dense footsteps in the corridor. Bloody handprints appeared on the windows on both sides. Chen Ge, the words on the note were written by Shang Nuan. Shang Nuan is inside that room. We have escaped, but could he still be there? Wenqing could not even protect herself anymore, but she was still worried about Shang Nuan. Perhaps this was her mother. Don't worry about him, that child might have escaped long ago. Chen Ge was very rational. Do you remember that you were pulled by someone just now? That person was reminding you to leave. As long as you're not in danger, he won't do anything stupid to save you, understand? Quote. Wenqing nodded. In this situation, the safest way was to escape as soon as possible. As long as there's life, there's hope. Shang Nuan, without stopping, when Wenqing left the 5th floor, she turned back to look. One after another, deformed children crawled out from room 504. Their bodies were all broken like someone had taken away a part of them. Some had their skin taken away, and some had their facial features taken away. These children were covered in blood. They crawled on the walls, the ground, and the roof like madmen. They seemed to have their eyes on Chen Ge and were closing in on him. Just seeing this scene, Wenqing's legs almost gave out from fear. She gritted her teeth, picked up her speed, and ran down the stairs. Chen Ge also saw the children behind him, but he was not that afraid. At that moment, he was thinking about a piece of information from the doctor's file. The rag doll had made a new body for itself, and it was a body that fit the doctor's standards. At the time, Chen Ge did not pay much attention to this sentence, but when he saw the children with physical defects behind him, he finally understood how cruel this simple sentence could be. The 4 medical files looked simple, and they only made people feel slightly uncomfortable when they were read, but if one really studied them, they would realize that they were the notes of the devil. Running out of the building, on the way down, Chen Ge ran into some strange things, but he did not pay much attention to any of them. If they did not block his way, he would just brush past them, but when they tried to attack him, he would swing the hammer without hesitation. Chen Ge did not have a choice. Once he stopped, he, Wenqing, and Xiao Sun would all be caught by the group of children, and then the 3 of them would become the sacrificial lambs for the ghosts to vent their anger. After running for a long time, Chen Ge's group finally returned to the 1st floor. Stay close to me. The location of the few buildings appeared in his mind. Without any hesitation, Chen Ge ran out of Ju Hong Apartments Block 1. After leaving the stairwell, he immediately slowed down. Grab my shoulders. Faster. Quote. The black fog was more dangerous than the inside of the building, so he could not afford to be careless. After making sure that Wenqing and Xiao Sun were holding onto his shoulders, Chen Ge ran in a certain direction. Chen Ge, why are all those ghost children in room 504? The note that Shang Nuan gave me was also tossed out from room 504. Why is that? Is he the same as those ghost children? Wenqing was troubled by many questions. She was just a normal mother. The fact that she was able to keep up with Chen Ge was already impressive enough. Things are very complicated. After we are completely safe, I will explain everything to you. For now, just treat this place as Shang Nuan's nightmare. He is lost in his own nightmare, and we need to figure out a way to help him find himself. Chen Ge spoke very fast. This was not his fault. Once he entered the black fog, his body would shiver like he could be killed at any moment. This place was too dangerous. Just as Chen Ge said that, before Wen Qing could say anything, the three of them heard a loud boom at the same time. In the black fog, a building was shaking slightly. The loud boom came from inside that building. Someone else has found the rag doll's body. Chen Ge narrowed his eyes. It should be the work of the monsters from the cursed hospital. Are they also looking for the rag doll's body? Quote. Other than himself, there were other people looking for the rag doll's body parts. This told Chen Ge from another perspective that he was heading in the right direction. I now know the location of the rag doll's left hand and leg. When the employees wake up, I will immediately return to take these things away. The building shook for a long time without stopping. After the rag doll's body parts were discovered, the whole residential area changed. The black fog became more active. Various kinds of shadows started to appear. They attached themselves to the buildings like they wanted to enter them. Every building should have the rag doll's body parts stored inside it. It is using its former body to ensure that this residential area will not be swallowed by the black fog. With that thought in mind, Chen Ge was confused. I have entered so many doors, but why is this door so strange? It is isolated from the Red City and covered by the black fog. Quote. A possibility crossed his mind, and Chen Ge frowned. Could it be that this is the real world behind the door? The worlds behind the doors that I have seen before are all connected to the Red City. In other words, a blood door has been opened at the edge of the Red City. Those scenarios are very close to the Red City, like the School of the Afterlife. Some of them are completely surrounded by the Red City, like Dr. Gao's underground morgue. After he assimilated the scenario and shouldered all the sin, the Red City is above his head. Quote. A speculation appeared in Chen Ge's mind. If the endless black fog is a sea of despair, then this residential area is an island of humanity in the Black Sea. Is it possible that the Red City is also an island in the middle of the Black Sea? But because so many people have pushed open the door there, many scenarios and nightmares have merged together, and the island has continued to grow. In the end, even the black fog was unable to do anything to it. Quote. Thinking deeper, Chen Ge's pupils slowly narrowed. The ghost fetus has entered the door at my haunted house. It has always wanted to become a human. It has been longing for happiness. It has been imitating and chasing after the things that it wants. Could it be that the ghost fetus is trying to build a red city for itself? Whether the ghost fetus wanted to build a red city or not was not the key. The key was the person that the ghost fetus was most jealous of was Chen Ge, and the ghost fetus coincidentally saw something behind the door at the haunted house. That thing caused him to leave Chen Ge. It sounded ridiculous and unbelievable. After one's shadow saw the other side of its owner, it left in the middle of the night. That in itself was something worth pondering. If I can survive the ghost fetus mission, Zhongyao will wake up at the same time. Then, I will definitely push open the door at the haunted house to take a look. Chen Ge could still remember the hint from the black phone regarding the ghost fetus mission. The most important clue had been right beside him. The three continued to move forward for several meters. The grip on Chen Ge's shoulders increased, and it had already affected his ability to think. Wen Qing? Turning his head to look out of the corner of his eyes, Chen Ge's eyes widened. Xiao Sun and Wen Qing had disappeared, and there were two pale arms that were covered in livor mortis on his shoulders. Sucking in a cold breath, Chen Ge did not do anything drastic. He carried the two dead arms and continued to move forward like he did not even notice them. What had already happened. There was no point in being afraid now. The whispers kept echoing in his ears. The black fog moved, and large shadows moved in the fog. The monsters were beyond Chen Ge's understanding. Just looking at them from afar made his heart skip a beat. Large shadows that looked like spiders crawled on the walls of the buildings. Not far from him, a headless stick that was several meters tall walked past him. Occasionally, large holes would appear on the ground under his feet. Through the black fog, he could not tell how deep the holes were. Perhaps he would miss a step and fall to another place. The monsters in the black fog are obviously more active than before. The rag doll should be used by the ghost fetus to guard the few buildings. The monsters probably sensed that someone had touched the rag doll's broken body, and they thought that this was their chance. It was very difficult to keep a foothold in the black fog. Chen Ge looked at the shadows around him. He lowered his head and picked up his speed. Behind this door, not only did he have to be careful of the door pusher and the outsiders, he also had to be careful of the monsters in the black fog. In other words, there were enemies everywhere. If he was not careful, he would not even know how he died. The shape of the buildings before him became clearer. Based on his memory, Chen Ge arrived at the next building. The layout of the two residential areas behind the door was different from the world outside the door. The two tallest buildings at Jinhua Apartments were built in the middle, like two giant hands that were holding up the sky. The smaller buildings at Juhong Apartments were around them, acting as the foundation to reinforce everything. With two dead hands hanging from his shoulders, Chen Ge did not even turn his head back. He led them toward the building. The monsters in the black fog should not be able to enter the building. As long as I run into the stairwell, I should be able to shake them off. Chen Ge had a good idea, but the closer he got to the building, the stronger the grip on his shoulders became. Just as he was about to enter the building, he could even feel the two arms pulling him outward, trying to drag him into the black fog. Chen Ge, who had never resisted and behaved like an obedient child, revealed his other side at that moment. He swung the hammer behind him. Chen Ge had been aiming all the way, but when the hammer landed on the arms, he did not hear the sound of bones breaking, but he felt the grip on his shoulders lessen. Making use of this opportunity, Chen Ge rushed into the stairwell. Running out from the black fog, Chen Ge gasped for air. His head was spinning, and exhaustion washed over him like a wave. His stamina had dropped drastically. Leaning against the wall, Chen Ge used his yin-yang vision to look at his body. The black fog stuck to his skin, and part of it dissipated into the stairwell while the other part seemed to have crawled into his body. Chen Ge. A familiar voice appeared in his ears. Chen Ge lifted his head with surprise. He saw two shadows running toward him from the black fog outside the stairwell. Gripping the hammer tightly, Chen Ge stared at the black fog, and moments later, he sighed in relief. Wen Qing dragged Xiao Sun into the stairwell. They appeared to have been following behind Chen Ge. "What's wrong with you? You suddenly started to pick up speed without saying anything. We almost lost you." Xiao Sun looked so pitiful. His body was covered in scratches from nails, and his body was like a doll that had been cut open. "Chen Ge, did you see something bad as well?" Wen Qing's condition was much better than Xiao Sun's. She did not have any injuries on her body, but her face was rather pale. When the two of them stood together, it gave people the feeling that there was a force protecting Wen Qing. "I saw two dead people's hands on my shoulders. They were trying to drag me deeper into the black fog." Chen Ge used the time to recover his energy. He did not even feel like talking anymore. This black fog appears to have the power to twist a person's memory and then present it in a very scary form. Wen Qing hesitated for a moment before continuing. "Earlier, the invisible hand appeared again. Originally, the closer I was to you, the further away I was from you. It was the invisible hand that reminded me at the crucial moment. That was why Xiao Sun and I did not get lost. When we were at Jinhua Apartments Block A, the hand never appeared. Could it be that it will only appear when Wen Qing is in danger? Is he really Shang Nuan?" Chen Ge looked around and whispered to ask, "Wen Qing, can you feel his presence now?" "Yes, it seems like I have been able to sense his presence since the first time you entered the black fog." "Since the first time I entered the black fog?" "Yes, it was on the rooftop of Jinhua Apartments. After you returned from the black fog, I could sense his presence," Wen Qing said. "Is it because of this thing?" Chen Ge took out the headless mud statuette with Shang Nuan's name from his pocket. "I found this on the rooftop. It should be related to Shang Nuan." "Perhaps." Wen Qing could not be sure. "Other than this mud statuette, I was inside the black fog." "Wait a minute." Chen Ge looked around and then pulled open his backpack. "What the f***ck? Where's my cat?" Looking at his backpack, ever since he entered the door, Chen Ge had not lost his composure like this. At Jinhua Apartments Block A, he had fought with so many murderers and worried about how he was going to survive. After leaving Jinhua Apartments, he had devoted himself to exploring the truth. This door had given him a lot of pressure, and he could not afford to be distracted. In the end, he had completely forgotten about the white cat. Poor little cat. Xiao Sun grumbled beside him. By the way, why do you carry a cat with you? I heard that black cats can ward off evil spirits, but white cats don't seem to have that effect. You know about the white cat. In other words, when I saw you, the white cat was still by my side. Chen Ge turned to look at Xiao Sun. That cat is quite obedient. It has been following you closely, as if the rest of us would go and hurt it. Xiao Sun did not know that the white cat hated them because they were all dead people behind the door. He sighed. I am quite envious of you. Actually, I also want to raise a cat that is so obedient and clingy. Obedient my *SS. The cat only clings to me when I am behind the door. Chen Ge shook his head. Do you remember the last time you saw the white cat? When you went to the rooftop with your sister, Granny Lee and I were waiting on the 3rd floor. When you left, the cat was still following you, but when we came back, I don't remember. I think it disappeared. Xiao Sun's words gave Chen Ge an important hint. So, I was separated from the white cat when I entered the black fog for the first time. Did it get lost in the black fog? Or did it not follow me into the black fog? With the white cat's courage, Chen Ge believed the latter was more likely. But if that was the case, why did the white cat not choose to stay with Chen Ge after Chen Ge left the black fog? Chen Ge was also thinking about this question. The white cat was very clever. It knew that staying with Chen Ge in the world behind the door was the safest option. However, it chose to leave Chen Ge at a certain time. Did that mean that there was something around Chen Ge that made it feel uneasy? Frowning slightly, Chen Ge was reminded of his encounter at Juhong Apartments Block 1, room 504. The ghost children on the walls were all staring at him. They did not even spare Xiao Sun and Wen Qing a second glance, and that surprised Chen Ge. Why would I be targeted? Chen Ge's stamina did not recover for a long time. His body became weaker and weaker. Is there really something inside me? Is it eating away at my body? Quote. Most of the ghost children in room 504 were physically incomplete. At the time, the rag doll had used part of their bodies to make new clothes for itself. The people that the ghost children hated the most should be the rag doll. Is it possible that the rag doll is on me? Using yin-yang vision, Chen Ge scanned his whole body again. Other than his back, he looked everywhere else, and he did not find anything out of place. Xiao Sun, do you think there is something on my back? Of course not. With such a big cat on your back, how could you not feel anything? Xiao Sun did not understand what Chen Ge meant. I'm not talking about the cat. There might be something else on my back. Help me look out for the mirror later. Chen Ge dragged the hammer, and he felt the scary-looking hammer getting heavier. Okay. Xiao Sun pouted. Seeing how nervous you are, I thought you were worried about your cat. It should still be at Jinhua Apartments Block A, and it might be hiding somewhere. In terms of self-preservation, I am quite confident in it. The white cat did not have many strengths, but it was good at staying alive. It should be able to hold on until we return to get it. Even though the white cat was very cowardly, it could be very useful at times. Its sense of danger was much stronger than Chen Ge's. Whenever there was any movement, it would alert Chen Ge. After the white cat got separated from us, the appearance of the invisible hand started to increase. Was it afraid of being discovered by the white cat? Chen Ge, Wen Qing, who stood at the entrance of the stairwell, grabbed Chen Ge's sleeve lightly. What's wrong? This building is different from the apartment that we entered earlier. Chen Ge had been thinking about the white cat, so he had not taken a good look at this building. When he heard what Wen Qing said, he used yin-yang vision to look around. There was a sign hanging on the wall at the entrance of the stairwell. It originally said, Juhong Apartments Block 2 feet, but for some reason, most of the words had been scratched out with a knife. Entering the stairwell, the interior of this building was different from the first one. The walls were painted white, and there was a faded smell in the air. There were some yellowed white papers lying on the ground. Jinhua Apartments Block A is Shang Nuan's memory, and Juhong Apartments Block 1 is the ghost fetus' earliest memory. So, whose memory is this building? Based on Chen Ge's previous speculation, he had thought that all the buildings at Juhong Apartments were the ghost fetus memory, but from the looks of it, that was not quite right. This place is cleaner than Jinhua Apartments, and it doesn't look that old. There is not even a speck of dust on the handrail. Someone should be living here. Xiao Sun said something useful. At Jinhua Apartments Block A, they said that the landlord would occasionally go out to have a meeting with the landlords of the other buildings. This means that there should be living people living in the other buildings, and they are not like Zhuhong Apartments Block 1. The world behind Shang Nuan's door is different from the world behind the door that I have entered before. The black fog covers everything, and only these few buildings are not affected by the black fog. Therefore, his memory should be separated into several parts and stored in different buildings. Chen Ge's head was spinning. He had to stop using his yin-yang vision. I don't quite understand what you're talking about. Xiao Sun thought about it before answering honestly. You don't need to understand. Just help me find a mirror as soon as possible. Chen Ge leaned against the wall. He knew very well that the ghost fetus memory was hidden in these few buildings. Exploring these buildings was to explore the ghost fetus past. He wanted to know what had happened in the past. This was an opportunity that he could not miss. You look so pale. Wen Qing walked to Chen Ge's side and said with some worry, let's find a safe room first and take a good rest. It's fine. Let's keep moving. Chen Ge dragged the hammer and walked up the stairs. The layout of Zhuhong Apartments Block 2 was completely different from Block 1. Above each door was a glass window the size of a palm. Standing outside the door, one would be able to look into the room. How come this feels like a hospital's intensive care unit? Chen Ge walked to the window and looked inside. The interior decoration of the room was very strange. The walls were all painted white, and all the tiles, furniture, and ceiling were mainly white. This is such a white room. If blood splattered on it, it would be so eye-catching. Big brother, perhaps the owner just likes to be clean. Xiao Sun felt like the things that Chen Ge sometimes said were very scary. It was the kind of things that were accidentally revealed that made it easier for people to overthink things. They are both buildings at Zhuhong Apartments, so why is this room so neat and tidy? In my memory, there is no such resident at Zhuhong Apartments. Wen Qing was the middleman responsible for these two apartments, but she had no recollection of this at all. This meant that this room had nothing to do with Zhuhong Apartments. Pushing the door lightly, Chen Ge realized that the door was not locked, so he walked in directly. Everything inside the room was arranged neatly. The floor was tiled, and it was spotless. There was not a single stain on the white wall. Is the owner a germaphobe? Xiao Sun sighed in relief. After leaving Jinhua Apartments, he finally entered a room that could be considered normal. Don't touch the things inside. Someone might have died in this room. Chen Ge stood next to the wall, and his finger was tapping on the wall. How can you tell? The paint on the wall is very thick, and it has been applied many times. Normally, only when there is a large stain that is difficult to clean up, the owner will choose to paint the whole wall. Chen Ge's words were very clear. Now you see this room is pure white, but in reality, it might be blood red. Raising his finger, Chen Ge looked at the black and red residue inside his fingernail. The innermost layer of paint has already turned black. Chen Ge, come and take a look at this. Wen Qing found a diary on the sofa. There was no signature on it, only a number, 0097. 0097 is probably the patient number, just like how the rag doll's patient number was 0004. Chen Ge flipped open the diary. He originally planned to just skim through it, but after reading the content, his eyes were unable to move away. X month X day, today is a day worth remembering. The doctor said that my condition has improved a lot, and I believe that I will be able to leave the hospital soon. I am so looking forward to the outside world. X month X day, a new patient arrived at the hospital. His patient number was blocked, so the doctor allowed him to temporarily stay with me. Who would have thought that I would have a roommate? This new patient is very strange. He is not afraid of me at all. This is the first time that I have encountered a patient like him. Perhaps we can be friends and not be like the previous roommates. I tried to communicate with him, but he is very stupid. He is not even willing to communicate with me. Such a poor child. I like ugly things and people. No, in the eyes of normal people, ugliness is beauty in my eyes. The doctor said that my condition is due to an obsession with ugliness. It is a very normal hobby.
X month X day, it has been 3 days since the new patient moved in. Every day, the doctor comes. They seem to be waiting for something. What are they waiting for? X month X day, the new patient's body started to exude a heavy stench. He is like a moving body. I suggest that he go and take a bath. This poor thing does not even know what a bath is. He does not even know that he has to take off his clothes before bathing. It took me a long time to explain it to him. How should I put this? I told the new patient to take off his clothes before bathing, so why did he go to the kitchen to grab a cleaver? Does he need a cleaver to take off his clothes? The sound of water and the sound of bones falling mixed together. I feel like my condition has worsened. After the new patient finished his bath, the whole bathroom was dyed red. He even left one of his hands inside my towel. I feel like he is very disrespectful. Perhaps it is because he has never taken a bath before, but the distance between me and the new patient has been pulled closer because of this small incident. I have started to like to stay with him because he has become uglier and uglier. X month X day, today is the 7th day that we have been living together. No one has been able to stay with me for so long. Those people always disagree with me, and I always help them become uglier when they are asleep. Every patient at the hospital has their own number. Normally, everyone will refer to each other by their number, but the new patient's number was blocked, so I had to ask for his name. I know this is a big taboo at the hospital, but as long as no one says it out loud, the doctors will not find out. Initially, the new patient refused to tell me his name. Under my persuasion, he finally told me that someone had called him trash. I could not believe my ears. Even though he was so ugly that he did not look like a human, he could not be called trash. That would expose his own weakness. I told him that a name is a symbol of a person, and it carries many beautiful wishes. I planned to give him a name. X year X month X day, the new patient finally came up with a name for himself. He said his name was Chen Ge, and he liked that name. X month X day, I started to refer to the new patient as Chen Ge. We had a good time together until the room next door could not stand the stench coming from our room anymore. The new patient's clothes could not be worn anymore. He needed a new set of clothes, but the doctors did not care. They only came to record every day and looked at me with anticipation. To be honest, I had no idea what they were expecting. X year X month X day, the fact that I asked the new patient to name himself was exposed. Initially, I did not think it was that big of a deal until I saw the new patient's number. Number 0004, he is just a normal child. So why is his number so near the front? X year X month X day, I finally understand why his number is at the 4th position. So, it is because of that name. Unfortunately, I cannot tell him that. Soon, I will be made into his new clothes by the doctors. After reading the whole diary, Chen Ge's emotions were extremely complicated. He did not expect to see his own name on the diary, and he did not expect that the ghost fetus 4th position would be related to him. No, the Chen Ge in the diary should not be me but the unkillable child from before. Looking at the diary that he was holding, Chen Ge stared at the date that had been crossed out, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. He opened his backpack subconsciously and took out Zhang Ya's bedtime story. The layout is slightly similar, but that is all. I am probably overthinking it. Shoving the diary and the storybook into his backpack, Chen Ge gave the room a cursory inspection. After finding nothing else, he prepared to leave. After exiting the first room of Juhong Apartments Block 2, Chen Ge turned back to look. The number 0097 was written on the door, and the number on the door was the same as the number on the diary. There is no pattern to the number of the rooms in this building. They are probably not arranged according to the floor. Perhaps each room here corresponds to a patient. Chen Ge turned to look at the second room on the first floor. The number on this room was 0049. In the cursed hospital, the higher the number, the more serious the condition. The room that I entered earlier is probably the room of a patient with a mild condition. Walking to the side of the second room on the first floor, Chen Ge leaned against the window and looked inside. Room 0049 was also mainly white. The furniture and wallpaper were all white, and it was very clean. The door was not locked, so Chen Ge walked in directly. Hey, we better not wander around aimlessly. We don't want to end up like Block 1 and get chased out.
Xiao Sun just wanted to survive until dawn. What had happened that night was indeed too much for a normal person like him. Chen Ge ignored Xiao Sun. He entered the room and prepared to use yin-yang vision when he suddenly felt dizzy. My body feels like it's going to collapse. Using yin-yang vision would place a certain burden on the body. Before this, Chen Ge had not felt it, but behind this door, he could clearly feel the damage that yin-yang vision brought to his body. Every time he used yin-yang vision, there would be a slight change in his body temperature. Chen Ge, are you all right? Someone held his arm. Chen Ge turned back to look and saw Wen Qing standing beside him. This mother was very good at taking care of people. Don't worry. Chen Ge stopped using yin-yang vision, spirit sniff, and ghost ear. The world was covered in darkness, and the only source of light in the room was Wen Qing's phone. Closing the door, Chen Ge dragged the hammer and walked around the room. To his surprise, he found 9 diaries inside room 0049. The material and cover of the diaries were the same, and the number on all 9 diaries was 0049. Filled with curiosity, Chen Ge flipped through the diaries and found that the contents of all 9 diaries were almost identical. Why would the patient in room 0049 record the same thing 9 times? After reading carefully, Chen Ge slowly understood that although the contents of the 9 diaries were the same, the tone and angle of the descriptions were all different. It gave off the feeling that the same thing was being told by 9 people with different identities, standing in the room and narrating it from different angles. None of the 9 diaries were dated. Just looking at one of them would make one feel very confused and unable to understand the contents. However, if one opened all the diaries and read them at the same time, one would make a shocking discovery. These 9 diaries should have been written by the same person. Chen Ge spread all the diaries on the ground and flipped to the first page. The first diary entry read, "There's a new patient in the hospital. Its serial number is covered, and its body is wrapped in a shroud. Its face cannot be seen at all. It's very mysterious. I've been looking at it from the window for half an hour, and the doctors seem to be hesitating on which room to place it in." Quote. The second diary entry read, "There hasn't been a new patient on this floor for a long time. Big brother told me to mind my own business. He's really old and afraid of everything. I can't become someone like him in the future." The third diary entry read, "There aren't many empty rooms in room 1 to 50. Which room do you think it'll be placed in?" The fourth diary entry read, "I actually hope it can move in with us. Looking at the 8 of you every day makes me want to puke. What do I have to do to separate from you? How about we each pick a part of its body and then part ways?" The fifth diary entry read, "All of you want the head, but that's obviously not realistic. I suggest we divide it according to weight. That's fair and just." The sixth diary entry read, "Stop arguing. You bastards who have taken over my home. I'm the real room 0049. You bunch of thieves. Perverts. Madmen. Get out of my house." The seventh diary entry read, "Sister Six is talking nonsense again. Can any of you make her shut up?" The eighth diary entry read, "All right, stop arguing. In terms of symptoms, all 9 of us are pathological personalities. There's no difference between us, we're all equal." The ninth diary entry read, "So why did the 9 of us decide to consume the main personality? If we continue to split like this, there will be more and more people in this house." Quote. The 9 diaries represented the 9 different personalities. Xiao Sun felt his scalp go numb after reading a little bit, but Chen Ge read them with great interest. "I feel like these 9 diaries were written by a madman. They're full of crazy words. I can't believe what they say." Xiao Sun placed his hope on Chen Ge. He was worried that Chen Ge would be influenced by them. "You think they're crazy, but they'll mock you for being stupid." Chen Ge squatted on the ground. After reading through the 9 diaries, he had a new discovery. Patient 0049 suffers from schizophrenia. But his condition is rather unique. The 9 personas that came out from the split personas hunted down the main persona. In their words, they have consumed the main persona. Even personalities can be consumed. I'm not too sure. Perhaps their main doctor misguided them. Chen Ge shook his head. The cursed hospital was capable of anything. They would turn minor illnesses into incurable mental illnesses. The 9 split personalities each have their own experience and their own occupation and identity.
The eldest brother is a cowardly middle-aged man, the second brother is a lawyer, the third brother is a plumber, the fourth sister is a hot-tempered nightclub hostess, the fifth brother is a murderer with OCD, the sixth sister is a celebrity, the seventh sister is a piano teacher, the eighth brother is a psychologist, and the ninth persona is the youngest and most similar to the main personality.
Are you reading these scary diaries as a story? Big brother, I don't need an explanation. We need to find a safe place to hide. Xiao Sun had a very bad feeling in his heart. This building was many times more dangerous than Block 1.
There is no safe place behind the door. The only thing we can do is to chase after the glimmer and keep moving forward. Chen Ge sat down on the sofa. After resting for so long, not only did his energy not recover, if anything, he felt even more tired than before. The new patient has stayed with them for 9 days. Every day, one of patient 49's personas would die. The words in the diary became more and more despairing. On the 9th day, of the 9 diaries, only one was still updated.
Chen Ge held the last diary. The owner of this diary is the 9th persona, the persona closest to the main personality. The last entry was written by him.
X year X month X day, I have no idea whether the heaven that the doctor mentioned exists or not, but I know there must be a hell in this world because I've seen a living demon. Yes, the demon has a face that looks just like it. Its heart is completely twisted. It is unable to express its emotions like a normal person, or rather, it has no idea what emotions are. For it, love is equal to death, and hope is despair. It is passionate about all the good things in the world, but at the same time, it will curse everything. It will destroy the things that it cannot obtain, and it will choose to destroy the things that it has obtained with its own hands. Madness is not enough to describe it. Any term that is prepared to describe it, no matter how evil it is, will not be able to describe it.
Now I understand why the doctor arranged for it to stay in room 0049. The doctor wanted to see how it would react when it killed people with different identities.
Before I met it, I thought I was different. There are 9 family members living inside my body. No matter what kind of trouble we face, we will find a way to solve it. There are lawyers, psychologists, celebrities, and murderers among us. We are enough to deal with most setbacks in life, but it was not until the new patient moved in that we realized how laughable we were before. The new patient has an almost inexplicable power. It will burn the resentment, despair, and pain in its heart to curse. No matter how malicious this curse is, it will slowly turn into reality after a period of time.
Once the curse is planted, it can never be broken.
My big brothers and sisters died one after another. I watched them disappear amidst their wails and pain like they were never there in the first place.
Today is the 9th day, and I know it is my turn.
The 9 diaries looked like they had a lot of content, but in reality, they were all connected to describe the same thing.
The new patient moved into room 0049, and that afternoon, patient 0049 prepared to kill the new patient.
It was the killer persona who made the move. The reason was because the new patient's body kept giving off a pungent foul odor. After he made the move, he realized that the new patient was not a human but a monster wrapped in a dead body's skin. He tried many methods, but he could not kill the new patient until the doctor came to stop him.
Normally, when a patient made a dangerous move, they would be punished, but this time was an exception. The doctor only asked a few simple questions before leaving.
That night, the 9 personas had a discussion. Just as their discussion reached its climax, the killer persona started to self-destruct. He wanted to repeat what he had done to the new patient on himself. The other 8 personas had no idea what was happening to him. They were unable to stop the killer persona from harming the shared body, so they decided to join forces to consume the killer persona.
After the killer persona was killed, the remaining 8 personas started to search for the reason. In the end, they realized that all the problems were with the new patient. To protect the new body from harm, the psychologist and lawyer personas used the oldest persona, the middle-aged man, as bait for their experiment. They accidentally discovered the new patient's scary power, curses. As long as it came from the new patient, there was a chance that it would come true. After repeated experiments, they became even more afraid.
The more malicious, despairing, and cruel the words that came from the new patient's lips, the easier it was for them to come true. In contrast, the happy and beautiful words never came true. The surviving personas decided not to provoke the new patient, but it was too late. From the moment the killer persona made his move, the new patient started to curse all of them.
With the death of each persona, the stench on the new patient would thicken. This appeared to be the price of using the curse.
After reading these 9 diaries, Chen Ge's biggest reward was understanding the ghost fetus, power. All the curses that came from his lips could come true, and the more malicious the curse, the higher the chance of it coming true. This power could be said to be the scariest power that Chen Ge had encountered so far. There was no way to avoid it, and there was no way to prevent it. At least, that was the case for now.
The price and the reward should be the same. Every time the ghost fetus curses someone, doesn't it have to give something in return?
After reading all the diaries, other than the thickening stench on the new patient, he did not seem to be affected at all. Looks like the best solution is to kill the ghost fetus before he speaks. That was easy to say, but it was as difficult as reaching the sky. The ghost fetus was a demon god. Even harming it would be a very difficult task, much less killing it before it could open its mouth.
But once he made his move and did not deal a fatal blow, he would be greeted with endless vengeance.
Chen Ge placed the 9 diaries back. He picked up his backpack and prepared to go to the 3rd room on the 1st floor to take a look. Chen Ge, why don't you take a break? You don't look well. Wen Qing was also worried about Chen Ge. She held the phone and followed closely behind Chen Ge like she was afraid that Chen Ge would faint. It's fine. Currently, nothing has happened inside the building. This is the perfect chance for us to investigate. Things might get messy in a bit. Chen Ge's senses were not as sharp as before. His voice was weak and feeble.
The number of the 3rd room on the 1st floor was 0011. When Chen Ge saw the number so close to the front, he hesitated, but in the end, he still chose to push the door open. Room 0011 was different from the previous 2 rooms. Even though the walls were painted white, one could see the dark red blood clots seeping out from under the white paint. The first 10 patients of the cursed hospital are all taken care of by specialized doctors. Based on the patient numbers, room 0011 should be the most seriously ill of the normal patients. The 3 different sick rooms recorded the rag doll's experience after it was sent to the hospital. The last shred of humanity it had was removed, and it had turned into a monster through and through. The cursed hospital appeared to be cultivating the rag doll in a certain direction. Everything they did was to achieve a hidden goal. The cursed hospital appeared in Zhujiang 20 years ago. They wasted so much energy on the rag doll. Could it be that they already know that it is my shadow, and their real target is me? With this in mind, Chen Ge shook his head. I am just a haunted house owner. There is no reason for so many people to target me. Their real target is probably me, who cannot be killed no matter what. My parents' disappearance should be related to them. From the moment he obtained the black phone until now, everything Chen Ge had done was to find his parents. At that moment, he felt like he was very close to the truth. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. Entering room 0011, Chen Ge noticed that this room was different from the previous 2 sick rooms. The furniture and decor were similar, but it felt very oppressive. Just standing in the living room would make one feel like they were suffocating. The oppressive feeling came from all directions, as if every piece of furniture was left with something very dangerous. Do not touch the furniture in the room. Something is not right with this room. The walls were painted layer after layer, but they could not hide the large patches of blood on the walls. The floor tiles were laid neatly, but the gaps between the tiles were black and red. There was a large amount of blood stains that were difficult to clean up. All these details pointed to the fact that something very scary had happened in this room, and this was not the first time something like this had happened. 3 sick rooms, each scarier than the last. The cursed hospital is like breeding a parasite. They keep tossing the rag doll into the other sick rooms to trigger the doll's power and completely twist its world. Chen Ge walked around room 0011. He searched many places, but he could not find the diary. This is strange. Did the patient in this room not leave behind any clues?
Most of the world behind the door was the door pusher's memory. Shang Nguyen's door was rather unique. His memory overlapped with the ghost fetus. Just like the few buildings at Juhong Apartments and Jinhua Apartments, they were entwined with each other, and that was why the two worlds overlapped. These few sick rooms should be the rag doll's memory. As long as it has seen the patient's diary, then the patient's diary should have appeared here, unless patient 0011 does not have the habit of recording his illness. Chen Ge's condition worsened. His vision became blurry, and his body appeared to be assimilated by the darkness.
Thankfully, this time, Wen Qing had followed him into the door. The world behind the door did not affect Wen Qing much. Whenever he was distracted, Wen Qing would be the first to remind him. After half an hour, Chen Ge finally found the diary of patient 0011 under a hollowed-out floor tile. The diary was broken, every page was soaked in blood, and there were signs of it being burned. It reminded him of Zhang Ya's bedtime stories. The person who wrote the diary seems to have tried many times to destroy the diary. After failing to do so, he decided to hide it inside the room. Chen Ge sat on the sofa and placed the hammer next to his legs. He flipped open the diary and started to read. Many people say that I was born to be a psychologist, that I have many qualities that make me a psychologist, but only I know that is just a facade that I purposely put on to become a psychologist. I chose this profession not because I want to save people who are lost, but because I want to heal myself. I chose this profession not because I wanted to help those who are lost but to cure myself. X year X month X day, today is a very important day for me. I took off my white coat and put on the patient's garb. The hospital has locked me up with a monster that is emitting a horrible stench. I hate writing diaries, but diaries are one of the treatment methods of this hospital. I don't know if I should tell the truth or lie. Why don't we play a game of half truth and half lies? Let's see if my doctor will go crazy. I hate writing a diary, but a diary is one of the treatment methods of this hospital. I do not know whether I should tell the truth or lie. How about I play a game of half truth and half lies? Let's see whether my doctor will go crazy because of me. Everyone has a part of their most precious memory in their heart. For me, my daughter and wife, who just learned how to speak, are everything to me. My story is very cliché. To give them a better life, I chose this private hospital that is located at the border between Xinhai and Zhujiang. To be honest, before I received the invitation, I had no idea that there was a hospital like this around Zhujiang. Because it was too far from my home, I wanted to reject them, but the reward they offered was too high. Skipping the intern stage, I realized on the first day that this hospital is different from a normal hospital. There are only a few day doctors, and there are barely any patients. But there are many night doctors. This hospital is located in the middle of nowhere. It is very difficult to even hail a taxi. It takes me 40 minutes to walk to the nearest bus stop. On the third morning, the leader asked me whether I was willing to stay at the hospital or not, but I rejected him without hesitation. 2 days ago, I found a lot of problems. There are a lot of doctors in this hospital, or at least, there are a lot of pictures of doctors on the wall, but I only saw a few of them in the past 2 days, and they are all new. The one who has worked for the longest time is no more than a month. The salary is very high, and there is not much to do on the day shift. The income is not proportional to the effort. If this is not a charity, then it means that they are trying to get something else from the doctors. At that time, I was actually preparing to resign. The leader could tell that I wanted to leave, so he asked me to work the night shift for a day and then pay me the salary for the next few days. He did not ask me to stay, and that made me feel very uneasy. There are many night doctors, so why would he ask me to work the night shift? Anything that is illogical has its own hidden danger. I will not take the risk for that little bit of money. Perhaps in other people's eyes, it is stupid for me to work for 3 days without asking for my salary, but I will not defend myself on that. I did not work the night shift. I did not even finish the 3rd day. After I left the leader's office, I returned home. My wife thought that I was suffering from paranoia, and I hoped that was the case, but what happened next made me realize that everything was real. Regardless of whether you are a patient or a doctor reading this diary, I have to give you a piece of advice. Try your best to escape. If there is a place in the human world that is closest to hell, it would be here. After I escaped home, all kinds of curses followed me. A strange thing happened to me and my family.
Those things could not be explained by science. I tried everything I could, but I could only protect myself. I could not guarantee the safety of my family. I knew what the hospital wanted, so one night, I went to the hospital again.
This time, I became the night doctor, and I understood the meaning of the pictures on the wall. So far, my story is still normal, but the things that happened next became more and more ridiculous. They could not be explained with common sense. I started to have a feeling that perhaps I could be cured at this hospital.
At this point, several pages were torn out of the diary. The missing pages were probably the description of the doctor's night shift life. The details about the hospital have been torn out. Is it the work of a rag doll? Or has someone entered this building before me? Quote. Chen Ge continued to read to the end. I successfully assimilated into the hospital and became a very good night doctor. To explore a cure for my illness, I started to conduct some interesting experiments on the patients. Of course, in the whole hospital, I was probably the only one who was serious about saving them. The other doctors at the hospital were leading them down a path of despair. As time passed, my ability was recognized by everyone. One night, I finally met the director of this hospital. He was a very serious man. His face was very ordinary, and you would forget it after you saw it. My impression of him was very bad, but as for why it was so bad, even I don't know myself. He seemed to have done something to my memory.
The director came to talk to me for a long time because of one thing. He wanted me to be responsible for patient number 10. This was the first time I had interacted with a patient numbered in the top 10. I had heard rumors about these patients at the hospital before, but I had not seen them in person. It was like how God often talked about heaven, but none of the living had ever seen heaven. I was grateful for the director's trust, but I could not die. I still had my family.
That was the first time I entered the door, and it was the first time I saw hell.
The patients numbered in the top 10 were all behind that door. The hospital behind the door was 10 times bigger than the hospital outside the door. At this point, a few more pages were torn out. Chen Ge was helpless. He could only force himself to continue reading.
I cured patient Note 10's illness, but my own illness was exposed. On that day, they removed my white coat. I was no longer the Dr. Gao that the patients spoke of, but the patient 0011 that the doctors spoke of. I lost my name, but I will not forget my past. At this point, Chen Ge's heart squeezed. He stared at the 3 words in the diary, and his eyes did not blink for a long time. Dr. Gao. The Dr. Gao that I know. Quote. Based on the timeline, the shadow had left when Chen Ge was 6. It had been locked up at the hospital in the form of a rag doll. The diary mentioned that Dr. Gao's wife had not passed away at the time, and his daughter had just learned how to speak. Then it mentioned that after Dr. Gao worked for a while as a night doctor, he was treated as a patient and locked up with the ghost fetus. Chen Ge was about to turn 27, and Gao Rushui was 22. Based on age, all of this was possible. Could this patient 0011 really be Dr. Gao? Chen Ge looked at the words in the diary, and the sense of familiarity grew. It does look similar to Dr. Gao's handwriting. X year X month X day, the patients that the doctors at this hospital hate the most are patients like me. If they are not careful, they will be convinced by themselves and slowly lose themselves. I know that I am very annoying. Many people at this hospital want to kill me. They locked me up with this monster because they want me dead.
Perhaps in their eyes, I am just a tool to agitate this monster. They all believe that I will die, but in reality, they have underestimated me.
The reason why monsters are called monsters is because they view them in the same way as humans. Perhaps in the monster's eyes, humans are also a kind of twisted and pitiful monster. To prevent myself from being killed by my roommate, I started to treat it systematically. I have never given so much effort in my life. I do not plan to completely cure it, but I will try my best to turn it into my helper to escape from this place. Everyone calls it a monster, but I am willing to call it by its name. I used a whole night to find out its name. The monster named itself Chen Ge. Whether I can escape or not, I will remember this name for the rest of my life.
The diary was choppy, and many pages were missing. Chen Ge had no idea how they did it, but he knew one thing.
With the help of Dr. Gao, the ghost fetus, twisted worldview became slightly more normal. He was no longer a monster controlled by hatred and curses but a deformed human, with a way of thinking that was different from a normal person.
The doctors at the hospital hoped that Dr. Gao would be killed, but several weeks had passed, and Dr. Gao was still alive. He even managed to contact other patients under the doctor's eyes. In the later diary entries of Dr. Gao, patient number 6 and patient number 5 appeared several times as well. With so many patients and so few doctors cooperating with each other, they had prepared for a long time and finally found a chance.
The diary did not go into detail about what that chance was, but from Dr. Gao's words, it was clear that the chance was related to patient No. 2. Something had happened inside the door, and Dr. Gao made up his mind to grab this rare opportunity. He planned to escape with the rag doll. They were so close to success, but they had underestimated the horror of the hospital. Dr. Gao's diary did not mention how he was captured, he only recorded the consequences of being captured. The rag doll was locked behind a black iron door, and Dr. Gao was cursed and almost died.
A normal person would have given up at this point, but Dr. Gao did not. He chose to temporarily hide. To survive, he was willing to do anything.
Time had lost its meaning behind the door. The blood stains on Dr. Gao's diary increased. He was facing something very bad, but his diary was filled with optimistic words.
This was no longer a simple attitude. He had completely accepted the illness inside his body. He no longer wished to cure it but chose to accept it. The diary did not mention the illness in detail. Chen Ge suspected that it was Dr. Gao's biggest secret. After all, he had seen the mad Dr. Gao in Liwan City. He had been chained up, and he was ridiculously strong. All the dates on the diary had been erased. After who knew how long Dr. Gao's second chance arrived. What this second chance was, the diary did not mention it clearly. It only mentioned patient number 1 in the Red City.
Having learned their lesson from last time, Dr. Gao and the ghost fetus, who were fully prepared, escaped from the hospital together with the many patients. There was not much content in the diary, but it had deeply touched Chen Ge. If all his speculations were correct, then many questions could be answered. When Dr. Gao heard my name from Ru Shui, he was very interested in me. When I was doing the mission at Muyang High School, he would come to me in the middle of the night. Other than that, I found a lot of information about the haunted house at Dr. Gao's house. He has been investigating my haunted house since a long time ago.
Thinking about it further, the death of Dr. Gao's wife might be related to that hospital. The plan that he set up from the moment he was born to the moment of his death was not just to revive his wife. Perhaps he was thinking about revenge.
Closing the diary, the words that Dr. Gao had said at the underground morgue appeared in Chen Ge's mind. Good corresponds to evil, and sin corresponds to punishment. Then, what is the opposite of human? Or God? After knowing about Dr. Gao's past, Chen Ge had a new understanding of this saying. The diary in room 0011 was missing many pages, so Chen Ge could only speculate as he read.
It took him nearly half an hour to finish reading the diary.
How is it? Did you find anything? Wen Qing noticed the change in Chen Ge. In her mind, Chen Ge would be able to remain calm no matter what happened, but when he read the diary, his expression changed many times. I've understood something very important. All the effects that I'm seeing now are probably because of the cause that was planted in the beginning. Chen Ge shoved Dr. Gao's diary into his backpack and placed it next to Zhang Ya's storybook. His physical condition was not good, and his emotions were fluctuating wildly. From the Society of Strange Tales to Eastern Zhejiang's Liwan City, there had been a tacit understanding between the ghost fetus and Dr. Gao. Chen Ge did not understand it before, but now he understood the reason. Perhaps the members of the Society of Strange Tales were patients who escaped from that hospital. They knew that they were sick, and they wanted to use their own method to cure it. None of the patients at that hospital had their own names, only their patient numbers. It was the same for the Society of Strange Tales. Every member only had their own number. There are many similar points. So, from the very beginning, some clues have been presented to me. Chen Ge sat on the sofa and held his chin to think. Dr. Gao knew the ghost fetus, name was Chen Ge, so when I first went to the Society of Strange Tales, he did not make things difficult for me and allowed me to join the society. That was the only chance he had to kill me. Even with Zhang Ya, I wouldn't have been able to face so many members at the same time. Could it be that Dr. Gao knows some other secrets, like the information of the first 10 patients? Is it possible that his interest in me has something to do with the first 10 patients?
Quote. Chen Ge was deep in thought when the building suddenly shook like there was an earthquake. This time, the tremor was stronger than the previous 3, and it lasted for a long time.
Another rag doll body has been found inside another building. There were changes in the building, and the stench in the air slowly increased. Everyone felt like there was an additional lock on their necks, and even breathing became difficult. Strange noises kept coming from outside the building, as if some kind of monster was ramming into the building. The terrifying roars drilled into his ears, and even if he covered his ears tightly, he could still hear them clearly. After the building stopped shaking, the first thing Chen Ge did was take out his comic. The rag doll's broken body is the pillar of this world behind the door. Once the foundation is shaken, this world will become unstable, and the restrictions on my employees will become smaller and smaller. Flipping open the comic, he saw that it was covered in blood. Every page was covered in blood vessels, and he could vaguely make out many ghastly faces. Seeing such a terrifying scene, Chen Ge finally smiled. Soon, they're coming out. His tone was slightly deranged. Holding the bloody comic, Chen Ge mumbled to himself, and there was a smile on his face that normal people would not understand.
Wen Qing and Xiao Sun subconsciously moved away from the sofa. They felt that the current Chen Ge was quite scary. The presence that he gave off was no weaker than the monsters behind the door. The fourth tremor should be the work of other non-locals. They have now found the location of the 2 rag dolls' broken body parts. Looks like I'll have to move faster. Standing up, Chen Ge carried his backpack and dragged the hammer toward the door.
Chen Ge, why don't you rest a little longer? You're not even walking properly. Wen Qing wanted to support Chen Ge, but Chen Ge rejected her. It's fine. Exiting room 0011, Chen Ge came to the last room on the first floor. The number on the door was 0005. Patient number 5. Chen Ge originally thought that patient number 11 should be the rag doll's memory limit, but he did not expect to see patient number 5's room in this building. Based on the description in the diary, the first 10 patients are completely different from the other patients, but since patient number 5's room has appeared here, could there be a room for patient number 1 upstairs?
His heart was pounding. For some reason, whenever he thought of patient number 1, the blood in Chen Ge's body would start to race. Pushing open the door to room 0005, Chen Ge stepped into the room.
Everything inside room 0005 was covered in a layer of blood. The furniture was badly damaged, and there was not a single thing that was intact inside the room. It must be a vandal who lives in this room. Wen Qing carefully avoided the trash on the ground and walked to Chen Ge's side. Don't stray too far away from me. The 3 of us should look around the room together to see if there are any important clues. The first 3 sick rooms had been painted over. Even though there were large patches of blood stains inside the room, at least they were covered up. But room 0005 was completely different. It was too lazy to even cover up, and the main color scheme of the room was black and red. Chen Ge looked around. He did not find any diary inside this room, but he did see many small handwriting carved out by fingernails on the bedroom wall. Most of the handwriting was covered in scabs of blood, and it looked very scary. I really wonder what kind of state he was in when he wrote these things. This is too crazy. Xiao Sun hid at the back of the group. His worldview had been shattered again and again that day, and now there was not even a speck of it left. While Xiao Sun and Wen Qing were gasping in shock, Chen Ge had already walked to the wall. As he carefully cleaned away the blood stains on the wall, he started to read the words that were written on it. I have started to forget many things. A few days ago, I could still remember my own name, but now, there is only a number left in my mind. I know I have forgotten more and more things, but there is one sentence that I cannot forget: kill the hospital director. I do not know why I would have such a thought, and I do not know why this thought would appear in my mind.
Perhaps the hospital director is the one who has turned me into this. But what has he done to me? Why can't I remember anything?
The new roommate died next to my bed. When I woke up, he was already dead. There was no one else in the room, so excluding the possibility of suicide, the person who killed him should be me, but how come I have no memory of that?
The doctor said that my condition was very serious. But why did they not give me any treatment but kept changing my roommate so that I would wake up to a different body every morning? I had gotten used to seeing dead bodies every morning until one day, when my wife moved in. She was just as beautiful as she used to be.
I asked the doctor about my wife's condition, but the doctor only told me that she was sick and did not give me any more information. I tried to communicate with my wife, but she could not say a word. I could see that she was afraid. She was afraid of the unfamiliar environment, afraid of me.
Why would she be afraid of me? She was the person I loved the most in my life, so why would I hurt her? That night, I did not sleep. When the sun rose, my wife was still curled up in the corner. She was still alive.
I defeated myself. I banged on the steel door, wanting the doctor to move my wife to another room, but the corridor was empty, and I could only hear the echo of my own voice. What should I do? No one could tell me the answer. I tried my best to keep myself awake, but I only got more and more sleepy. I could not remember when I fell asleep, and when I opened my eyes again, I was sent to the other side of the door. At the deepest part of hell, the line between life and death became blurred. The time that I was awake decreased. Most of the time, I did not know what I was doing, or rather, I was not myself at all. There was a monster hiding inside my body. All the patients and doctors around me had seen that monster before, but I had not.
Everyone was afraid of that monster, but I was the only one who wanted to see it because I had to ask, was my wife still alive?
Whenever I was conscious, the doctors would make me suffer various kinds of curses. Every curse was extracted from the bodies of strangers. They died because of the curses, and the curses carried their memories and despair. Suffering other people's curses meant carrying their past. These things were pain for me, but they appeared to be nourishment for the monster inside my body. Muddling through the life behind the door, there were only a few simple words left in my mind: kill the hospital director, my wife, and my patient. Just as I thought this was going to continue, I ran into a doctor in a patient's garb. His surname was Gao, and he was accompanied by a rag doll that reeked of foul odor. The stench was so thick that it was indescribable. We were all trapped in the 19th layer of hell. There were no friends or family in this world of black and red. It was very dangerous to speak here because no one knew what would happen next. When I saw him, there was pity in my eyes because I knew that when I woke up again, he would be a dead body.
When I opened my eyes again, I woke up from my slumber. I did not expect the doctor to be standing next to me, and he was still alive. This meant that my wife might be alive as well. He seemed to have the ability to read people's minds. Before I could say anything, he voluntarily mentioned my wife. Only from him did I know exactly what I had done. My wife was already dead. She was personally killed by the monster inside my body. I started to hate my body. I thought about taking the monster with me, but I was stopped by Dr. Gao. He convinced me that killing my wife was not my fault but the monster's, and the monster was planted inside my body by the hospital director. So everything was the hospital director's fault. I could die, but that would have to be after I killed the hospital director. After conversing with Dr. Gao, I finally understood why the words "kill the hospital director" lingered in my mind. He was the culprit, he had to die. I started to pretend to cooperate with the hospital's treatment. With Dr. Gao's suggestion, I pretended to be unconscious and acted as my other self. To convince the doctor of my clumsy acting, Dr. Gao suggested that I kill the first doctor who entered the room. I did as I was told, and that was my first murder. It was ironic, wasn't it? My hands were stained with blood, and I had sinned so much. The first time I killed someone was to pretend to be a monster. At the time, I did not know that once something started, it would be hard to stop. The reaction of the night doctor was within Dr. Gao's expectations. For the first time, I was sent to the deepest part of hell when I was fully conscious. Opening the dark iron door, I saw a monster that carried the whole hospital on its back. It moved in the endless black fog, and it had a face similar to a normal person's. I did not dare look at it because my body was shaking uncontrollably. I could be exposed at any moment due to fear. The doctors conversed beside me. They spoke in a language that I could not understand. It appeared like only by carrying all the sin would one gain the corresponding power. Not everyone in this world can bear the sin. The hospital had been searching for that unique soul. Me, Dr. Gao, and the doll that reeked of foul odor were all their targets. But none of us fit the requirements of the hospital. Their real goal appeared to be to build a blood-red city. They needed a soul that could shoulder all the sin in the city. I had no idea why they wanted to do that, and I did not have the time to think about it. The black fog awakened the monster inside me, and it consumed me bit by bit. There were still many words on the wall, and most of them were illegible. Chen Ge tried his best to decipher them. I have no idea what he's talking about. This kind of madman should be locked up. Xiao Sun stared at the bloody words on the wall, and his back was covered in cold sweat. What if they were all normal people from the beginning? Chen Ge did not have a good impression of that hospital. If they thought a person had potential, they would use many methods to drive the person crazy and then slowly cure them. Leaning against the wall, Chen Ge combined the content of all the diary entries, and he noticed a very coincidental point. Dr. Gao consumed the door of the underground morgue and voluntarily took on all the sin of the underground morgue. The morgue itself is fine, but Dr. Gao used the Society of Strange Tales to create so many sins. A person as smart as he is would have known what that means. It feels like he is voluntarily taking on the sin of the whole Society of Strange Tales. Let's look at the ghost fetus. He rebuilt Juhong apartments behind Shang Nuan's door and locked the sins inside the buildings to resist the black fog. It formed a deserted island of humanity. It feels a little like a blood-red city. The last one is the hospital. Patient number 5 saw a monster that carried the sin of the whole hospital behind the hospital's door. It moved forward in the black fog and the hospital's ultimate goal appeared to be to build a blood-red city. Everyone is moving toward that blood-red city. What is it about that city that is attracting them? Could it be that in order to build such a city, one person must stand up and bear the sins of the entire city? With this thought in mind, Chen Ge suddenly looked at his hands. I followed the black phone's guidance and walked step by step. It seems like I have unconsciously shouldered the past of all the ghost employees. Could it be that the black phone's real goal is to build a blood city? The focus of all the questions returned to the red city. Chen Ge had a deep impression of the city, but he could not understand why everyone seemed to want to build a city like that. The old question had been answered, but it soon led to a new question. Chen Ge took out his phone and aimed it at the wall. He did not care whether the world could still be played after he left the door or not. He just needed to record it first. The 4 sick rooms on the first floor had all been searched. Chen Ge's group did not find the rag doll's body parts. Big brother, you're not planning to go upstairs, are you? Have you forgotten what happened to us at Juhong Apartments Block 1? There must be a very dangerous monster hiding upstairs. Xiao Sun flailed his arms. He wanted to dissuade Chen Ge, but unfortunately, Chen Ge was not the kind of person who could be persuaded easily. Once he decided on something, he would do it until the end. Just like when he took over the haunted house after his parents disappeared. He could not even make enough money to pay for the water and electricity bills, so he had to pay for it even if he had to. The hammer in his hands became heavier, and Chen Ge found it hard to even move it. There must be something lying on top of me. Green veins popped on his neck. Chen Ge waved his fists. He hated this feeling of weakness. Chen Ge, I think you should take a good rest. I am more worried about Shang Nuan's safety than you are, but if you continue to force yourself like this, I'm afraid you will collapse before we find Shang Nuan. Wen Qing had already noticed that Chen Ge's condition was very strange. It did not appear like he was overworked but more like he was suffering from a serious illness. His friends were all trying to persuade Chen Ge, but Chen Ge only shook his head. I have a very bad feeling. The peace is about to be broken. If we do not have enough trump cards in our hands before the tragedy arrives, then we will not be able to enter the card table. Do you understand what I mean? I don't understand. All I know is that you look very tired, like a kid running a marathon for the first time. Your body is at its limit, but you still want to finish the race. Wen-Qing still wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by Chen Ge. It's a pity that we can't finish the marathon. If we stop here, I'm afraid we'll never have the chance to move forward again. Chen Ge walked out of room 0011 and entered the corridor. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he actually smelled the scent of disinfectant in the air. This smell mixed with the stench, forming a very strange pungent smell that made people involuntarily cover their mouths and noses. The black iron doors that lead to the other children's worlds are also giving off the smell of disinfectant. Am I getting closer and closer to the ghost fetus' deepest secret? Holding the banister, Chen Ge came to the second floor. The corridor was completely sealed, and all the windows were sealed with cement. Interestingly enough, someone had used blood to draw new windows on top of the windows that were sealed with cement. Blood represents pain and tragedy, and the windows represent the outside world and hope. What is the meaning of using blood to draw the windows? The corridor on the second floor was very oppressive. It was like a sealed space. There was not even a draft. Entering the corridor, Chen Ge looked at the doors on the wall, and he stopped moving. The doors on the second floor were different from the ones on the first floor. They were not sickroom doors with small windows but pure black iron doors. These doors were similar to the ones used to imprison prisoners. The doors were stained with blood and dirt, and there was a large lock on them. It can't be opened. Chen Ge used the key that he had found at Jinhua Apartments to give it a try, but the teeth did not match. Black iron doors, and the smell of disinfectant lingers in the air. These few doors should be hiding the ghost fetus' final secret. Resisting the pain that tore at the corner of his eyes, Chen Ge used his yin-yang vision to look through the gap of the first iron door. The room was dark, and there were many broken toys scattered on the ground. The toys were similar to some of the toys that Chen Ge had played with when he was young. Most of them should have been purchased by the hospital based on the ghost fetus request. All the toys have been destroyed. Looks like the ghost fetus has understood that even if it plays with the same toys as before, it will never be able to return to its past self. It is no longer anyone's shadow, it is a child that has been driven mad. Unable to open the door, Chen Ge could only observe through this method. Just as he pulled his eyes back and prepared to move toward the second door, the whole building suddenly shook again. This time, the shaking was much stronger than any of the previous ones. Squat down, lean against the wall. Chen Ge gripped the hammer tightly. He lost his balance and stumbled to the ground. His face was frighteningly pale. The screams and screams outside the building became more intense. The monsters that hid in the black fog started to attack the buildings inside the residential area like they had gone mad. Cracks started to appear on the walls, and the black fog started to seep into the building. Ah! Wen-Qing, who was not far away from Chen Ge, let out a scream. Her body appeared to be pulled by an invisible force. Someone was trying to drag her down the building. Chen Ge. Wen-Qing, who was panicking, called for help from Chen Ge. At that moment, the building was still shaking. Chen Ge had no idea what to do. He could only watch as Wen-Qing was dragged down the building. Xiao Sun. We have to follow her. Using both his hands and feet, Chen Ge had rarely been so flustered. He and Xiao Sun chased after Wen-Qing to the first floor, and then they saw Wen-Qing being dragged into room 0097 by a force. We will go in as well. Just as Chen Ge and Xiao Sun entered room 0097, they heard a loud crash coming from one of the floors above them. It sounded like one of the steel doors had been pushed open, and the doors slammed into the wall. Has something escaped from the room? The three hid inside room 0097. Chen Ge stood close to the door, and he focused all his attention on the corridor outside. Banging came from the corridor, and the sound was getting closer and closer. Several seconds later, Chen Ge saw an almost completely deformed head slip through the gap between the door and the door. Underneath the head was a body that was completely constructed from curses. Threads that radiated an ominous presence intertwined with each other, giving off a thick scent of foul odor. Was that the head that ran out from the building earlier, the ragdoll's head? The head moved so fast that Chen Ge did not get a good look at its face. He only saw the back of the head that was covered in stitches. After the head rushed out from Juhong Apartments Block 2, the building that Chen Ge's group was in shook even more violently, like it was going to collapse at any moment. The rag doll's body parts were placed in different buildings to stabilize the whole residential area. So why would the head in Block 2 run out on its own? Could it be that the situation has already reached a critical point? Chen Ge realized that he had underestimated the people from the cursed hospital. They knew the ghost fetus very well. This time, they had entered the door after careful planning. They had brought a lot of pressure to the ghost fetus. Looks like the ghost fetus will focus most of his attention on the cursed hospital. That is good news for me. Leaning against the door, Chen Ge slowly collapsed to the ground. He was very tired. The exhaustion seemed to come from his soul. No matter how much he rested, it would not help him. I cannot gloat over this. I am not in a good condition. After all, this is the ghost fetus world behind the door. Perhaps he wants to kill me and the people from the cursed hospital at the same time to solve this problem once and for all. The ground was shaking, and the whole building felt like it was going to tilt. Cracks appeared on the walls, and black fog kept seeping into the building. This is bad. After the head leaves, the inside of the building will not be able to block out the black fog. This place is no longer safe.
Chen Ge struggled to stand up, but he was too tired. His muscles could not move, and drowsiness kept creeping into his brain. His body felt like it was trying to reclaim all the potential that it had squeezed out earlier. The white paint on the wall started to peel off, revealing a wall that was completely soaked in blood. Room 0097 that they were in was like a peeled fruit. However, underneath the beautiful skin was not the delicious flesh of the fruit, but a mess of blood and flesh. Push the table and armoire over here. We will hide in the corner. The knowledge that Chen Ge had learned at the theme park was put to good use. They squeezed into the corner of the room that was the most secure. In a while, the black fog might seep in, and the monsters from the black fog will come over as well. You have to be careful of your surroundings.
So, we can only stand guard here passively? Xiao Sun asked weakly. What? You still want to attack? No, I think we should return to Jinhua Apartments Block A. That building should be the safest in comparison. Don't worry, when the time is right, I will definitely return there. My cat is still there. Chen Ge had never been so weak before. Even speaking now was a little out of breath. The shaking did not stop. If anything, the tremors were getting stronger. Xiao Sun and Wen Qing were worried that this old building would not be able to withstand the tremors and collapse on its own. Chen Ge did not mind that. The main body of the building was the ghost fetus memory. Unless something big happened to the ghost fetus, these few buildings would not collapse so easily. Don't panic. I have a few questions that I need to ask you. Chen Ge turned to Wen Qing. You were the first to run earlier. I saw you being dragged by someone.
It appeared to be Shang Nguyen. Before Chen Ge could finish, Wen Qing interjected. She crossed her arms before her chest. When he was very young, there was one time when I was holding his hand to cross the road. When we were halfway across the road, he started to pull me back. I stopped moving, and before I understood what was happening, a car that had gone out of control flew past me. According to rumors, the driver was drunk. Slowly raising her hand, Wen Qing clasped her fingers together. The feeling of my hand being held earlier was the same as before. He would only actively hold my hand at the most dangerous moment. Normally, the child would not allow adults to hold his hand. In other words, Shang Nguyen is right beside us, but we cannot see him. Is this Shang Nguyen the Shang Nguyen that we are looking for? Chen Ge's single question confused Xiao Sun and Wen Qing. They had no idea what Chen Ge was worried about. His stamina was dropping rapidly like someone was consuming his body. He suspected that person to be Shang Nguyen. He could not see him, but he was definitely there. I am also one of the 9 children, but I have no idea what I represent. Perhaps the ghost fetus wants to take away my body. After all, he has always wanted to become me. Leaning against the wall, Chen Ge's body shook along with the whole building. He closed his eyes, and an extremely scary thought crossed his mind. Could it be that the ghost fetus has already predicted that the cursed hospital and I will enter the door at some point in time? Perhaps he has already guessed that we will find the children earlier and take away the powers that the children have been deprived of. The people behind the door will rarely be able to remain calm before these powers. After all, they represent the power of a demon god.
Most of the patients will want to claim these powers for themselves when they see them, just like the cursed hospital and Seinen.
If we take all those powers for ourselves and then enter this last door at the same time, doesn't that mean that we are bringing all the powers back into the door? As long as we are killed, the ghost fetus will still be reborn perfectly. Quote. Chen Ge was shocked by his own thought. Moments later, he calmed down. The cursed hospital killed those children and took away their powers, but I am different. I have returned all the children's powers to them so that they can return to being normal people. Wiping away the cold sweat on his forehead, Chen Ge did not expect that his unintentional act of kindness might save his life behind the door. I am not greedy, so the ghost fetus will not be reborn perfectly. It will lack many powers, but there is still a chance.
The cracks on the wall increased, and the black fog in the corridor thickened. Bang! The fog surged in the corridor, and strange noises kept coming out from it. Chen Ge, do you hear the crying of the children?
No. When Chen Ge turned around, he saw Wen Qing standing next to him. Her hand was dangling in midair like someone was holding it. Your hand.
He's here. He's right before you. Just as Wen Qing said that, her body leaned forward. The door to room 0097 was pushed open, and Wen Qing ran out.
Has this woman lost her mind? Xiao Sun was still squatting on the ground. He was confused. He had no idea what Wen Qing was doing.
Follow her. Chen Ge gritted his teeth as he stood up. He grabbed Xiao Sun by his shoulders. This place might not be safe anymore.
The black fog surged into the corridor. In the fog, rows of human heads joined together like centipedes crawling on the wall.
What kind of monsters are these? Chen Ge and Xiao Sun supported each other. They escaped from the black fog and ran up the stairs. The monster was unable to leave the black fog, but it seemed to have discovered Chen Ge and Xiao Sun. It kept twisting its ugly and scary body in the fog.
When they reached the 4th floor, Chen Ge's condition could not have been worse. It was Xiao Sun who carried him and forced him to the 6th floor where Wen Qing was.
From the 3rd floor up, all the doors to the rooms were the same black iron door. Most of them were locked, but the innermost door on the 6th floor was open. The rag doll's head should have escaped from this door. Chen Ge did not think too much about it. When he entered the room, he was stunned. The decoration of the room was similar to the bedroom on the top floor of Chen Ge's haunted house 10 years ago. The head retains its memory. Has the ghost fetus been trapping itself in my old home? Doesn't it know this is just an illusion?
Every black door hid the ghost fetus, memory, and this last door was no exception. Chen Ge just did not expect the ghost fetus to remember his old home. Lying on the familiar bed, Chen Ge's memory was hazy. When he was young, he and his parents' bedroom had been on the top floor of the haunted house. Later, he went to school and work. When he returned, his parents had already disappeared, and the top floor of the haunted house had been converted into a storeroom. All the memories had been piled up on the top floor by Chen Ge. It was there that he had found the black phone and the rag doll that he had made himself. I have forgotten this feeling. I'm surprised the ghost fetus still remembers it. With that in mind, Chen Ge suddenly sat up. He struggled to open the door next to him. This was the bathroom of his bedroom. Holding the sink with both hands, Chen Ge raised his head to look at the mirror above the sink. Everything is the same as in my memory. Even this mirror and you in the mirror have not changed. Veins popped on Chen Ge's arms. His pupils narrowed as he stared at the mirror before him. The surface of the mirror that was covered in stains reflected the faces of 2 children. They looked exactly the same. However, one of them had a gentle face, and his eyes appeared to be hiding a light that would never be extinguished. The other had sunken eyes that seemed to contain the sin of the entire world. It was as if his skull had been struck by lightning. The ice in his memory started to crack, and images that he had never seen before flashed across Chen Ge's mind. Ghost fetus. 2 faces that looked almost the same stared at the mirror at the same time. They saw their other selves in each other's eyes. Chen Ge's body shook harder and harder. His whole body was numb. He was losing control of his body from head to toe. His heart felt like it had been stomped on several times. Even breathing became an extremely difficult thing to do. In the blurry mirror, the child with sunken eyes was strangling the other child's neck. He tightened his grip bit by bit.
The eyes that were filled with sin and despair were hiding some other emotions, like sadness and pain.
Chen Ge, Xiaosun and Wenqing finally noticed the strange state that Chen Ge was in. They rushed into the bathroom to help Chen Ge, but Chen Ge's condition did not improve at all. Every nerve in his body was taut, every muscle was shaking, and the blood was surging madly through his veins. Many scary and cruel images kept flashing through his mind.
He had no memory of these new images. Even after he saw them, he would forget them instantly. He could not remember the actual scene, but he knew that there were 2 children in all the images.
That was the ghost fetus, memory, or rather, it was the shared memory between the 2 of them. Mirror, mirror, gritting his teeth, Chen Ge's mind was blank. He could not control his body at all. It was as if at that moment, his body did not belong to him anymore. The fingers that gripped the edge of the sink slowly loosened. Chen Ge's body toppled backward. He looked at the 2 children's faces in the mirror, and the last image appeared in his mind. In a dark city, 3 blood-red doors were pushed open at the same time.
Pa! The shards of the mirror cut through Chen Ge's face. The glass splattered everywhere, and Chen Ge's body slumped heavily to the ground. He slowly recovered. The mirror on the wall was shattered, and the 2 children's faces could no longer be seen on the blurry surface of the mirror. Chen Ge, throwing away the wooden chair in her hand, Wenqing smashed the mirror and squatted down beside Chen Ge. Are you feeling better?
I can only say that I won't die for now. Chen Ge lay on the ground. He was no longer weak. He could sense that someone was fighting for his body. I am also one of the 9 children chosen by the ghost fetus. The thing that the ghost fetus wants to take away from me should be my body. In the past, when he helped other children, he did not have such a strong feeling. Now that it was his turn, he knew how painful it was to be forcibly deprived.
The building was still shaking, and strange noises kept coming from the residential area. The black fog had spread to the top floor, and the situation had reached the most critical moment. Let me help you up. Xiaosun carried Chen Ge onto the bed while Wenqing went to pick up the backpack that Chen Ge had dropped on the floor. Just as she touched the backpack, her body was pulled to the side by an invisible force. This scene was witnessed by both Chen Ge and Xiaosun. What's inside this backpack? Xiaosun picked up the backpack. He wanted to return the backpack to Chen Ge out of kindness, but when his hands touched the backpack, blood vessels crawled up his arms like they were trying to consume his body and soul.
Don't be rash. Chen Ge used all his strength to yell. Give me the backpack. Xiaosun was scared out of his wits. He did not dare grab the backpack anymore. He quickly placed the backpack and the hammer beside Chen Ge. Brother, your backpack seems to be bleeding. Xiaosun did not dare ask too many questions. He stood obediently beside the bed and gripped the mattress with both hands to prevent himself from falling. There were people fighting inside the residential area. The building appeared to be rammed by something. The people inside the building found it hard to stand without holding onto something. How come it feels like this place is going to collapse at any moment? Why don't you two say something? Xiaosun looked at the pale-faced Wenqing and Chen Ge, who was collapsed on the bed. He did not expect that he would one day become the core of the team. Looks like I'm the only one you can rely on now. Chen Ge ignored Xiaosun. He used all his strength to place his hand on the backpack. When his fingertip touched the backpack, his heart slowly calmed down. A gentle blood curled around his arm. Chen Ge's body regained some strength, but his body temperature continued to drop. Is it the Red Spectre employees who are helping me? The ghost fetus wanted to take over Chen Ge's body. With just Chen Ge alone, he would not have been able to stop the ghost fetus, but with the help of his employees, things were completely different. Even though the Red Spectre employees were still bound by the rules of the world behind the door and could not unleash their full power, the ghost fetus was not at its peak. Its body was split into many parts. It had to maintain the stability behind the door and deal with other outsiders. After his body regained its senses, Chen Ge realized that as the cracks on the building increased, the restriction that the world behind the door placed on his employees became weaker. There were 2 sides to everything. Without the protection of the rag doll's head, the black fog started to infiltrate Ju Hong Apartments Block 2. But at the same time, without the suppression of the rag doll's head,
The influence on Chen Ge's employees also decreased. Reaching into the backpack, Chen Ge pressed the play button on the recorder. The tape started to turn, but there was no sound of static. He took out the comic that was soaked in blood and flipped through it page by page. Finally, when he reached the page with Xiao Bu, he got a response. The blood vessels curled around his hand like a dancing blood elf. This should have been scary, but it was surprisingly comforting. It's Xiao Bu who is helping me. Xiao Bu was very powerful, but the fact that she could help Chen Ge before she completely broke through the restriction of the world behind the door surprised Chen Ge. My parents once made a promise with Xiao Bu. They wanted Xiao Bu to be my shadow. Could it be that they are interested in some kind of special power that Xiao Bu possesses? Based on Chen Ge's parents' plan, it should have been Xiao Bu who was accompanying Chen Ge at that moment, but there was always an accident. The appearance of Zhang should have been something that no one expected. Putting down the comic, Chen Ge turned to look at the other items in his backpack. Zhang Ya's storybook was still the same as before. The ballpoint pen and some of the other small items had not changed. I feel like I'm missing something. Chen Ge's expression did not change. His hand continued to reach deeper into the backpack. At the deepest part of the backpack, Chen Ge found the pair of red high heels. The shoes were wet like they had just been taken out from a pool of blood. The red high heels appeared to be close to breaking through the restriction of the rules behind the door. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Chen Ge did not say a word. He maintained his posture and did not look deeper into the backpack. The red high heels were hidden at the bottom of all the other items, breaking through silently like she was avoiding someone's gaze. The ghost fetus, real body was inside Shang Nuan's world behind the door. In other words, this world behind the door was shared by both the ghost fetus and Shang Nuan. Due to the interference of a demon god, this world behind the door was very restrictive for other red specters, but there was one person who was an exception. The red high heels had consumed all the curses behind the ghost fetus' previous doors. In terms of curses, the red high heels was the existence closest to the ghost fetus, and she was the red specter who understood the ghost fetus the best. Perhaps she had discovered the ghost fetus' existence, so she did not want to expose herself. The red high heels was hidden deep inside the backpack. Chen Ge understood it instantly. He was shocked, but his expression did not change at all. The human and the ghost did not even need to communicate to achieve perfect teamwork. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ge leaned against the wall and started to think silently. After seeing the child earlier, many memories that did not belong to him appeared in Chen Ge's mind. Most of them were just flashes, and he could not see them clearly. Now, he could only remember the last scene in his mind. Why are there always 3 blood doors in my memory? Chen Ge calculated. There was a door at Zhang Yuan Apartments. That should be the door that appeared the earliest in all of Zhujiang. That door was probably pushed open by Chen Ge when he was young. That was the first door. The second door was the black iron door pushed open by the ghost fetus at the cursed hospital. It gave off a thick smell of disinfectant inside the cursed hospital. The ghost fetus was Chen Ge's shadow, so the door that he pushed open could be considered part of Chen Ge as well. The third door was related to Chen Ge, and it was the door inside the haunted house's toilet. This third door had always been with Chen Ge. It appeared to be the most normal door, but in reality, it was the scariest door. After all, it had once scared Dr. Gao. The shaking of the building became more and more obvious, but Chen Ge and Wen Qing did not seem to feel it. They were both thinking about their own things. Only Xiao Sun was panicking like an ant on a hot pan. As the resident behind the door, he acted like a normal person. Should we consider leaving? When there's an earthquake, everyone will run to the open space. I've never heard of people running to higher ground to hide in the earthquake. Quote. Seeing that no one was responding to him, Xiao Sun purposely ran to Wen Qing's side. Are you sure you want to keep hiding here? Wen Qing did not answer immediately. She glanced at Chen Ge in bed. Let's wait for him to recover a bit more. It's too dangerous to leave now. Xiao Sun wanted to say something, but at that moment, there was a strange sound coming from the living room's iron door. The sound was hard to describe. It sounded like a centipede crawling past.
The sound of footsteps scraping against the iron door made one's scalp go numb. Stay away from the door. Chen Ge had trouble even walking. Before his employees woke up, the best thing to do was to stay inside the room. The sound coming from the door became clearer. Xiao Sun and Wen Qing both moved backward. No one spoke anymore. It was very quiet inside the room. Everyone held their breath. The rustling sound lingered around the iron door. Finally, it stopped at the door like it had confirmed something.
It seems to have discovered us. Xiao Sun covered his mouth, and his eyes were filled with fear. The unknown was always the scariest. A thin layer of black fog seeped into the room through the gap. The outside of the building was very chaotic, but the corridor inside the building was very quiet. Has it left? Xiao Sun leaned against the wall. He was about to move toward the living room door when the doorknobs suddenly started to shake violently.
Bang, bang, bang. Something kept ramming against the iron door, and a large amount of black fog started to seep into the room. All the windows on the top floor have been sealed up with cement. This floor is completely sealed. The only way out is through the living room door. Chen Ge's brain turned quickly. They were now trapped inside this room. Chen Ge, what do we do now? Quote, don't keep asking me. I'm already in this state. What else can I do? Chen Ge had a bitter smile on his face, but his eyes were frighteningly calm. He held the backpack, and his palm grabbed the red high heels inside it. The high heels that were hidden inside the backpack were covered in blood. They dyed Chen Ge's hand red, but Chen Ge did not seem to mind them at all. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the black patterns on the high heels were crawling into Chen Ge's body. These black patterns were not trying to harm him but were searching for something inside his body. The backpack blocked their vision, so no one in the room noticed Chen Ge's little action. The doorknob kept shaking. The door was knocked on, and the sound of rustling became more and more shrill. Half a minute later, the iron door started to change shape, and the gap between the door and the frame gradually widened. The black fog dispersed inside the room. Chen Ge's group of three watched as the iron door was slowly pried open. Many wounded faces appeared at the widening gap. They were connected like centipedes, and they all crawled at the gap, trying their best to squeeze into the room. All the doors and windows have been sealed. It's over. It's over. Xiao Sun stood up at the last moment. He pushed everything that could be moved in the room toward the iron door. You two have to do something. His hands pushed against the furniture behind the door. Xiao Sun wanted to hold on a little longer, but he was not as mentally strong as Chen Ge. When he got close to the human heads, his legs started to shake, and he could not muster any strength. The rustling came again. This time, Xiao Sun could see clearly that the sound came from the human heads. Pure black threads kept crawling out from their orifices. These threads connected them together, and they used these threads to crawl on the walls and ceiling.
If we cannot hold on, you and Wen Qing should hide inside the bedroom. When the monster starts to attack me, you two can come out and escape through the living room door. Chen Ge wanted to use himself as bait, and at the same time, he wanted to prove something.
No, Wen Qing and Xiao Sun said in unison. Neither of them wanted to abandon Chen Ge and run away on their own. Do as I say, or we will all die. Otherwise, everyone will die. Just as Chen Ge finished, the armoire that blocked the door was pushed over, and the black iron door was pushed open. Get out of the way. Wen Qing and Xiao Sun retreated to the side. The monster that was made up of more than 10 human heads crawled into the room and crawled on the roof.
Run! The black fog rushed into the living room, and the way out was right before their eyes. Wen Qing and Xiao Sun did not move, but the next moment, someone grabbed Wen Qing's hand, and the invisible force pulled Wen Qing toward the corridor. Xiao Sun, take care of her. I can't run anymore. You cannot die for nothing, Chen Ge screamed. The monster's attention was focused on Chen Ge. Xiao Sun wanted to summon the courage to stay, but when he saw the monster's face, his legs turned to jelly. Just looking at it made him feel like he was suffocating. He retreated, and his instinct told him to stay away from the monster. Run! After Xiao Sun and Wen Qing left, Chen Ge finally sighed in relief. He sat on the edge of the bed and lifted his head to look at the scary monster, but the words that came out of his mouth had nothing to do with the monster. After Wen Qing left, The power that the red high heels feared disappeared. The invisible child that pulled Wen Qing away, was it the ghost fetus? Or was it Shang Nuan? Or perhaps the two of them have become one? Are they unable to separate before they find a new body?
Sitting on the edge of the bed, Chen Ge leaned against the wall. He reached into his backpack with one hand and lifted his head to look at the monster on the ceiling.
There was no fear in his eyes, but there was a trace of confusion. He had not seen that kind of gaze from the monster before. They just stared at each other, and neither of them dared to act rashly.
Wen Qing was saved by an invisible child. If that child is the ghost fetus, then why would he pay so much attention to Wen Qing's safety? With the ghost fetus personality, he is not the kind of person who would sacrifice for another person's mother. In the worlds behind the other children's doors, he has never gone to save their families. Quote. Chen Ge thought about it. The most likely explanation was that Shang Nuan had merged with the ghost fetus, or rather, Shang Nuan did not exist in this world, and Shang Nuan was the ghost fetus. The sound of rustling came from above him. The monster that was made up of human heads crawled on the ceiling. Black threads that emitted a strange smell reached out from the orifices of the human heads. The monster was much more cautious than Chen Ge expected. Pairs of venomous eyes stared at Chen Ge. It hesitated for a long time before it started to approach this prey that did not look normal.
Foul odor assaulted his nostrils. The human heads were inches away from him. This scene could scare a grown man crazy, but for Chen Ge, it only caused him to frown slightly. The black fog and the ghosts in the Red City appear to be different. They give me a completely different feeling. The confusion in Chen Ge's eyes dissipated. Like a zoologist in real life, he was observing an endangered species that he had not seen before.
Most of the ghosts in the Red City have blood stains on them. For specters, half-red specters, and red specters, one can tell the power level of a monster from the blood stain and resentment, but the monsters in the black fog are different. Their power has nothing to do with the amount of blood stain. They carry with them a thick sense of hatred and the desire to destroy. The nature of a specter is an obsession. I don't feel any disgust when facing a specter. In fact, I sometimes sympathize with them, but the monsters in the black fog make me instinctively detest them. They don't seem to have any chance of becoming my employees. With a lively mind, Chen Ge looked at the monster before him and finally said what was on his mind. I can't give up on every person so easily. After all the employees wake up, I can try to capture a few monsters in the black fog alive and see if I can help them correct their wrong outlook on life. Chen Ge himself knew that it would be extremely difficult to do so, but he still wanted to try. This might be another way of interpreting education without discrimination.
The monsters in the black fog were almost inhuman, but that didn't mean they didn't know how to think. These guys were very cunning. The human head on the ceiling tried again and again, and it finally confirmed that Chen Ge posed no threat to it. The feeling of being tricked enraged it, and all the human heads that made up its body opened their mouths. Honestly, the scene before him was very scary. More than 10 human heads were twisting around Chen Ge's face. Black threads dangled from the monsters' bodies. They wanted to use the threads to pierce through Chen Ge's body and then curl around Chen Ge like snakes. Just the thought of this made Chen Ge feel uncomfortable. If he was curled around by the anaconda, he would at most suffocate, but if he was curled around by this monster, the many faces on the monster's body would stick to his body, and the gaping mouths would tear at his body. They can't communicate, they don't have any empathy, and there is only evil and destruction in their eyes. Why does such a monster exist in this world? What is the purpose of their existence? Chen Ge looked at the human head that was almost touching his face. The hand that he had been hiding inside his backpack finally reached out, and in his palm was a red high heel that was covered in blood. The heel reached before the monster's face. Before the monster could react, Chen Ge had already swung his arm and sent the sharp heel into the monster's face. This thing is quite sharp. This was the first time that the human head monster had been attacked by a weapon like this. Thin threads leaked out from its gaping mouth. All the human heads were like piranhas that had their eyes on raw meat, and they leapt at Chen Ge in a frenzy. But just as they were about to bite into Chen Ge's body, strange patterns appeared on the red high heel that was stuck in the monster's face. Every single one of the veins had a victim begging for mercy, If one looked closely, they would notice that all the veins were formed from the twisted faces of living people, containing their most vicious curses and deepest despair.
The black pattern spread on the human head monster's body, and in less than a second, it was as if a large net had trapped the monster. Specters do not appear to be able to consume the monsters in the black fog directly. Even killing them is quite difficult. The red high heel had not completely broken free from the restraints of the world behind the door, so she could not leave her possession to appear. This was the only way that Chen Ge could use to deal with the monster in the black fog. The reason he dared to do this was because when his palm touched the red high heel for the first time, the blood vessels and curse on the heel had voluntarily entered his body to help him find the reason for his weakening. At the time, he knew that even though the red high heel was unable to leave her possession, she could already use part of her power. The human head monster writhed in the living room like a giant centipede. Seeing how much pain it was in, Chen Ge took out the other high heel from his backpack and used it to slam into the monster's neck.
Even though the red high heel can only use a small part of her power, she is an existence that is close to becoming a top red specter. How can a mere human head monster survive for so long?
Chen Ge did not mean to underestimate the red high heel. He merely thought that the monsters in the black fog were very difficult to deal with. The human head monster could only be considered a more normal monster, and he had seen a large shadow in the black fog before. The black patterns that covered the human head monster's body slowly tightened. It took a whole 10 minutes before the human head monster was completely killed. Its body crumbled, and countless black threads crawled out from its head. They morphed into black smoke and became part of the black fog again. Picking up the high heel, Chen Ge studied the patterns that were becoming clearer. He knew that the red high heel was about to break free from its restraints. After the human head monster's body crumbled, the black fog in the room thickened. It gave off the feeling that it was not dead but merely in a different form. Using yin-yang vision, Chen Ge noticed some black particles at the spot where the human head monster had been. They looked like the ashes left behind after something had been burned. What are these? Chen Ge found a thermos flask in the room and placed the black particles inside. He had no idea what they were for, but he planned to bring them back to study them. Perhaps he would be able to discover some secrets about the black fog. Moving his body, Chen Ge's limbs were cold. His body temperature was very low, but the fatigue that radiated from the deepest part of his soul had greatly weakened. After the invisible child took Wen Qing away, my stamina started to slowly recover. Looks like the abnormalities that have happened to me are related to him. Chen Ge's eyes were calm. He had entered the worlds behind the other children's doors. None of the children were willing to help the ghost fetus. They were enemies with the ghost fetus, and in the end, they would become Chen Ge's aide, but Shang Nguyen's door was different. Ever since he entered the world behind the door, Shang Nguyen appeared to be on the ghost fetus side. In real life, Shang Nguyen was a child who did not interact with the world. No one knew what the real him was like. Even his mother did not know him that well.
Before my employees woke up, I followed Wen Qing. Wen Qing was protected by the ghost fetus, and I was able to avoid some danger. Now that my employees are about to wake up, there is no need for me to stay with them anymore. Without his employees, Chen Ge was not that much stronger than a normal person, but with the help of his employees, the situation was completely different.
The power of my employees is my power. I am still myself, but the power that I possess is constantly increasing. That should be my biggest advantage. The power of the haunted house continued to grow, but Chen Ge did not let this power go to his head. The light of humanity shone around him, and that was something that none of his opponents possessed.
Even the cursed hospital, in order to achieve their own goal, they had completely twisted humanity. Their patients were practically synonymous with monsters. Someone as smart as Dr. Gao had seen the limit of humanity a long time ago. For his own goal, he had calculated from life to death. He had not only abandoned humanity, he had even given up on his right to be a human. Chen Ge's power continued to grow, but his path was different from everyone else's. The path that he had chosen was very dangerous. He had basically left his life in the hands of a baleful specter. How much trust did one have to make such a choice?
He tried to shove the high heels into his pocket, but after a long time, He realized that they would not fit, so he placed them back into his backpack. The hammer is just a disguise. The real killer move is the red high heels. I doubt anyone would expect my weapon to be a pair of high heels.
Dragging the hammer, Chen Ge rested for a while inside the room. It was not until the building was rammed into again and the tremors increased that he decided to leave. That hospital obviously came prepared. They are definitely more prepared than I am. This is going to be a disaster for the ghost fetus.
The hospital had a clear target from the very beginning. It was at Jinhua Apartments Block A. When they realized that Chen Ge was messing around, they left immediately to avoid conflict with Chen Ge. Between the ghost fetus and Chen Ge, their choice was the ghost fetus. They appeared to have been planning for this day for a long time.
Chen Ge's stamina was slowly recovering. The color of blood on the comic became darker. When he pressed the play button on the recorder, he could hear the sound of static.
The employees were about to wake up. The good news came one after another, and Chen Ge's expression slowly returned to normal. Zhangya is a demon god, and the cursed hospital probably has a demon god as well, or something close to one. It will be very difficult for the ghost fetus to use the rules of the world behind his door to suppress both of them at the same time. He won't be able to hold on for long.
With the protection of the red high heels, Chen Ge was not that afraid of the black fog anymore. He slowly walked down the corridor, listening to the intense fighting outside the building.
Go on, let's see who will have the last laugh. Walking down the stairs to the first floor, when Chen Ge left Zhuhong Apartments Block 2, he turned back to take a look. The rag doll's head was originally hidden inside this building. Behind every door of the building was the ghost fetus, memory. Even though he had turned into a monster, he had not forgotten anything from his past. Whenever he pushed open a door, he would see another version of himself. Even the ghost fetus is like this, so why would I forget those important things? Is it someone who doesn't want me to remember those things? Standing at the entrance of the corridor, Chen Ge did not hurry to leave. The world outside the building had changed. The black fog covered everything, but there was a hint of blood in the fog. The whole world behind the door was like an abstract painting that depicted a nightmare. Red and black intertwined, twisting and twisting all the people behind the door. Before the world behind the door completely spirals out of control, the ghost fetus will definitely send Wen Qing to a safe place. After Wen Qing is safe, the biggest possibility is that he will come back to find me. Chen Ge thought from the ghost fetus perspective. Now is the most crucial moment of his birth. No matter how much interference he receives, his birth will be his main goal. Until now, Chen Ge still had no idea how the ghost fetus would be born, but he had a feeling that the ghost fetus would come to find him, and his own body was the ghost fetus, best choice.
There is no need for me to have a direct conflict with the ghost fetus. I can just drag this out slowly. For the current Chen Ge, the interior of the building that was controlled by the ghost fetus was not as safe as the black fog. His employees were about to wake up, and the red high heels could still use part of her power. He could protect himself now. He could hide inside the black fog that was not controlled by the ghost fetus until all his employees had broken through the restriction of the world behind the door. If the child did not choose to save Wen Qing, I'm afraid most of my body would have been taken over by him already. Certain things could not be denied. The child cared a lot about Wen Qing. According to Wen Qing, Shang Nuan had not said a complete sentence to her, and he had not called her mother once. But from the child's various actions behind the door, it was clear that in his heart, Wen Qing was irreplaceable. Walking alone in the black fog, Chen Ge carried his backpack, dragged the hammer in one hand, and held the red high heels in the other. He silently made his way to the green area of the residential area. Hiding inside, Chen Ge lifted his head to look at the scene that looked like it was the end of the world. The tall buildings were tilting, and giant shadows were crawling on the outer walls of the buildings. The ground was shaking, and screams of pain came from everywhere in the world of red and black. Chen Ge was engrossed in the scene when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his palm. He turned to look and realized that the red high heels were bleeding. Is someone coming? Chen Ge seemed to sense something. He whipped his body around, and his pupils narrowed to a point. There was a child standing behind him. The child was standing in his shadow like he was used to staying in that position.
Found you. The boy had his head lowered. Chen Ge could not see his face, but his voice sounded very similar to Shang Nuan's. Chen Ge took a step back subconsciously, but he only took one step back when the boy took one step forward.
The distance between the two remained the same. It was like a person in his shadow. No matter how they moved, they would not be able to separate.
Seeing that there was no way to escape, Chen Ge did not waste his time anymore. His eyes were calm, like he knew something like this would happen. However, the expression on his face was rather complicated. You were the one who voluntarily escaped. Why did you come back to find me?
The boy did not speak. He kept his head lowered like he was staring at Chen Ge's shadow. Get out of my way. From the moment you escaped, there is no longer any relationship between us.
The boy stood in Chen Ge's shadow. No matter where Chen Ge went, he would follow him like a shadow.
With his head lowered, the boy's eyes kept staring at Chen Ge's shadow. After he said that he had found Chen Ge, he did not say another word.
The endless black fog was like an ocean of despair. The old family building in the boy's memory became a lone island in the ghost fetus, heart. He stood before the twisted buildings, under the black and red sky, standing in the middle of Chen Ge's shadow, silently following behind Chen Ge. Many years ago, they had been like this. He had seen everything that Chen Ge had, and he had seen the happiness that he yearned for. Chen Ge's life was like a butterfly dancing in the boy's heart. Every pattern on the butterfly's wings made him envious. He wanted to become a butterfly, but in the end, he was just a shadow. His longing gradually changed. He did not continue to stay in the distance. Instead, he waved his hands and used all his strength to chase after the butterfly that danced in his heart.
He did not know why he did that, and he did not know what would happen when he caught the butterfly one day. He just kept running, and finally, at this moment, more than 10 years later in the world behind the door, he caught the butterfly. The lowered head slowly lifted, and the boy looked at Chen Ge. Their eyes crossed through time and met in the nightmare. Chen Ge saw himself from more than 10 years ago, and the ghost fetus saw a ghost that had changed beyond recognition. In this world that was shrouded in despair and pain, only when there was light in one's heart could one see the light. If one's eyes were covered in dust, everything that one saw was a wandering ghost.
Did you leave at this age? Chen Ge had seen part of the ghost fetus, memory in Fang Yu's world, but the boy before him was completely different from the ghost fetus in Fang Yu's world. In the other children's worlds, the ghost fetus appeared in the form of a baby, but the boy before him had the same face as Chen Ge when he was young.
The facial features were blurry, but one could tell that this was Chen Ge. Chen Ge had many things that he wanted to say and questions that he wanted to ask. He had imagined his meeting with the ghost fetus many times in his mind. He had prepared more than 10 different things to say, but when he was standing before the child in person, the things that he had prepared beforehand could not come out of his mouth. An inhumane monster who had destroyed several families, a cruel and twisted soul, a child who had been abandoned, deceived, hurt, and driven mad.
Chen Ge did not know how to evaluate the ghost fetus. He would not pity the ghost fetus, and he would not help the ghost fetus either. He merely did not want to lie to the ghost fetus anymore. Even if the two of them were going to fight to the death in the next moment, he wouldn't use all kinds of methods to deceive them like he did with other enemies. The ghost fetus gave Chen Ge a very strange feeling. It was like he was looking into a mirror, but when he looked into the mirror, the person inside and outside the mirror was thinking about how to kill the other person.
Do not stand on my shadow anymore, that is not your place. No matter what Chen Ge said, the ghost fetus did not show any intention of replying. He kept staring at Chen Ge's face, and his pupils reflected a ghastly demon. His body slowly leaned forward. It gave off the feeling that his shadow had stood up and was trying to crawl into Chen Ge's body. Just as the ghost fetus was about to touch Chen Ge, many blood vessels stood between him and Chen Ge. A sharp stench of blood leaked out from Chen Ge's body. Drip drip, drip drip, the blood dripped. The ghost fetus's eyes moved away from Chen Ge's face to look at the high heels in Chen Ge's hands. He slowly raised his arm, and the ghost fetus's fingertips touched the layers of blood vessels. The expression on his face did not change at all. It was like a child reaching his hand into a spider's web.
The blood vessels were torn apart, but at that moment, another loud bang came from one of the buildings around the residential area. Jinhua Apartments Block B started to tilt. A large shadow pressed down on the edge of the building. It was unclear what kind of monster it was. After the loud bang, the ghost fetus's movement obviously slowed down. The few buildings appeared to be the foundation of this world behind the door, and they constantly affected the ghost fetus's condition. You voluntarily left me. I have never harmed you. It was that hospital that turned you into what you are now. I have looked through your memory. The people that you hate the most should be them. Now that they are there, are you sure you want to waste your time with me? Chen Ge could see that the ghost fetus needed his body, so he had not killed him yet.
As one of the 9 children, the ghost fetus would not kill Chen Ge so easily. That was obvious from how he treated the other children.
All the children who had their power taken away by the ghost fetus, even though they were severely traumatized, their lives were not threatened. If the ghost fetus wanted to completely take away a child's power, he had to fulfill certain conditions. That was the only explanation for why after Chen Ge entered the door, the ghost fetus did not appear to kill him directly but continued to take away his control over his body.
You won't have that chance. After the last loud bang, the walls of the few buildings started to crack. The lock that bound this world had loosened.
The ground shook, and the buildings tilted, but the ghost fetus only had eyes for Chen Ge.
His hand reached through the layers of blood vessels. No one knew why he was doing that. It appeared like he was not only trying to take control of Chen Ge's body, he was trying to capture the version of himself that he yearned for.
As the ghost fetus hand got closer, the scent of blood on Chen Ge thickened. Just as the ghost fetus hand was about to touch Chen Ge's eyes, 5 slender fingers that were wrapped in bandages grabbed the ghost fetus' wrist.
A dazzling blood-red color appeared in the thick black fog.
The red high heels had broken free from the restraints of the world behind the door. She looked different from before. Part of the bandages on her body had fallen off, and the exposed skin was branded with deep black patterns. The patterns were mysterious, strange, and scary. Just getting close to them would make one feel suffocated.
The ghost fetus paused, but it was only for less than a second before his sharp fingernails continued to reach toward Chen Ge.
The sound of pages flipping entered Chen Ge and the ghost fetus' ears. Before they could react, a wave of blood rushed out from Chen Ge's backpack and washed away the blood fog around them. Pairs of hands appeared in the blood wave, and they grabbed at the ghost fetus' body from all directions.
The sharp fingernails stopped before Chen Ge's eyes, unable to move even 1 millimeter closer. I know most of your power has been used to deal with that hospital and the monsters in the black fog. You think I am the weakest, or perhaps you think everything that I have is due to luck.
Chen Ge took a step back. The ghost fetus' body was gripped tightly by many hands. He could no longer move with Chen Ge.
Even though he was gripped tightly by several hands, the ghost fetus still wanted to get close to Chen Ge. The expression on his face started to change. Cracks started to appear on his normal pupils. And endless black threads with a bad presence curled around the hands.
Chen Ge's employees blocked the ghost fetus' path, but the monster did not bother to ask why. His broken eyes stared at Chen Ge and prepared to kill all the people and specters who stood in his way. The cursed threads tried to crawl into the employees' bodies, but whenever the threads got close to the employees, they would be bounced away by an invisible force, and the curse would not take effect. The ghost fetus turned to look at the red high heels, who was covered in bandages. He could sense a curse that was similar to his own from the red high heels. The reason why the ghost fetus felt this way was not only because the red high heels had consumed the curses left behind by the ghost fetus behind the other doors. The reason why the red high heels became like this seemed to be related to that hospital as well.
The essence of a curse was to cause harm. It twisted the cause and effect, and it would severely affect both sides.
To curse someone to death, one had to be prepared to turn into a ghost. Curses were very dangerous, so even among red specters, there were not many who were proficient in curses. The ghost fetus had shouldered many sins. His twisted and despairing life was probably the price he had to pay for using curses, but there was no turning back for him. Even though he knew that he would be trapped in hell, he had to continue spreading curses. Chen Ge still did not know much about the red high heels' past, but one thing was clear to him. People who were good at curses were often accompanied by misfortune. If possible, Chen Ge did not wish for the red high heels to continue using her power. A battle between two specters who were good at curses was a very scary thing. The way they fought was different from a normal red specter. On the surface, it looked peaceful, but in places that could not be seen, there was already a storm brewing. The black threads that leaked out from their bodies each contained the most vicious curse. Once the threads crawled into one's body, if they were not removed in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chen Ge also knew about the danger of curses. Compared to the ghost fetus, he was more concerned about the safety of his employees. Let's do this together. Don't hesitate. Let's try to kill him here and now. Quote.
Decisive and direct, the world behind the door never had mercy or compromise. In this place, it was either you die or I die. Any hesitation would be akin to leaving the hope of survival to the enemy.
Hearing Chen Ge's voice, the red high heels blocked all the curses. Several red specters controlled the ghost fetus, body, and finally, Xiao Biyu would deliver the fatal blow.
The employees appeared to have communicated with each other inside the comic. The red specters were very familiar with each other's power level. They knew that the soft-looking Xiao Biyu was actually the scariest of all the red specters.
The blood-red wave dispersed the black fog. This was the first time Xiao Biyu had used his special ability in front of Chen Ge. The red dress on her body merged with the blood tied under her feet. The grayish-black ground was dyed red. Buildings made entirely of blood vessels rose from the ground like giant arms that supported the sky.
Liwan City. Xiao Bu's feet seemed to be stepping on the whole of Liwan City. He tore through the black fog and left a trail of blood in the dark world. Countless wailing souls rushed out from the blood tide and bit at the ghost fetus, who was unable to move. The buildings also started to crush the ghost fetus body. The blood vessels tightened around the ghost fetus skin. Xiao Biyu wanted to use the whole of Liwan City to crush him. The rest of the haunted house employees also started to attack the places that the buildings could not reach. The ghost fetus body instantly became distorted and dim. Wounds appeared all over his body. Before the previous wound could heal, more wounds started to appear on top of the scars on his body. The cracks in the ghost fetus' eyes expanded to cover his whole body. He knew that there were many specters hiding in Chen Ge, but he did not expect them to be so scary. The eyes that were about to shatter looked at Chen Ge through the countless specters and red specters. The ghost fetus' expression did not change that much. His body was slowly crushed until he was completely buried by the Liwan City that was under Xiao Bu's feet. His soul has been destroyed. The boy who stood in Chen Ge's shadow had completely disappeared, but Chen Ge did not feel happy. The ghost fetus was behaving too strangely. He did not even put up much of a fight and had been passively enduring it. Something is not right. The red Liwan City under Xiao Bu's feet did not blend in with the black fog. The strange shadows in the fog were soon attracted by the red, and they started to move closer. Xiao Biyu. Chen Ge had Xiao Biyu retract the blood wave. As the blood disappeared, the monsters in the black fog lost interest in this place. When the red completely disappeared, Chen Ge saw a small shadow appear in one of the buildings that was not far away. His brows slowly creased. The shadow flickered in and out of the black fog. The distance between it and Chen Ge continued to close. Even with his yin-yang vision, Chen Ge could not catch the shadow. Several seconds later, multiple blood vessels suddenly surrounded Chen Ge. All the employees looked like they were facing their greatest enemy. They all stared behind Chen Ge. Actually, Chen Ge had already predicted this. He turned back to look, and the boy who looked like him when he was young had reappeared. He was standing on his shadow like before. Another one? He can't be killed? Chen Ge seemed to see his younger self in the ghost fetus, the child who could not be killed no matter what. No, these boys should not be the ghost fetus' real body. It is not that he can't be killed, but I have not found the real him yet. The boy behind him wanted to grab Chen Ge. His broken pupils kept staring at Chen Ge's face. Being killed earlier did not seem to affect him at all. What had happened earlier repeated itself. The ghost fetus was stopped by his employees. He could not get close to Chen Ge, and Chen Ge did not dare stray too far away from his employees.
The two sides were stuck in a stalemate. It is true that the ghost fetus wants to take over my body, but I have a feeling he has a bigger plan. He seems to be purposely buying time.
The black phone said that the ghost fetus will be born tonight, but it did not say how it will be born. Now, I only know that its birth has something to do with me. If I cannot stop it, I will definitely die. The threat of death forced Chen Ge to be more careful. Even though his employees had escaped from the world behind the door, he had to be careful at all times.
This door was different from any door that he had entered before. His past experience was not applicable here.
Looks like I will need to go and find the cursed hospital to see how they are doing. Chen Ge chose to interact with the cursed hospital, but he would definitely maintain a safe distance from them. After all, everyone knew very well that everyone wished for the other to die. After killing this ghost fetus, there might be other children who will walk out from the building. Why don't I bring him with me to find the people from the cursed hospital? Initially, Chen Ge wanted to take advantage of the situation, but the ghost fetus had his eyes on him. He did not have the chance to do so. If you want to come with me, then come with me.
The boy wanted to get close to Chen Ge, but his employees tried their best to stop him. The black curse and the red blood clashed, and the commotion attracted the attention of some of the monsters in the black fog.
Perhaps this was one of the ghost fetus's plans. He was using Chen Ge to share the pressure behind the door so that Chen Ge could help him clear the monsters in the black fog. To prevent this from happening, Chen Ge had his employees limit the range of their attacks.
Chen Ge had already fallen out with the ghost fetus. The ghost fetus knew about the power level of Chen Ge's employees, and Chen Ge also knew that the ghost fetus was not in a good situation. Before his birth, he did not have the power to control the whole situation. The world behind the door had completely fallen into chaos. Many large shadows in the black fog were attacking the buildings. All the buildings in the residential area were heavily damaged, and the most damaged was Jinhua Apartments Block B. Most of the noise came from there, so the people from the cursed hospital should be around that building. With his employees leading the way, the black fog could not get close to Chen Ge. He was protected in the middle, and he observed the monsters that were flickering in and out of sight through the fog. Even though this was a very tense moment, Chen Ge still felt like he was walking through a zoo. The monsters in the black fog were completely different from the monsters in the blood world. They looked scarier and creepier. A normal person probably would not even dream of such strange things in their nightmares. If the ghost fetus was not following me, I would be able to capture some monsters to conduct my experiments. But that's fine. Even if I cannot bring these monsters out, now that I know what they look like and their personality, I can create them myself. A man-made nightmare might not lose to a real nightmare. After the appearance of his employees, Chen Ge's tense nerves relaxed slightly. He turned back to look at the ghost fetus. The child was like a shadow, haunting him, following him. When Chen Ge was heading toward Jinhua Apartments Block B, the ghost fetus tried to resist him several times, but he was restrained by his employees. It did not harm Chen Ge. If anything, it only strengthened Chen Ge's conviction.
The ghost fetus did not want Chen Ge to go there. Perhaps it was worried that Chen Ge would be working together with the cursed hospital. The sound in his ears grew louder, and the color of blood in the black fog thickened. When Chen Ge arrived at Jinhua Apartments Block B, he was given quite a fright by the scene that greeted him. There was a man without any facial features standing at the entrance of Jinhua Apartments Block B. His whole face only had a vertical scar that looked like the number 1. He was wearing a coat that looked like a large white coat. The reason it was described as similar was because the blood coat that he was wearing was sewn together from many human faces. If one looked closer, the human faces were still moving. What is this thing? It does not look like a specter or a human. Chen Ge realized that the presence that the man gave off was different from all the other red specters. It was hard to describe, but one thing was for sure. The presence was so powerful that even Xiao Bu and the red high heels did not want to get close to it. The man wearing the coat also noticed Chen Ge. He turned his body around, and the crooked scar on his face was aimed at Chen Ge. Blood kept leaking out from it.
Chen Ge. A voice exploded directly in Chen Ge's mind. He took half a step back. When he remembered that the ghost fetus was still behind him, he stopped moving.
At that moment, a storm was brewing in Chen Ge's heart. He did not expect the monster that he had not seen before to know his name at the first moment. Could this monster be the doctor that once treated me? The scene from the nightmare mission at Zhongyuan Apartments appeared in his mind. The voice in Chen Ge's memory was completely different from this monster's voice. Other than the doctor who treated me at the cursed hospital, there are other doctors that I am familiar with. When the man discovered him, he had called out his name, and the voice was laced with an almost twisted venom. This proved that the relationship between them was not as simple as knowing each other. The faceless doctor appeared to have become what he was because of Chen Ge. How come it feels like no one likes me? I haven't done anything. Even though Chen Ge did not plan to cooperate with the man from the beginning, the man's attitude did give him quite some lingering fear. If not for the pressure from the ghost fetus, they would have gotten into a fight a long time ago. The faceless doctor should have broken through the restraints of the world behind the door earlier than the red high heels, but his condition was not that good. His body was pierced through by many thin black lines. Whenever he moved, a large amount of black blood would leak out from his body. The pain caused the scars on his face to twist. Every face on his shirt was screaming. Some of them were in extreme pain, and some of them even bit at his body. This monster is not a living person, is it? The more Chen Ge looked at the man, the more shocked he became. With his yin-yang vision, he could distinguish between a living person and a baleful specter. The monster doctor before him had flesh and blood, and his body structure was similar to a normal person. It is not him who is giving off that scary presence. Is it the shirt that he is wearing? Quote, red specters were called red specters because they were surrounded by resentment. Hatred and despair morphed into blood that would never congeal, but the red specter on the faceless doctor was different from other red specters. Even though it was also blood red, it was pieced together from many human faces, and it was very scary. Its strange appearance reminded Chen Ge of Zhongya's appearance after she became a demon god. At the school of the afterlife, many ghosts had appeared on Zhongya's bloody shirt, and they were all red specters who had been consumed by her. Could the faceless doctor be just an item of possession? Could the real trump card of the cursed hospital be the demon god hiding inside the shirt? Other people would probably be scared to death when they saw the faceless doctor's appearance, and they would not think too deeply about it. But Chen Ge was different. He was inseparable from Zhongya, and he knew some of the secrets of demon gods and top red specters. When the faceless doctor dies, it will probably be the time when the demon god on him appears. At that moment, the faceless doctor's body was pierced through by countless cursed threads. The human faces on his shirt were still gnawing at him, but he appeared to be able to hold on. This monster appeared to have suffered this kind of pain and torture often, and his tolerance toward curses was very high. It is hard to imagine that this monster, who has not even lost his facial features, is actually a living human. The voice that appeared in my mind earlier was filled with resentment. Could it be that his current state is related to me? Perhaps a long time ago, this doctor met me in Zhujiang. He did not complete the mission given to him by the cursed hospital, so he received some kind of punishment. Chen Ge had no memory of these things at all. Actually, he felt quite wronged. No matter how hard they tried, they could not kill the younger version of me. But if no one wanted to kill me, how would they know that the younger version of me could not be killed? They must have tried many different methods. To be able to do something like this to a child, they are not human. Loud noises came from Jinhua Apartments Block B when the faceless doctor was interrupted by Chen Ge. The few faces on his shirt near his chest were instantly torn apart by some kind of power. Screams echoed in the black fog. It was then that Chen Ge realized that there was another monster inside Jinhua Apartments Block B. It was a rag doll that only had 4 limbs and a head. Its legs were filled with trash and bones, and the dead bodies of small birds were placed in its arms. Its head was filled with blood-stained cotton and blackened flesh. It had 2 eyes. One was a black button sewn on its face, and the other was a bloodshot eyeball. The rag doll's torso did not appear to have been found. Countless cursed black threads gathered its limbs and head together. This monster guarded the staircase of Jinhua Apartments Block B. The focus of its fight with the faceless doctor was a heart specimen that was filled with nails. The cursed hospital treated the children differently from Chen Ge. They killed Ni Xin and took away the ghost fetus power related to the heart. Unfortunately for them, they happened to bring this power behind the door, so they were directly targeted by the ghost fetus. When the ghost on the faceless doctor was restrained by the rules of the world behind the door, the ghost fetus took away the heart. The thing that appeared to be a demon god on the doctor seemed to have exhausted a lot of energy, but it did not succeed in stopping the ghost fetus. It only barely managed to save the faceless doctor's life. When the restraints on the faceless doctor loosened, the faceless doctor and the demon god on him immediately started to actively search for the ghost fetus. They knew that the period before the ghost fetus birth was when he was at his weakest. The cursed hospital probably knew what the ghost fetus was doing. They did not make a move because they wanted to use the smallest amount of effort to kill the ghost fetus or capture the ghost fetus again. Both parties knew each other very well. The battle between them appeared to be intense, but Chen Ge had a feeling that they were both holding back. They had not given it their all. The ghost fetus is a demon god, but so far, only an incomplete rag doll has appeared. The human-faced red specter is probably a demon god as well, but it has hidden even deeper than the ghost fetus. Lastly, there is Zhang Ya. Chen Ge turned back to look. The boy was standing on his shadow, but there was no reaction from Zhang Ya. This was completely unlike Zhang Ya's personality. The three demon gods appeared to be waiting for something. He was lost in thought when the ground suddenly started to shake. All the buildings behind the door started to shake, and the black fog around him thickened by 10 times. What is happening? Chen Ge lifted his head to look, and his mouth fell open in shock. In the black fog that covered everything, there was a shadow that was bigger than both Jinhua Apartments and Zhuhong Apartments combined. A suffocating feeling of terror descended instantly. Everyone there felt an extreme pressure. The faceless doctor and the incomplete rag doll stopped fighting. The boy who had been following behind Chen Ge also raised his head. At that moment, everyone in Ghost turned to look at the black sky. No one spoke. It was not until the giant shadow was about to crush the tall buildings of Jinhua Apartments that the boy behind Chen Ge revealed a smile. The past has finally arrived. Ever since the black shadow appeared, the ghost fetus's expression had changed. This was the first time he had smiled. The corner of his lips curled up as he looked at the monster in the sky like a child waiting for his parent to praise him. The past? The monster's name is the past? Chen Ge kept an eye on the ghost fetus. The situation was completely out of his control. All the schemes and tricks were useless before the demon god's 10 years of planning. The giant shadow that blocked out the sky crushed all the buildings behind the door. The ground cracked, and the ground started to collapse. The other monsters hiding in the black fog scattered, and screams echoed endlessly. The giant shadow that hid in the black fog slowly pressed down, and Chen Ge finally got a good look at it. This monster by the name of the past had a very scary appearance. It was like a giant cicada that was about to crawl out from its shell. Its body was made up of endless pieces of flesh and blood. It contained many different human bodies and countless abandoned memories. Its ridiculously large upper body was stuck to the two main buildings of Jinhua Apartments, and behind it was a shell that was larger than the entire Jinhua Apartments. The monster appeared to be trying to crawl out from its shell, but how could the past be so easy to escape from? Black blood flowed all over its body. The wounds were like many gaping mouths, and all the monsters that got close to it were swallowed by it. Every time it consumed a monster, its body would grow larger. It wanted to break free from the shell behind it, but the shell had already grown into its flesh and had become one with it. No matter what it did, it could not escape from that heavy body. Trapped in the past, it could not escape. Every person and every memory that made up its body kept tormenting it until it turned into this cicada that could not shed its shell. The shell of the past grew into the flesh. On the surface, it maintained the appearance of a human, but with the slightest touch, black blood would leak out. The giant monster blocked out all the buildings. It did not have a normal face, but there was a child in the middle of its head. The child's body was bitten by countless human faces and held by countless arms. He was stuck deep inside the monster's head, and he had a face that looked just like Shang Nuan. Shang Nuan. A heart-wrenching scream came from Jinhua Apartments Block A. Wenqing's voice shattered the silence of the night. Everyone there heard her cry, but no one reacted. The heart-breaking sound did not fit in with this cruel world behind the door. She did not belong here. When the boy behind Chen Ge heard Wenqing's voice, the smile on his face disappeared. An emotion that had not been there before flashed across his eyes, but it soon returned to normal. Just as everyone was on high alert, the boy suddenly reached out his hands and charged at Chen Ge without warning. The corners of his eyes cracked open, and black blood leaked out from the boy's orifices. His body started to fade, and his speed was 10 times faster than before. He broke free from the workers' restraints, and it appeared like he was going to grab onto Chen Ge no matter what. The boy's hand touched the blood vessels left behind by the employees. This time, his fingers easily pierced through the layers of blood vessels, and the ghastly face slammed into Xiao Biyu and the red high heels. It seemed to have sacrificed everything to touch Chen Ge. His body was shredded by the blood vessels, and his face was torn apart. Black blood dripped down, but one of his hands passed through the worker's defense and reached for Chen Ge's face. Wounds appeared on his fingers that were stained with black blood. The twisted curses crawled into Chen Ge's eyes like worms. "The past me. Look carefully, he is your future body." The boy yelled at the monster in the sky. When Shang Nuan, who was deeply embedded in the monster's head, heard the boy's voice, his blank eyes seemed to gain focus. In the dark eyes, the black threads of the curse twisted like worms. Shang Nuan looked at the spot where Chen Ge was. At the same time, the upper body of the monster started to twist. It was as if the giant monster had its eyes on Chen Ge as well. After burning everything, the boy's finger that was dripping with black blood finally touched Chen Ge. The moment the sticky blood touched Chen Ge's eyelashes, an extremely scary presence swept through the whole of Jinhua Apartments like a raging wind. The boy's body was torn apart instantly. Be it the monster in the black fog or Chen Ge's employees, all the ghosts within 30 meters were suppressed to the ground. The calm shadow started to boil. Blood oozed out from the gray ground. The black fog around Chen Ge was dispersed like a god had opened his eyes. Not only the monster in the sky, even Chen Ge himself did not expect this. Everything had happened so fast. Zhang Ya. Turning around, Chen Ge looked at his own shadow. In that bottomless darkness, there appeared to be someone looking at him with a kind gaze. This was a gaze that he had never felt before. It was unclear whether it was because Zhang Ya had become a demon god or because of the memory that he had in the world behind Yu Jian's door. When Chen Ge was staring at his own shadow, a shrill scream came from the faceless doctor. The scene on his side was completely different from Chen Ge's. The clothes that he was wearing wrapped around him tightly. The human faces started to tear at the faceless doctor's body until the faceless doctor lost his life. His blood covered his whole body, and the clothes that were filled with human faces became his new skin. The originally featureless face started to show scars, and the presence that radiated from the faceless doctor was completely different from before. At that moment, the monsters that surrounded the residential area were attracted by Zhang Ya and Chen Ge. The faceless doctor saw this opportunity. After he showed himself, he made his move on the ghost fetus heart. The heart that was filled with nails appeared to be a very important item. The demon god on the faceless doctor did not hesitate to expose himself to reclaim it as soon as possible. The faceless doctor attacked with all his might. Every face on his body radiated the presence of a red specter. They overlapped and directly blew away the black fog. The rag doll's broken body was about to reclaim its heart. Naturally, it was not going to let the faceless doctor have his way, but with just its broken body, it was unable to stop the faceless doctor. There was an entire level of power difference between them. Seeing that the heart that was filled with nails was about to be snatched away, a smile suddenly appeared on the rag doll's face. It tore off its left arm, and that appeared to be some kind of signal. After it voluntarily tore off its left arm, the whole world behind the door completely collapsed. The buildings tilted, and the ground shook. At the center of Juhong Apartments and Jinhua Apartments, a body that was stuffed with trash, cotton, pictures, and toys crawled out from the ground. This appeared to be the rag doll's missing body. After the body crawled out from the ground, the black fog started to invade madly. One of the buildings at the outermost Ju Hong apartments collapsed. The chain reaction continued, and the other buildings started to shake. The rag doll's body appeared to be the foundation of the whole world behind the door. When the body crawled out, it was shaking the foundation of this world.
2 legs, head, torso, and right arm, the rag doll appeared to have returned to its earliest appearance in its memory. It was as if it had turned into the poor child who had just escaped to Ju Hong apartments and pieced together a body for itself in the trash.
The shadow had lived inside the rag doll's body for a very long time. It possessed the most painful and despairing experience and memory of the rag doll, and in the world behind the door, despair and pain represented scary power. The presence that radiated from the rag doll was no weaker than the faceless doctor's. It no longer maintained the stability of this world behind the door. It had retracted most of its body, other than its left arm. The world behind the door was completely chaotic. The black fog ravaged the place, but Jinhua Apartments Block A was not that affected. The rag doll's broken body appeared to have purposely placed its left arm back into Jinhua Apartments Block A. It had abandoned the whole world to protect that building. The button that was sewn on its face was tangled with blood vessels, and the other eyeball that it had obtained from who knew where was hiding the extreme evil of humanity. The rag doll had suffered all the pain of the shadow, and it had also inherited the shadow's scariest power, curses. The faceless doctor obviously knew the rag doll very well. He did not give the rag doll the chance to make a sound. Before the rag doll's torso fully crawled out, he made the first move. As the demon god of the cursed hospital, his forte was curses as well. The black fog was replaced by black threads. All the monsters that came within 100 meters of them would have their souls disintegrated mysteriously, and before they died, they would die in excruciating pain. Each death was stranger than the last. While the faceless doctor was fighting with the rag doll that had lost its left arm, Chen Ge was also in a very dangerous situation. But one would not be able to tell that from Chen Ge's expression and demeanor. As the walls of the buildings crumbled, more and more people ran out from the corridors. Some of them should be the people that had appeared in Shang Nuan's memory, and some of them looked exactly the same. They looked exactly like Chen Ge when he was young. These children were like dolls that someone had created when they were bored. They all possessed a small part of the ghost fetus memory. Every child had a different memory. The ghost fetus appeared to be trying to shift his pain away, and that was why he had created so many Chen Ge's. From that, it went without saying how much he wanted to become Chen Ge. The deeper the obsession, the harder it was to turn back. The ghost fetus tragedy was related to his obsession. Of course, without this obsession, he would not have become a demon god. The children and the original residents behind the door all rushed toward Chen Ge. Not only them, even Chen Ge's employees were unable to get close to Chen Ge at that moment. The children's memories appeared to be connected to the monster above them. All of them tried to grab hold of Chen Ge no matter what. They wanted to smear the black blood on their bodies on Chen Ge's body. After each of them died, they would repeat the same sentence to the monster above them: "My past self, look closely. He will be your future body." When the last boy's body shattered and turned into a puddle of blood, the giant monster that loomed over Jinhua Apartments and Ju Hong Apartments finally moved. The body formed from endless memories and broken flesh reached down. An unstoppable force pressed down on Chen Ge. It did not feel like it was fighting against a single person but the whole sky. Is the ghost fetus so scary? Even though the faceless doctor was not as powerful as Zhongya at the school of the afterlife, he was already more powerful than a top red specter. He could disperse the black fog with a wave of his hand, so he was definitely a demon god. The rag doll's broken body was able to fight against a demon god, which meant that it was already a demon god with its broken body. The scary thing was that the rag doll was only a part of the ghost fetus power. This monster that the ghost fetus referred to as the past was the real problem. The ghost fetus had been operating behind the door for several years. This monster appeared to have been created by consuming and absorbing the other things in the black fog. Even though it was muddle-headed and did not have its own consciousness, just from its size that covered the sky, it was clear that this thing would not be easy to deal with.
No matter how powerful a red specter was, they would not be able to deal with the past. Standing before the past was like going against the whole world. If it was just the red specter employees, Chen Ge would have given up already. He would have told them to leave him alone and run. The reason he was still standing was because of the shadow behind him. The ghost fetus was his former shadow, and Zhongya was his present shadow. The ghost fetus represented the past, and Zhongya represented the present and future. This battle had been decided more than 10 years ago. Kill the past, and you would have the future. If you could not walk out from the past, then you would never be able to grasp the future. When no one dared to get close to Chen Ge, the giant shadow blocked the sky above Chen Ge. The past's face slowly cracked open. Countless memories were torn apart. The past wanted to swallow Chen Ge whole. Shang Nuan, who was deeply embedded in the past's head, looked at Chen Ge with confusion. Suddenly, his eyes seemed to be attracted by something. His eyes moved away from Chen Ge and looked behind Chen Ge. At the spot where the ghost fetus used to stand, the blood tide was surging. With Chen Ge as the center, all the ghosts around him were pressed to the ground. The battle between the faceless doctor and the rag doll was also affected, but the blood tide did not seem to care.
The giant past was like the sky that was collapsing, and the shadow behind Chen Ge was like a boundless sea of blood.
In the despairing world of the black fog, the sky and the sea collided. The whole world appeared to be shaking. Blood rain started to fall from the sky, and the black fog became much thinner. When everyone recovered, they saw that a figure had appeared in front of Chen Ge without them realizing it. A dress as red as blood. Underneath her dress was a bottomless sea of blood. Zhongya. The familiar back reflected in Chen Ge's eyes. The memory of the world behind the door overlapped with the person before him, and it gave Chen Ge a surreal feeling. He raised his hand but chose to lower it in the end. He knew that this was a moment of life and death, and he knew how bad his situation was.
There are new changes to Zhongya's body. She did not use her black hair, which is her forte. The number of specters on her dress has increased, and there is this sea of blood under her feet. Using yin-yang vision, the more Chen Ge looked at it, the more shocked he became. Zhongya was not standing on a sea of blood at all. In the sea of blood, Chen Ge could see many buildings. She appears to be standing on a red city. Is she borrowing the power of that red city? Quote. Chen Ge found out from the old headmaster of the School of the Afterlife that Zhongya knew a way to enter the deeper part of the red city, and she had been to the center of the city before. The battlefield behind the door was split into two parts. The faceless doctor and the rag doll seemed to be wary of each other, and their battle was limited to a small area. Zhongya and the past, on the other hand, were fearless. They did not care what would happen to the world of the black fog, and they did not care whether it would attract more monsters. Once they made their move, they would not stop until one of them was dead. After the first collision, Zhongya became the focus of everyone's attention. Every time she appeared, she was stronger than before. Even when she was facing the large past alone, she did not take a step back. But as her power increased, the mysteries around Zhongya increased. There appeared to be some kind of special connection between her and the Red City. The past's first attack was neutralized by Zhongya. A long wound appeared on its body, left behind from the earlier clash. Many people's memories were torn apart, but Shang Nuan, who was deeply embedded in the past's head, still looked confused. His eyes were lost, like he did not know what he was doing. He just stared subconsciously at Chen Ge and Zhongya. This monster cannot feel pain, and it does not appear to be able to think through complicated things. Even though it is powerful, it is clumsy and difficult to control. What is the purpose of the ghost fetus creating this monster? The battle was at a stalemate. Chen Ge was at the center of the storm, but he did not panic. He was thinking about a question that he could not understand. What is the ghost fetus trying to do? The black phone had warned him to prevent the ghost fetus from being born. If the ghost fetus was born, then he would definitely die, but what was the process of the ghost fetus birth? Chen Ge could not come to a conclusion from the many arrangements left behind by the ghost fetus. Be it the broken rag doll or the past above his head, they were not the complete ghost fetus. My former shadow appears to have separated itself into individual parts. It wants to be reborn, so it should need to refine all the individual parts into a single body. In the battle between Zhang Ya and the past earlier, most of the buildings had been destroyed. The walls that had fallen from the residential buildings landed around the few buildings. It looked like a mess, but in reality, it seemed like they had inadvertently surrounded Jinhua apartments and Zhuhong apartments. Chen Ge had a very bad feeling. The cursed hospital knew that there was a high chance that the ghost fetus would be born on this day. They had been waiting for this day to arrive. They wanted to use the smallest cost to complete their goal. The ghost fetus himself had escaped from the cursed hospital, and he had learned many things from Dr. Gao. He was not a specter that relied on brute force and hatred. He not only knew how to think on his own, he had also built a completely twisted and sick worldview. The ghost fetus would have guessed that the hospital was going to intervene, but he had no intention of stopping the hospital at all. Chen Ge's eyes were calm. If I was the ghost fetus and I was hiding behind the door, preparing for my birth for more than 10 years, I would definitely not want to be disturbed at this crucial moment. I would try my best to stop the cursed hospital from entering the world behind the door. With the rag doll, the past, and the countless original tenants, the ghost fetus could fight against 2 demon gods at the same time even before he was fully born. With that kind of power, it should not be hard for him to seal off the blood door. But the ghost fetus did not do that. Be it Chen Ge or the faceless doctor from the cursed hospital, they were not stopped when they entered the door. It felt like the ghost fetus had purposely let them in. 9 children had their 9 powers stolen. If it was someone else who entered the world behind the door, most of them would not have been able to resist the temptation, like Jia Ming and the people from the cursed hospital. No one would give up part of a demon god's power. Before temptation, they would enter door after door until they arrived at the world behind Shang Nuan's door. The weak ghost fetus that they imagined did not exist. What appeared before them were 2 monsters that could rival a demon god. With the death of the thief, the ghost fetus power will return. If everything goes well, the ghost fetus will be reborn perfectly. But if it is just to take back the power that he has lost, is it necessary for the ghost fetus to take such a big risk? Chen Ge looked at the past, which was still growing in size. The monster that covered the sky covered 2 residential areas. The shell that had grown into its flesh dragged on the ground. Without realizing it, it had become one with the ground. It's covering the sky and connecting the earth. This monster is trying to envelop the entire residential area and everyone in it. A crazy thought appeared in his mind, and Chen Ge's pupils narrowed. Could it be that the ghost fetus is planning to consume the 2 demon gods as well? In Chen Ge's eyes, a top red specter was already a very scary existence. He was shocked by the ghost fetus plan. The door pusher can unleash twice the power behind his own door. The ghost fetus should have calculated everything. It has been planning for more than 10 years just for this day. Chen Ge and the cursed hospital were searching for the ghost fetus, but the ghost fetus was also waiting for them behind the door. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ge forced himself to calm down. He did not expect the ghost fetus' real plan to consume everyone, and the ghost fetus probably did not expect Zhang Ya to become so powerful. Now I know what the shadow in Liwan City meant. His existence is to squeeze out all of my trump cards, to see my limit. The shadow is a test that the ghost fetus has for me. As a demon god, the ghost fetus knew many things. He did not take the current Chen Ge seriously. He merely treated Chen Ge as one of the 9 chosen children, a perfect body. From the death of the shadow in Liwan City to the birth of the ghost fetus, there was only a very short period of time. Perhaps the ghost fetus predicted that my power would not change that much in such a short period of time, but he underestimated Zhang Ya. Zhang Ya, who had been hibernating, became the only variable. Be it the ghost fetus or Chen Ge's parents, no one expected this. If Zhang Ya was still a top red specter, if she was still injured, then it would be very difficult for her to face this large past. Chen Ge's back was drenched in cold sweat. So, the ghost fetus had everything planned. He believed that my overall power was lower than the cursed hospital, so he used the strongest and scariest past to deal with me. He wanted to deal with me as soon as possible. Once I die, everything I have will become the ghost fetus, food.
At that time, the monsters from the cursed hospital will not be able to pose any threat to him. It will only be a matter of time before they are consumed by him. Consuming 2 demon gods at once just for his own perfect birth, the ghost fetus, madness was hard to imagine. The scariest thing was that he was so close to success, so close. The enormous past blocked everyone's path. No matter when, no matter who it was, they had to face the past.
After the first encounter with Zhang Ya, the past's body started to change silently. Countless memories and blurry figures were connected by the black threads. Thick legs stretched out in all directions like a prison, trapping everyone inside the buildings. The past's cicada-like upper body started to crack open. The thin cicada wings melted into the black fog, and the fog that had just been diluted thickened again. The monster's wings appeared to be able to attract the fog. The sky was sealed, and to make matters worse, the ground was no longer safe. The lower half of the past's body sank into the ground. The shell that was covered in ghost faces was dragging on the ground. The old shell kept falling off, but whenever the old shell fell off, a new shell would quickly grow out from the broken part. Compared to the upper body, the monster's lower body was more like the past that people knew. It could not be shaken off. It kept trying to forget, but it kept coming back. Over and over again, it left behind a wounded monster. The monster's name should be itself, but it did not want to admit that it was the past. Pained faces appeared on the gray earth, and a strange sound came from the depths of the earth. It sounded like a beating heart. The faceless doctor had many methods to deal with the rag doll. He knew all the rag doll's power very well. Even at its peak, he could suppress the rag doll. But the problem now was that there was a new monster that had appeared behind the door, the past. The hospital knew that the ghost fetus would have a trump card, but it did not expect the ghost fetus to actively merge with the monster in the black fog. As the demon god of the cursed hospital, he knew the monster's power better than Chen Ge. It is impossible to bring patient number 4 back alive. He must have found out about the hospital's plan, so he has cut off the hospital's plan. When the faceless doctor was fighting the rag doll, he still had the energy to think. Patient 04's obsession is to have happiness, but he has been misled by patient 0011. He thinks that he will have happiness once he becomes a human. From the very beginning, he has been on the wrong path, and he is destined to fail. The faceless doctor continued to approach the rag doll. If we cannot bring patient number 4 back alive, then we can only destroy its soul to eliminate this unstable factor. The only person the hospital cares about is patient number 1. Everyone else is just a substitute. The hospital director should be able to understand my decision. But how do I kill him? Quote. One of the faces on the bloody clothes glanced at Chen Ge. The face was filled with resentment. Join forces with him. Impossible. Compared to patient number 4, the person I wanted to kill was him. That feeling of desire surpassed everything else. Damn it, if I met him outside the door, I wouldn't have to worry so much. Quote. The change in the sky and the ground continued. The rag doll stalled the faceless doctor while Zhang Ya guarded Chen Ge. Neither of the 2 demon gods left the residential area. Everything was going according to the ghost fetus plan. The thumping heartbeat came from under his feet, and it gradually synchronized with Chen Ge's heartbeat. The powerful beating made Chen Ge extremely uncomfortable. He gripped his chest tightly, but it was to no avail. Not only him, all the red specters and the monsters in the black fog around the residential area were experiencing the same thing. Everyone's heartbeat was affected by the sound coming from the ground. Even the red specter's heart has been affected. Chen Ge looked around him. His employees' bodies were all showing signs of abnormality, especially the red high heels, who had consumed a large amount of the ghost fetus curse. The bandages on her body were almost undone, and the strange black patterns on her skin were all bleeding. It was as if they were not brands but wounds that had been cut open. Since you have taken something from the ghost fetus, you will have to return it double. That monster is preparing to consume everyone. The sky and the ground were connected. The past enveloped Juhong apartments and Jinhua apartments. Endless curses tangled together to form a black rain. Zhang Ya stepped on the sea of blood. She was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. She was under the greatest pressure, so she had no time to protect the other employees. The black rain fell.
Chen Ge immediately took out the comic to pull all of his employees back into his backpack.
Before a demon god, a normal red specter was just a burden. Only a top red specter would be able to help. The employees were pulled into the comic. Even though they had avoided being corrupted by the curses, their hearts were still constantly affected. After more than 10 years of planning, the ghost fetus plan had finally started. His first move was a fatal one. He had calculated all the possibilities. This prison that was constructed from the body of the past was continuously being strengthened. Now, only the demon gods could escape, but the two demon gods were being held back. Below the demon god, even Xiao Bu, who was only one step away from becoming a top red specter, was unable to escape.
How is it doing this? The heartbeat that came from the ground was synchronized with everyone's heartbeat. Every time it made a sound, it would pull at everyone's heart.
If this continues, something bad will happen to the employees. They won't be able to hold on for long. Chen Ge's face was pale. If even a red specter could only struggle, then the employees below the rank of red specter would be in an even worse situation. The heartbeat comes from underground. To stop the heartbeat, we have to find the heart that is hidden underground. The black rain fell from the sky. The curse that the ghost fetus had accumulated for more than 10 years washed over the world behind the door. Under these circumstances, it was very difficult to split his attention to search for the heart underground. Zhang Ya would not be able to do that alone. I cannot become Zhang Ya's burden. She is protecting me, so I can't just run away. I have to face the attacks head-on. Facing such a large monster, fighting head-on is the most unwise choice.
Perhaps the ghost fetus had even predicted this. Chen Ge was a human. To protect him, the ghosts on him could only passively endure the attacks from the giant monsters. He was Zhang Ya's unavoidable weakness. Normally, the ghost fetus plan was perfect, but he did not expect Wen Qing to enter the world behind the door.
The rag doll's missing arm should have been placed back at Jinhua Apartments Block A. All the buildings are collapsing, but that building is still intact. The ghost fetus, or more accurately, Shang Nuan, is protecting Wen Qing. Once a person had something that they wanted to protect, they would have a weakness. The ghost fetus' perfect plan had a flaw, and this flaw was the shred of humanity that he had retained. Zhang Ya, go to the tallest building, Chen Ge shouted. Before he even moved, the faceless doctor had already rushed toward Jinhua Apartments Block A. This demon god from the cursed hospital also noticed the problem. Initially, he was held back by the rag doll, and the rag doll did not fight him head-on and kept evading.
But when he rushed toward Jinhua Apartments Block A, the rag doll dragged its broken body and started to chase after him.
Chen Ge saw this with his own eyes. Perhaps Wen Qing was the only person that the ghost fetus wanted to protect.
Actually, he already has a family, but he has not realized it yet. Chen Ge was reminded of the first time he met Shang Nuan and Wen Qing. Wen Qing would bring Shang Nuan to eastern Zhujiang Dam every day. Wen Qing had been accompanying Shang Nuan, but Shang Nuan was searching for the lingering spirit that was buried inside the cave at the bottom of the river. The cave was filled with many mud statuettes of Chen Ge's parents. They appeared to represent the family that the ghost fetus once desired.
He could not let go of the lingering spirit. His eyes stared at the dark surface of the river, but he did not realize that there was already someone who was willing to stay by his side. The ghost fetus had never experienced happiness before, so he did not know what true happiness was. He was merely envious of other people's memories, but he forgot to turn back to look at himself. When the faceless doctor attacked Jinhua Apartments Block A, the rag doll dragged its broken body and started to fight for its life. He did not even know why it was doing that. It was acting on instinct. The rag doll was already at a disadvantage because it was missing an arm. Now that the faceless doctor had the upper hand, his situation worsened. The wounds on his body increased, and his limbs and torso were shattered several times. He had to rely on the black curses to hold them back together. When the faceless doctor saw the rag doll start to attack, he confirmed his suspicion. The faces on his red coat revealed a creepy smile. Number 4. You have something that you care about? Looks like the hospital director was right. You're only the patient closest to number 1. You're still very far away from him. The mad faceless doctor kept using words to interfere with the rag doll. Normally, these words would not affect a demon god, but if they were cursed, then it would be a different story. Every sentence was a trap. When a person or a specter started to doubt themselves, they would fall into the trap. The foundation of all specters was their lingering spirit. To shake that spirit was to attack the very foundation of their soul. The faces on the faceless doctor's coat all revealed a creepy expression. He moved faster, and the curses around him increased. Earlier, he was probably afraid of Zhang Ya in the past, so he was hiding his true power. After I capture the woman in Block A, I will bring her back to the hospital. Everything that you have experienced will be replayed on her. I believe that even if you manage to be reborn, you will come back to find her, right? The mouths cracked open, and the shrill voice traveled far. Even Chen Ge in the past above everyone else could hear it. Shang Nuan, who was deeply embedded in the past's head, shivered. There seemed to be something in his blank eyes. The arms that were bound by the broken limbs and memories slowly tensed. He seemed to be trying to actively control the past. Compared to the past, who blocked out the sky, Shang Nuan's body was negligible, but he wanted to use his small body to control this ridiculously large monster. The faceless doctor was already very close to Jinhua Apartments Block A. He used the threat of Wen Qing to get closer to the tallest building as he tried to kill the rag doll. This monster from the cursed hospital was very greedy. On one hand, he wanted to control Wen Qing, but on the other hand, he wanted to use this rare opportunity to heavily injure the rag doll. He appeared to be coveting this body that the ghost fetus had once used. The rag doll alone was obviously not enough to stop the faceless monster. Shang Nuan wanted to control the past, but he did not appear to be able to do that. Everything that the past was doing was to consume everyone in Zhuhong Apartments and Jinhua Apartments. The past that was formed from countless memories and the impurities in the black fog did not want to ruin its original plan for the sake of Wen Qing. The faceless doctor was rapidly approaching Jinhua Apartments Block A. Zhang Ya was also protecting Chen Ge as they approached the building. Chen Ge was not planning to use Wen Qing to threaten the ghost fetus. What he was thinking about now was to protect his own employees. Everyone had something that they wanted to protect. Naturally, Chen Ge was no exception, even though normally, he was the one being protected. With Zhang Ya's escort, Chen Ge rushed into Jinhua Apartments Block A ahead of the faceless doctor. The rag doll's arm was guarding the apartment building. The building was not invaded by the black fog, and overall, nothing had changed. Chen Ge was not stopped when he entered the building, but when Zhang Ya prepared to enter the building as well, the rag doll's broken body let out a shrill scream. It sounded like it was trying to tear its own vocal cords apart. After making that sound, the rag doll's movement slowed down, and its power continued to drop. Strangely enough, after the past heard the rag doll's scream, its large body started to slowly turn around. As the rag doll continued to weaken, the light in Shang Nuan's eyes seemed to be growing, and the confusion in his eyes lessened. The past slowed down the speed at which it strengthened the prison. The interval between the heartbeats lengthened. It started to focus its attention on Zhang Ya. It appeared like if Zhang Ya dared to enter Jinhua Apartments Block A, it would launch a frenzied attack. Zhang Ya did not act recklessly, but her eyes were glued to Chen Ge inside the building. There was no black fog inside Jinhua Apartments Block A, but one could still hear the heartbeat that came from underground. Chen Ge hugged his backpack, and his fingers gripped his chest tightly. The feeling of heartache was hard to describe. It felt like his heart was going to be ripped out of his body at any moment. Calm down, calm down. With cold sweat dripping down his forehead, Chen Ge tried to think back to where Wen Qing's heartbeat had come from. Wen Qing appears to be on the top floor, and the heartbeat came from underground. The top floor is the furthest away from the ground, so the influence should be the weakest. The ghost fetus must have thought of this, and that is why he sent Wen Qing to the highest floor. Rushing into the stairwell, Chen Ge stumbled his way up to the top floor. The heartbeat kept disturbing him. His fingers that were pressed over his heart had turned white. Using both his arms and legs, Chen Ge gasped for air. When he reached the 5th floor, the influence of the heartbeat on him weakened slightly. It's working. The condition of the employees inside the comic had improved. But Chen Ge did not dare let his guard down because the heartbeat that came from underground was still getting stronger. If he did not stop it from the root, even if he hid at the top of the building, it would be pointless. The ghost fetus had spent more than 10 years to set up this trap. From the very beginning, it was prepared to consume everyone. It would not leave a blind spot for him to hide in. At the time, it hated everything, so it would not have expected that it would one day care about a certain person.
Chen Ge climbed higher. He was thankful that he had cleared out all the crazies inside the building, or else they would have become his obstacles.
Without wasting any time, Chen Ge climbed to the 7th floor. At that moment, a loud crash came from outside the building. The building shook violently again, and Chen Ge almost fell down the stairs. Looking out the window, Zhang Ya was once again engaged in battle with the past, but this time, Zhang Ya did not take the attack head-on. She made full use of her advantage of agility to avoid most of the damage.
Without Chen Ge to hold the past back, it would be very difficult for the past to really hurt Zhang Ya.
The various forces fell into a stalemate again. If this dragged on, it would be very beneficial to the ghost fetus. In the end, it would be able to achieve its goal, which was to turn all the humans and specters, including the 2 demon gods, into nutrients for its rebirth. With the sacrifice of the 3 demon gods, if the ghost fetus could be reborn, then even if its body was still flawed, it would be an extremely scary existence. Perhaps it would really be able to break through the boundary between life and death.
Everything was still progressing according to the ghost fetus plan, but its seemingly meticulous plan had many flaws, and these flaws combined to cause a certain part of the plan to go awry. The rag doll, whose power was weakening, tried its best to stall the faceless doctor, but without an arm and a heart, and under the influence of Chen Ge, it ultimately failed. The body that was pieced together from the trash pile was broken apart again and reassembled again and again. The rag doll was very familiar with this process. Ever since it became the Shadow's host, it had repeated this process almost every day. For other people, the pain of having their bones crushed and their hearts torn apart was nothing for the rag doll. It would never give up because of pain. It told itself that the rag doll could not feel pain. No matter what happened, it would grit its teeth and reassemble its body. Until one day, when all the curses inside its body were severed, and the connected body was taken over by the curses of other demon gods. The wounds on its body could not be healed anymore. The button that was sewn on its face slowly slid off, and it slid down the building and fell to the ground. This body that had been reassembled so many times finally crumbled on this day. Its head was severed by the most familiar curse. It looked at the faceless doctor's smile and the dead body of the bird in its right hand. Its vision slowly turned, and it finally turned to look at Jinhua Apartments Block A. The sewn mouth tried to open. The black rain fell on its face, and the rag doll's head finally fell next to the button. When the rag doll was defeated by the faceless doctor, Jinhua Apartments Block A started to shake violently. Endless black fog rushed into it, and the arm that guarded the building lost its function. The black fog roiled. When Chen Ge saw the fog rush into the building, he knew what had happened outside. The body that the ghost fetus had once used had been destroyed. The body that had witnessed all of the ghost fetus pain had been torn apart by the faceless doctor. The trash that was stuffed inside the rag was scattered everywhere. There is no way to use it again. Did it leave everything behind for the past before it died? The faceless doctor had killed the rag doll, but his expression was dark. Patient number 4 would rather give everything to the monster in the black fog than leave anything behind. Is he really that confident that he will succeed this time? The faceless doctor did not find what he was looking for in the rag doll's body. He seemed to have thought that the ghost fetus would leave him a way out. As long as there was something left behind by the ghost fetus inside the rag doll would be able to recover, but he seemed to have guessed wrong. The angered faceless doctor turned his gaze to Jinhua Apartments Block A that was shaking. The person that number 4 cares about is there. If I can capture her, I will be able to gain the upper hand. I can also use her to curse the ghost fetus and escape from this predicament. The faceless doctor did not plan to fight the past. He glanced at Zhang Ya, and his eyes darkened. With her dragging the past, I sure am lucky this time. This was a rare opportunity.
After the faceless doctor killed the rag doll, he rushed toward Jinhua Apartments Block A. With the rag doll's death, no one was able to stop the faceless doctor. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to Block A, Chen Ge, who was about to reach the roof, screamed madly at Zhang Ya. Lure the monster to the doctor. We have to destroy the heart that is underground. Zhang Ya understood what he meant. In reality, even without Zhang Ya's guidance, the past had already locked onto the faceless doctor. Zhang Ya only very sensibly moved to the side.
The faceless doctor, who saw this, wanted to tear Chen Ge's mouth open, but there was no turning back. He had already discovered Wenqing, and he was very close to Wenqing. After the rag doll died, Shang Nuan, who was deeply embedded in the past's head, was slowly recovering his rationality. The light in his eyes was brightening. At that moment, the past's enormous body was lying between Zhang Ya and the faceless doctor. Its size was so large that it needed a certain amount of time to even wiggle its body. Now the faceless doctor was getting closer and closer to Wenqing. Zhang Ya listened to Chen Ge's suggestion. The sea of blood seeped into the ground, and her black hair tore the ground open like a wave. Soon, she found the source of the heartbeat.
The old shell that the past could not escape from was buried underground. At the place where the shell was connected to the upper body, there was a blood-red heart beating. That was the heart that the ghost fetus had when he became a red specter. This was a black heart. Part of it was wrapped in a thick shell. It was bound tightly by the heavy and painful past, and it was unable to escape. The other part was wrapped in blood vessels. They merged into the upper body of the past, and countless blood vessels extended out from the heart. The blood vessels connected all the buildings and the ground of the residential area. With each beat of the heart, the blood vessels would consume the ghosts that were killed in the residential area. The more ghosts it devoured, the more blood-red parts of the heart became. However, the heart was simply too big. The ghost fetus had converted all the ghosts that it had consumed into energy to break free from the shell. Based on the normal speed, it would take him a very long time to turn the heart completely red. Other than that, the more the monsters in the black fog consumed, the bigger the past's body, the bigger the heart, and the more black parts. Just like what they were experiencing now, one day, they would become a thing of the past. Zhang Ya found the source of the heartbeat. The city in the sea of blood under her feet became clearer. She seemed to be planning to destroy this heart directly. According to the ghost fetus' original plan, the rag doll would first hold back the monster from the cursed hospital, and then the scary past would kill Zhang Ya and obtain Chen Ge's complete body. At that point, it would be invincible. Then, it would gather all its power to slowly torture the monster from the cursed hospital to death. This was a perfect plan, but unfortunately, there was a change. The rag doll died, and the past was stuck between Zhang Ya and the faceless doctor. Now it had to make a difficult choice. Zhang Ya was about to destroy the past's heart, and the faceless doctor was about to capture Wenqing and use the demon god's curse on this normal human. The past had to make a choice between its own heart and Wenqing's. I would die, or she would die. After a short moment of hesitation, the large past turned to bite at Zhang Ya again. But when it made this choice, Shang Nuan's eyes, which were deeply embedded in its head, started to bleed. His hands were like the wings of a bird. They escaped from the past's large body and reached toward Wenqing. Trash wants to obtain happiness, but it does not know what happiness is. Trash does not understand words that involve human emotions, so I can only teach it from a different perspective. Unhappiness is a kind of illness, and unhappiness is like a small cut on the heart. To obtain happiness, you first have to create misfortune. Trash chose a bird. With my help, it removed the bird's wings. Blood soaked the feathers, and the bird was crying. Under Trash's care, the bird's wounds healed, but it lost its wings and the sky forever. I told Trash, this is the price of happiness. To obtain happiness, one has to lose something. It is very fair. The ghost fetus made his final choice. Shang Nuan, who was deeply embedded in the past's head, was covered in blood. The confusion in his eyes was gone. With a roar, he tried his best to grab at Jinhua Apartments Block A where Wenqing was. The past's large body was dragged along. It covered the sky and tore through the ground. Perhaps it knew that it only had one chance, so it used all its power to unleash the scariest attack on the faceless doctor. The faceless doctor from the cursed hospital could not understand the ghost fetus choice. They had been investigating the ghost fetus for more than 10 years, and they knew everything about the ghost fetus. From how he saw it, the ghost fetus would not do something like that. Why? The faceless doctor had already seen Wen Cheng, who was hiding on the rooftop. The faces on his bloody shirt darkened before they revealed a maniacal smile. The more you care about her, the more you care about her, the more you care about her, the more I need to capture her. Countless thin black threads drifted out from the faceless doctor's body. The human faces on his shirt kept disappearing. Every time a face disappeared, a figure made entirely of curses would appear next to him. The figure was not much weaker than Faceless Doctor, and its speed was much faster than Faceless Doctor. At the crucial moment, the Faceless Doctor used his power. He was determined to capture Wen Cheng. As long as I can capture Wen Cheng and control her with curses, perhaps I can use her to threaten the ghost fetus. When the Faceless Doctor was fighting the past, Zhang Ya stood on top of the past's large heart. Her pale and slender fingers pressed on the past's ugly shell. The 5 fingers easily pierced through the hard shell. The blood and black hair flowed into the past's heart through the gap. Zhang Ya wanted to destroy the past's heart, but it did not take long for countless curses and souls to appear inside the past's body. They intertwined and formed a hard layer of scab on the surface of the heart. The injuries from the past, the pain and despair from the past, became the shield that protected the heart. Zhang Ya tried many methods, but she could not break through the layer of scab. The expression on her face slowly changed. Her pale fingers tightened, and the sea of blood beneath her feet started to churn. The buildings that were originally hidden under the sea of blood began to become clear. They did not seem to be projections but real existences. The boundless black fog dispersed, and an indescribably terrifying aura emanated from Zhang Ya's body. She looked at the past's heart and slowly raised her finger. Along with that slender fingertip, the blood-colored buildings in the sea of blood also rose up. Chen Ge, who was climbing up Block A, also saw this scene. He was so surprised that he could not close his mouth. The power that Zhang Ya was using was similar to the talent that Xiao Biyu had used earlier, but the one that Xiao Biyu had summoned was the shadow of Li Wan City, while the one that appeared under Zhang Ya's feet was a blood-red city. Xiao Biyu was able to summon the bloody projection of Li Wan City because Xiao Biyu is the door pusher of Li Wan City. She and Li Wan City are interdependent. Zhang Ya used the same power as Xiao Biyu, but she summoned the projection of the bloody city. In other words, Zhang Ya has a deep connection with that blood city. Climbing to the top floor, Chen Ge looked at Zhang Ya. Zhang Ya's most basic power is to control the black hair. Other than that, she can also use the power of many specters, including the specters that she has consumed and all the specters that are related to me. Xiao Biyu had just used his talent, and Zhang Ya had used it as well. This appeared to be her real power. The appearance of the Blood City stirred up the whole world behind the door. Countless specters and souls wailed inside the Blood City. The black fog was forcefully chased away, and Zhang Ya used the Blood City to charge at the past's heart. At the same time, the faceless doctor finally arrived at the top floor of Jinhua Apartments Block A, and the past's giant mouth was right above him. Wen Cheng! Get out of there! Chen Ge screamed at Wen Cheng, who was standing at the edge of the building. The rooftop was bare, and there was no cover. Wen Cheng did not appear to have any intention of hiding. But in her eyes, there was only Shang Nuan, who was deeply embedded in the past's head. Be it the demon god or the monster that blocked the sky, none of them made her retreat. She kept calling Shang Nuan's name. Actually, before a demon god, even if one wanted to hide, it was useless. The faceless doctor closed in on her. There were several shadows behind him, and each shadow was holding a face that had been peeled off from his shirt. Bang! The past's head was torn apart, and the giant twisted mouth swallowed the faceless doctor whole. The souls wailed. Both of them were experts in curses. The black threads danced in the air like blades, slicing through the black raindrops. Zhang Ju of the past was still rather wary of Wen Cheng. It would rather suffer more damage to swallow the faceless doctor. Only by swallowing the faceless doctor would it be able to relax, because it was too easy for a demon god to kill a normal person. The faceless doctor's curse squeezed into the past's flesh. Piece after piece of memory fell off. Black blood sprayed everywhere, but the past did not care. Shang Nuan, who had already placed his own life above all else, would not care about those injuries.
His bleeding eyes stared closely at the faceless doctor. The black threads that pierced through his lips were torn apart. He roared angrily, and the past did the same.
The past's giant mouth tore through its stomach from its head. Black blood dyed the building red. Just like that, the past swallowed the faceless doctor and the shadows behind him. The giant mouth closed. The scene was incredibly shocking, but before the people there could recover, a shrill laugh came from the edge of the building. This is bad. Even though Chen Ge wanted to kill the ghost fetus, he did not want to harm Wen Qing, so he ran toward the ghost fetus at the first moment, but he was still one step too late. There was a broken face stuck to the wall beneath Wen Qing's feet. The face had been forcefully torn off, and the back was stained with fresh blood. The faceless doctor split into countless ghostly shadows. Each of the ghostly shadows was extremely powerful. Just as everyone thought this was his trump card, they did not expect him to still have a trick up his sleeve. He had secretly torn off one of his faces without anyone noticing. No one knew when he had torn off the face, and no one saw how the face had crawled to Wen Qing's feet. When everyone realized what was going on, the broken face had already crawled onto Wen Qing's body and was growing on Wen Qing's legs. A creepy laugh came from the surface of Wen Qing's skin. Threads that looked like black thorns grew out from Wen Qing's flesh.
Wen Qing's face blanched instantly. Her whole body felt like it was being poked by needles. Release my body, or else I will let her die in the most painful way possible before your eyes. The broken face grew on Wen Qing's body. A normal person would not be able to resist the power of a demon god. Now the faceless doctor had Shang Nuan's lifeline in his hands.
The screams of pain echoed on the rooftop. Wen Qing was suffering from a pain that was beyond a normal person's imagination.
The blood at the corner of his eyes had not even dried, but Shang Nuan's face was already completely twisted.
The cage had been set up, but inside the cage was his only family. The black rain suddenly became heavier. Shang Nuan looked at Wen Qing. The memory fragments kept falling from the past's body. He appeared to be trying to open the giant mouth that had already closed. Don't mind me. Wen Qing, who was enduring the curse, collapsed to the ground. She suddenly raised her head to scream at the past. I do not need you to take care of me. I do not need you to become anything, I just want you to live a happy and healthy life. Green veins popped on her neck. Black threads slithered under her skin like many small snakes. Wen Qing's nails that were gripping the ground were already cracked. She glared at Shang Nuan, who was like a monster. Shang Nuan, who was deeply embedded in the ghost fetus head, was shaking uncontrollably. The wounds on his body increased.
The pain that Wen Qing endured increased, but eventually, she stopped screaming. Black veins pulsed under her skin. Curse after curse was inflicted on her body. Her face was twisted, and her body was changing shape, but she resisted the urge to speak.
Shang Nuan saw all of this. His bleeding eyes stared at the woman on the rooftop. In the end, he still slowly opened his mouth. The giant mouth on the past opened again. The faceless doctor was only swallowed for about 10 seconds before his body started to fade. The past had the power to kill a demon god.
A wise choice. The ghost face on Wen Qing laughed. Next, I want you to. Before it finished, it noticed that something was wrong. Wen Qing, who was enduring multiple curses, had already crawled to the edge of the building.
What are you doing? The veins on her body bulged. Wen Qing, who had been tortured until she was barely recognizable, did something that no one expected. Without any hesitation, she jumped down from Jinhua Apartments Block A. I do not know what you have done in the past, and I do not know why you have become what you are now, but I am willing to believe in you. I am willing to stay by your side and protect you. Wen Qing voluntarily jumped into the past's cracked mouth. Together with the faceless doctor's broken face, she kept looking at Shang Nuan, who was stuck in the monster's head, because, you are my child. Wen Qing, who was cursed by a demon god, had her life hanging in the faceless doctor's hands. She did not want to drag Shang Nuan down with her.
Even though Shang Nuan had turned into a monster, even though she was like a speck of dust before a demon god, she still chose to use her own method to protect Shang Nuan. All the love in the world pointed to reunion, only the love of parents pointed to separation. When the past's mouth closed, the faceless doctor and the cursed Wen Qing both fell into the past's body.
Other than the ghost fetus, no one knew what was inside the past's body. The people there only saw the faceless doctor being swallowed, and 10 seconds later, his body became much more faded, like he was heavily injured.
The past's stomach appeared to be the killer move that the ghost fetus had prepared for a demon god. It was a place that could digest even a god, so what would happen to a normal person if they fell into it?
The thumping heartbeat traveled very far inside the world that was wrapped in black fog. The past's stomach twisted and swelled. The faceless doctor appeared to be resisting with all his might. As the faceless doctor's resistance weakened, the heartbeat became more forceful. All the specters and monsters inside the door were affected. Their hearts felt like they were about to explode. Chen Ge hid at the top floor of Jinhua Apartments Block A, but he was still unable to shake off the influence. He looked down the stairs. The blood sea wrapped around the black and red heart. The buildings inside the red city pierced through the blood vessels that were hidden underneath the ground. Zhang Ya shattered the scab that covered the surface of the heart. She used the whole city to smash at the past's heart. She had to do that, or else the ghost fetus that had consumed the faceless doctor would kill everyone here. The cold and hard scab was pierced through, and the black and red heart was crushed by the red city. The sky started to rain blood. The ground cracked, and the blood vessels snapped. The location where Shang Nuan's heart was also starting to bleed. The more he tried to block it with his palm, the more blood flowed out. The blood that hid the curse dyed his shirt dark black. His body was breaking away from the large past. His eyes were no longer lost, but they were filled with an extremely complicated emotion.
It was not sadness or despair. Perhaps even he himself did not know what it was. Holding his heart, Shang Nuan made a difficult decision after a long time. He did not try to heal the wound, and he did not attack anyone. He used the last of his energy and started to madly absorb all the black blood and curses inside the past's body. All kinds of strange wounds and curses appeared on his body, and he once again shouldered all the sins of his life. Shang Nuan's body was slowly sinking. All the bad things from the past, all the despair, all the pain, and all the tragedy, they all settled on his body. The large past was also changing. The core of this giant monster was the ghost fetus, past. Now that Shang Nuan was shouldering everything again, the past did not look so scary anymore. The closed mouth cracked open again. The stomach of the past was filled with its former selves. Many children made from curses and negative emotions tried their best to stop the faceless doctor from escaping. Some of the children guarded a dying woman. The past was used by the ghost fetus to kill demon gods. It did not consider what would happen to a normal person after they were consumed. The curse spread on the woman, and her life had entered the countdown. The children moved the woman to the head of the past, the spot where Shang Nuan had first been. After doing all that, Shang Nuan, who had shouldered all the sin, came to the past's crushed heart. The past's upper body was like a cicada, and its lower body was a heavy shell. The heart was in the middle, half red and half black. At that moment, Shang Nuan was standing on the black part. He lifted his head to look at the dying Wen Qing. It's time to say goodbye to the past. Raising his hands, Shang Nuan grabbed the upper body of the past. His feet stepped on the past's heavy shell, and he started to absorb the sin inside the past's body again. This time, he did not leave any room for himself. He transferred all the bad things in his life onto himself. His legs and the heavy shell grew together. Due to the amount of sin that he had taken, the lower body of the past became scarier. It was covered in thorns, and screams of ghostly faces could be heard everywhere. But on the other hand, due to the sin and the bad things being taken by Shang Nuan, the upper body of the past became softer. The broken wings slowly became whole, and they continued to thicken. The dying Wen Qing slowly regained consciousness. The pain that the curse brought her had greatly weakened. I cannot save your life, so this is the only way I can help you.
Everyone fears that I am a demon god, but I am actually just a lonelier ghost. The ghost fetus voice came out from Shang Nuan's lips. They were one from the very beginning. The sin was increasing. Shang Nuan's body was connected to the shell under his feet. The color of his skin slowly turned to match the past shell. My heart is dirty, filled with impurities and pain. I have been searching in the dark night, longing for the sunshine in other people's eyes. I have reached out my hand in hell, but no one came to save me. It was not until the day you appeared that I started to worry that I would drag you into the abyss. I know what you have been waiting for, but I would rather be a patient who has isolated myself than allow you to step into my world. You were not supposed to be behind this door. Shang Nuan bore all the sin, and his consciousness started to dissipate. Over the past decade, the past had consumed too many things inside the black fog. Now, all the sin was shouldered by Shang Nuan. His consciousness became weaker and weaker. His body and the thick shell merged into one, and they were unable to be separated anymore. When Shang Nuan sucked away the last trace of sin from the past, his consciousness had reached its limit. His body had completely melded with the black shell. He would never be able to leave this world that was shrouded in black fog. At the same time, the upper body of the past opened its wings. Her large body was gentle and beautiful like a miracle in this world of black fog. When Shang Nuan let go of her, she swam in the black fog, but she did not think about leaving. She was like a whale guarding a lonely island. Apex the endless black fog was like a dark ocean, and Shang Nuan was like a lonely island in the middle of the ocean. He carried all the sin on his back. His body and his old body had merged into one, and they could not be separated anymore. His consciousness started to dissipate, and Shang Nuan's eyes focused on the giant whale next to him. The curse and sin that far exceeded his limit pressed on his body. The large body that had merged with Shang Nuan sunk deep into the ground of the black fog. His skin slowly turned into the same color as the soil of the black fog. The giant whale kept wailing. It sounded like it was calling a name, but Shang Nuan could no longer hear it. His movement became slower and slower until the sin covered his whole body. His last trace of consciousness was about to be extinguished. His lips moved slightly. Shang Nuan seemed to say something, but no one could hear it. The people there only saw that he had completely assimilated with his body and become a part of the world of the black fog. The last trace of consciousness faded in the fog. The ghost fetus took all of his sin with him and disappeared, leaving behind a lonely island of humanity in the world of the black fog. The sin was so heavy that even the ghosts in the black fog refused to get close to the island, but the giant, beautiful whale kept guarding it. The black fog was corroding her body, but she did not care. Her large body swam around the island, chasing away the black fog that got close to the island and blocking the black rain from falling. Chen Ge stood on the roof of Jinhua Apartments Block A and watched everything silently until the temperature around him dropped, and a faded smell of blood drifted into his nose. Turning his head to look, Chen Ge realized that Zhang Ya was standing beside him. She was also looking at Shang Nuan, who had turned into an island, and Wen Qing, who had turned into a whale. The two watched for a long time until a pale arm reached out from the past's dark body. The arm was covered in broken human faces. The faceless doctor struggled to crawl out from the body. His bloody clothes had disappeared. His body was covered in wounds, and the broken faces had all grown on his body. Having escaped with his life, the faceless doctor still had lingering fear. He cursed the ghost fetus harshly, but his eyes stared unblinkingly at the giant whale above his head. A power that is not tainted by sin? The ghost fetus has given everything that he has accumulated over the past 10 years to that woman? The faceless doctor's eyes were filled with greed, but before he could think further, an extremely terrifying aura appeared behind him. Whipping his body around, the expressions of the broken faces on the faceless doctor's body all changed. He saw Zhang Ya and Chen Ge standing not far away from him. I know you are also plotting against the ghost fetus. The power that he left behind is not something you can handle alone. How about we work together? The faceless doctor was very afraid of Zhang Ya. He was severely injured, and it was not easy for him to survive. Now, he did not have the courage to fight Zhang Ya at all. Cooperation is not a problem, But you have to answer a few of my questions honestly. Chen Ge walked out from behind Zhang Ya. Seeing that the faceless doctor was still alive, he immediately asked Zhang Ya to bring him over to take a look. He did not plan to take away the things that the ghost fetus had left for Wen Qing, but he was not going to let go of a demon god like the faceless doctor. What do you want to ask? This was the first time that the faceless doctor had spoken to a normal person like this. The faces on his body all stared at Chen Ge. The chilling feeling pierced into Chen Ge's heart, but to his surprise, Chen Ge did not react at all. First question, when did you start to target the ghost fetus? Since he escaped to Zhujiang, we know everything that he has done. Once he becomes a patient of our hospital, he will be left with the curse of the hospital. Even if he manages to escape, one day in the future, the hospital will appear before him again. The faceless doctor didn't hide anything. People like him were willing to do anything to survive. In other words, you already knew that the ghost fetus was hiding inside Shang Nuan? Of the 9 children chosen by the ghost fetus, only Shang Nuan did not have self-consciousness. When he was born, he almost died. It was the ghost fetus who saved his life and took over his life. The faceless doctor was making use of the time to recover. We not only knew that the ghost fetus was hiding inside Shang Nuan, we also knew that he was destined to fail. The distance between life and death cannot be crossed, so we waited until the last moment to retrieve him. Retrieve him? Before he became your patient, he was my shadow. Chen Ge's tone was hard to read. You want to use this to fight for a bigger share of the ghost fetus? No problem. I only need 30% of the ghost fetus power. It was unclear whether the faceless doctor was buying time or purposely saying that to calm Chen Ge down. I can give you all the ghost fetus power, but I hope that you will answer my next few questions honestly. Chen Ge's head slowly lowered. No one could see his expression. Why is your hospital so afraid to show up in Zhujiang? Is there some kind of secret hidden in this city? Haven't we shown up now? I don't know how to answer that question of yours. Ghost fetus 0004, Dr. 0011, and many more patients are hiding in Zhujiang, but you haven't been able to capture them in the past 10 years. It was not until recently that you started to enter Zhujiang without fear. I suspect that the power that you were afraid of has disappeared recently, and that is why you have become so bold. Chen Ge used his yin-yang vision to its maximum. He slowly raised his head and memorized every expression of the faceless doctor. The faceless doctor did not speak. The broken faces on his body were all studying Chen Ge. After several minutes, he said, "Yes, we were not allowed to enter Zhujiang because of a curse, or rather, a promise. Now, that curse has been broken." Broken? Yes, because the person who cast the curse is already dead. The faceless doctor was also paying close attention to the change in Chen Ge's expression. Do you know the name of the person who cast the curse? It was a couple who cast the curse, but as for their names and appearances, only the director knows these details. This was not the first time the faceless doctor had mentioned the hospital director. He seemed to respect the hospital director from the bottom of his heart. How can I meet the hospital director? Chen Ge was expressionless. No one knew what he was thinking. The only known method is to become a patient, and it has to be one of the top 10 patients. The faceless doctor did not appear like he was lying. After giving it some serious thought, he came up with the easiest method. One last question. As a demon god, the ghost fetus is only the 4th patient at your hospital. How scary are the top 3 patients? Tell me everything you know about them. Quote. I'm sorry, but the information about those 3 patients is part of the curse. Once it is revealed, something bad will happen. Looks like you are not going to tell me anything? Actually, I have already told you many things. You have to understand that the more you know, the more dangerous your situation will be. The faceless doctor's body had recovered slightly. The broken faces on his skin were slowly stitching back together. Chen Ge chatted with the faceless doctor for a long time. The faceless doctor had been playing along. He did not tell Chen Ge anything substantial. But even so, Chen Ge managed to get the information that he needed from the conversation. My parents once made some kind of promise with the cursed hospital. Their disappearance is related to this hospital. After confirming that, the rest did not matter to Chen Ge anymore. He only wanted to do one thing now. and that was to kill the faceless doctor as soon as possible so that his soul would be destroyed. That way, the cursed hospital would have one less demon god. I have answered everything that needs to be answered. We have just been through a tough battle, and now it is time to enjoy the spoils of war. The faceless doctor's greedy eyes moved to the giant whale. He desperately needed the power left behind by the ghost fetus to recover. I can give you all the power left behind by the ghost fetus, but Chen Ge flipped through the comic as he retreated. You have to die.
Xiao Bu and the red high heels appeared at the same time. They guarded beside Chen Ge while Zhang Ya attacked the faceless doctor at the first moment.
The faceless doctor had prepared many trump cards to deal with the ghost fetus, but the injuries on his body were too heavy. The two fought a life-and-death battle. They fought their way through the black fog. This was the first time that Chen Ge had seen the true power of a demon god. It was on a completely different level from a red specter.
The whole battle took much longer than Chen Ge expected. The faceless doctor was terrifyingly tenacious. His body was shattered again and again, but it regenerated again and again. In the meantime, he even tried to attack Chen Ge several times. He wanted to use Chen Ge to threaten Zhang Ya, but he was stopped by the red high heels and Xiao Bu.
Chen Ge was different from Wen Qing. With his strong mental fortitude and the protection of several red specters, he even dared to use his employees' special power to interfere in the battle between demon gods. The faceless doctor's desperate counterattack also exposed some of the problems with Zhang Ya. She could not use other people's power for too long, and that would cause great damage to herself. The two fought until the sky was rained with blood. In the end, the faceless doctor was trapped inside the shadow of the Red City by Zhang Ya. The raging resentment pierced through the black fog. All the ghosts saw this place as a forbidden ground, and they did not dare step into it. When the blood rain stopped, the faceless doctor had already disappeared, and only Zhang Ya was floating above the sea of blood. The ghost fetus heavily injured the faceless doctor, but even so, Zhang Ya had to pay a huge price to trap and kill him. It is too difficult to kill a demon god. The sea of blood closed, and the red city slowly disappeared. There was still the black curse flowing on the faceless doctor's body. His soul was already gone, but it appeared like he was still alive. Even though the faceless doctor is a demon god like Zhang Ya and the ghost fetus, the feeling that he gives off is different from the other demon gods. He is weaker than Zhang Ya and the ghost fetus, and his presence is very unstable.
There had to be other secrets about the faceless doctor, but Chen Ge did not plan to ask any more. He handed the faceless doctor over to Zhang Ya, and hopefully, Zhang Ya's power would have a new breakthrough. As the scariest presence in Haunted House, if Zhang Ya becomes stronger, everyone will benefit. Furthermore, she was the one who killed the faceless doctor, so it is only fair for her to deal with him. Chen Ge was the kind of person who would walk the path to the end. Along the way, he had poured all the resources and specters into Zhang Ya. This was the main reason why Zhang Ya was able to break through from a red specter to a top red specter and then to become a demon god in such a short amount of time. Walking out from the sea of blood, Zhang Ya stopped beside Chen Ge. She glanced at the ghost fetus, who had turned into an island, and then at Wen Qing, who had turned into a giant whale. Finally, her eyes fell on Chen Ge. The malice and despair that almost materialized in her eyes slowly dissipated. This time, Zhang Ya did not return to the shadow. She seemed to be touched by the scene before her, and she stood silently beside Chen Ge. The ghost fetus and Zhang Ya were both demon gods, but their experiences were completely different.
The ghost fetus had been struggling his whole life. Everyone feared him as a demon god until he met Wen Qing. But by then, he had already made many mistakes. His love was like an abyss. Even he did not dare let Wen Qing get close to him.
Compared to him, Zhang Ya was luckier. Very early on, Zhang Ya had met Chen Ge. No matter what other people thought of her, in Chen Ge's eyes, Zhang Ya was Zhang Ya.
It's over. Chen Ge also turned to look at Zhang Ya beside him. The female teacher holding the red umbrella in his memory overlapped with the person before him. He raised his hand subconsciously and touched Zhang Ya's cold fingers. Zhang Ya did not evade. She retracted all her presence. At that moment, she was like a normal person. Chen Ge got close to Zhang Ya. He was about to hold her hand when a man's excited scream came from behind him. "Big brother, you're still alive. I found your cat." After surviving the ordeal, Xiao Sun hugged the white cat and rushed out from Jinhua Apartments Block A with excitement written all over his face. He raced toward Chen Ge. He did not realize that all the red specters at the scene had run away from him. The white cat that he hugged tightly in his arms was struggling madly as well.
"I was so scared earlier. I thought I heard your sister's voice. I was so worried about you." Xiao Sun hugged the white cat tightly and refused to let go. When he got close to Chen Ge, he realized that the woman in red next to Chen Ge was not Wen Qing. "Big brother, where is your sister? She was not the one who was following you earlier." Quote.
Xiao Sun, who moved into the devil's apartment alone, who loudly speculated who the killer was among a group of murderers, who kept jumping between the camp of murderers and the camp of crazed murderers, and now he had unlocked a new way of seeking death. Chen Ge did not know how to answer. The white cat that was hugged in Xiao Sun's arms gave up struggling. There was a sense of despair in it. It's a long story. Before Chen Ge finished, the presence that Zhang Ya had just retracted exploded. The endless black fog was blown away, and the ground caved in. But all Zhang Ya did was pull her hair behind her ears. Xiao Sun collapsed to the ground. He was scared out of his wits. The white cat in his arms kept twitching, and the corner of its eyes appeared to be wet. The red specters hiding 100 meters away were busy with their own things. Some were studying the monster in the black fog, some were trying to pierce through the ghost fetus body, and some were looking at the sky. The water ghost, who had just been forced to join the haunted house, only took a second glance before he was pulled away by Meng Nan. You have to stay away from someone like Xiao Sun, or else when he gets struck by lightning, even if he doesn't drag you down with him, you'll be covered in blood. Chen Ge reconstructed what had happened. The misunderstanding was solved, and Zhang Ya returned to Chen Ge's shadow. She had used other people's power many times and had fought a demon god multiple times. Her body was already at its limit. To kill the faceless doctor, Zhang Ya had paid a high price, but compared to the reward, everything was worth it. How scary would a demon god who had consumed a demon god be? With Chen Ge's current imagination, he could not imagine it at all. He lacked a comparison. "Stand up, Xiao Sun." Chen Ge helped Xiao Sun, whose body was still shaking, up from the ground. "If you were still alive in real life, I feel like I would be able to use you to scam insurance companies. I would spend all my money to buy you a personal accident insurance policy." Xiao Sun's expression was not very natural. In the moment that he was startled, the white cat had already escaped from his arms and ran to hide behind Chen Ge. All the employees gathered together again. They stood on the ghost fetus island and looked up at the giant whale that floated in the sea of black fog. Chen Ge tried many methods, but he could not communicate with Wen Qing. At this time, even though Wen Qing had obtained the ghost fetus' purest power, her will was not enough to control everything. She was only moving based on instinct. "Looks like she will not leave." Chen Ge looked at the giant whale above them and looked at her open wings. "If she stays here, what will happen in the end?" Xiao Sun had not known Wen Qing for long, but he could sense that Wen Qing was a good person. "Have you heard of whale fall?" Chen Ge did not turn around and continued on his own. "After the whale dies, it will sink into the ocean and use its body to feed the barren seabed." "But what does that have to do with her?" "The whale will protect the island until the end of its life. That day, she will sink to this island formed by the ghost fetus and bring some hope and life to this despairing world." Chen Ge turned around. He had many employees, and he was inseparable from Zhang Ya, so he could understand that feeling better. "Let's prepare to leave. The sun should be up already." The 4-star ghost fetus mission had lasted 9 days and 9 nights. Chen Ge's body had reached its limit. His body temperature was much lower than normal, and he was in a bad state. Chen Ge had just realized the problem. After Wen Qing turned into the giant whale, he became the only living person behind the door, but his body temperature was similar to everyone's. Black fog, curse, and lingering blood vessels. Chen Ge desperately needed a good rest. The employees started to search for the ghost fetus door in the ruins, and the red high heels made use of this time to absorb the ghost fetus remaining curse. When the ghost fetus separated from the past's body, He had given everything that was pure and beautiful to Wen Qing, and he had taken on all the sin himself. Many curses that Wen Qing could not control had leaked out.
Even a normal red specter would not dare to touch curses, so only the red high heels could absorb them and use them.
Chen Ge had no idea how many curses the ghost fetus had left behind. He only knew that the presence of the red high heels, who had consumed all the ghost fetus curse, had already surpassed Xiao Bu, and that was under the condition that she had purposely held back. I am surprised that the red high heels has become the biggest winner. After she digests the ghost fetus curse, she might have the chance to reach the limit of a red specter.
Becoming a demon god was very difficult, and Chen Ge did not expect the red high heels to break through the barrier. He had to take things one step at a time.
After the ghost fetus consciousness dissipated, most of the original tenants behind the door had disappeared. But Chen Ge discovered something very interesting. Xiao Sun had not disappeared.
Other than Xiao Sun, there were still some original tenants who had survived in the ruins.
Chen Ge speculated that the reason was that all the people who had died in real life had their souls and lingering spirits lured into the world behind the door by the ghost fetus. Those who did not die in real life were created by the ghost fetus based on his own memory, not the real person. In Jinhua Apartments Block A, the old man who guarded the door on the first floor and the old lady who was abandoned by her son had both disappeared. This was good news. At least they were still alive in real life, and there was still a chance to salvage the tragedy that had befallen them. Chen Ge and the Red Spectre employees collected all the surviving original tenants behind the door into the comic. They also found some items left behind by the ghost fetus in the ruins, and they all had very scary curses hidden on them. Chen Ge handed all these items to the red high heels for safekeeping. After the curse on them was erased, he would go back to take a look. After searching for almost an hour, the employees practically dug 3 feet into the ground, but they still could not find the ghost fetus door. Everyone gathered around Chen Ge again. The situation was not looking good. Without the door, how are we going to leave? Why would the ghost fetus door disappear? Theoretically speaking, after the death of the door pusher, the door should have gone out of control until a new door pusher appears.
There's no need to panic. Chen Ge looked at the island that was formed by the ghost fetus, and he was reminded of Dr. Gao at the underground morgue. At the time, Dr. Gao had also chosen to bear all the sins behind the door. When he made that choice, the door to the underground morgue had been destroyed. That scene was still fresh in Chen Ge's memory. The underground morgue behind the door had collapsed, and that was the first time he had seen the Red City. When the door pusher chooses to bear all the sins behind the door will be destroyed.
The door is destroyed. Then how are we going to leave this place? Doesn't that mean we'll be trapped in this world of black fog forever? If they were trapped in the Red City, it would have been fine. After all, there were other doors in the Red City, and they could return to reality through them. But this world was completely shrouded in black fog. Juhong Apartments and Jinhua Apartments were like lone islands in the middle of the ocean, and there was only one door. Are we going to cross the black fog to find that Red City? Meng Nan said with a bitter expression. I don't mind, but can your body handle it?
It's fine even if the ghost fetus door is destroyed. We have another door. Chen Ge removed his shirt to reveal the scary spider tattoo on his back. He summoned the tunnel lady's son. There is a door inside his body. We can return through this door.
Surrounded by several red specters, the tunnel lady's son was nervous, afraid that Chen Ge would attack him. To reassure the tunnel lady's son, Chen Ge found the tunnel lady and had a good chat with her. The tunnel lady's son gave Chen Ge a clear answer. They could leave through the door inside his body, but once they left, they might not be able to return. The ghost fetus door had been destroyed, and the only door was inside the tunnel lady's son. If they all left, Wen Qing and the ghost fetus would be trapped here forever.
After receiving this news, Chen Ge kept yelling at the sky. He wanted to convey his voice, but unfortunately, the giant whale that Wen Qing had turned into was only left with its instincts. They stayed on the island for a long time before they finally decided to leave.
Shang Nuan and Wen Qing's story would be sealed inside the endless world of black fog. Perhaps one day in the future, someone would see a lonely island filled with flowers in the middle of this black sea of despair. After summoning all the employees other than the tunnel lady's son into the comic, Chen Ge hugged the white cat and took one last look at this world before taking his first step forward. The tide of darkness washed over his body, and he walked through the dreamland that was weaved by countless spider webs. The world spun, and when Chen Ge opened his eyes again, he was already inside White Dragon Cave Tunnel in eastern Zhejiang. After leaving the world behind the door, Chen Ge collapsed to the ground. He coughed out a large mouthful of black blood. His face was pale, and the greenish-black veins pulsed under his skin. Black threads crawled toward his heart. At the most critical moment, the red high heels appeared. Most of the bandages on her body fell off, and the cursed tattoo on her body morphed into blood vessels that attached themselves to Chen Ge's arm. After coughing out several mouthfuls of black blood, a thin layer of black fog escaped from Chen Ge's body. It took them the shape of 9 children. The red high heels attacked with all her might, and it took a long time before the 9 children completely disappeared. Looks like I have stayed too long inside the world of the black fog, and I was cursed by the ghost fetus at the beginning. Chen Ge leaned against the wall and sat on the ground. He gasped for air. Thankfully, the red high heels has inherited most of the ghost fetus curse. She was able to break the curse that the ghost fetus left on my body. The curse had been broken, but Chen Ge's body temperature was still much lower than a normal person's. After entering the world of the black fog, his body temperature had dropped again. This appeared to be an irreversible process. Oh well, there is no point in thinking so much. I need to take a good rest next. With the ghost fetus gone, the giant rock that had been pressing down on Chen Ge's heart had been moved away. He no longer needed to worry about how to survive every day. Zhang Ya does not appear to have gone into hibernation this time. Even if the people from the cursed hospital come to find me, I have confidence that they will not be able to leave this place alive. Actually, Chen Ge was hoping that the cursed hospital would come to him on their own. With every red specter that he killed, the power of the cursed hospital would be reduced. Even though the faceless doctor said that my parents are already dead, if I think about it, if my parents were really killed, the cursed hospital would not have sent the weakest demon god to retrieve the ghost fetus. What I need to do next is to find my parents and… Chen Ge took out the black phone from his pocket. Find out all the secrets of this phone. Ever since Chen Ge left the world of the black fog, the black phone had been vibrating non-stop like it had received many messages. Sliding the screen, Chen Ge sat inside the abandoned tunnel and started to read. Congratulations, Red Spectre's favored, congratulations for completing the 4-star trial mission, Ghost Fetus. Mission completion rate at 80%. Obtained additional reward. Illustrated Handbook of Zhejiang Psychopaths. Illustrated Handbook of Zhejiang Psychopaths, special item. All the psychopaths that you have encountered will be recorded inside. How terrifying this illustrated handbook is completely dependent on your personal experience. Optional mission with the highest difficulty, Redemption, completed. Unlocked special building, Zhuhong Apartments World of the Black Fog. Zhuhong Apartments, the largest special building. The ghost fetus has replaced you as the 9th child. Zhuhong Apartments has reproduced the ghost fetus, past memory. It has been watching everyone who enters the residential area. Do you choose redemption, or do you choose to be dragged into the abyss by it? When Chen Ge saw this, he paused for a moment. When he completed the most difficult mission at the School of the Afterlife, he had also received a special building as a reward. Red Spectre's art room. The art room contained the 13 paintings left behind by the Red Spectres. Now that he had completed the Ghost Fetus mission, he had received a new special building. This building was related to the Ghost Fetus, and the Black Phone had purposely marked it as the World of the Black Fog. The many unique features attracted Chen Ge's attention. He had to be careful, after all, the Ghost Fetus was a demon god. Looks like before I open it to the visitors, I'd better go in and experience it myself. Clicking open the next unread message, Chen Ge continued to read. Optional mission, Zhang Ming, completed. Ghost Ear's talent has been greatly enhanced. Unlocked a new scenario, Soundless Home. Optional mission, Ying Tong, completed. Yin Yang Vision's talent has been greatly enhanced. Unlocked a new scenario, Spire of Darkness. Optional mission. UGN. Completed. Zhang Ya's affection level has increased, unlocked a new scenario, Haunted Street. Optional mission. Wu Sheng. Completed. Obtained a unique item, Skinweaver's outfit. Unlocked a new scenario, Voiceless Small Town. Skinweaver's outfit. Midnight. You will see a person in the voiceless small town. His whole body is wrapped in thick cloth. His clothes are stitched together from different materials, just like his skin. Optional mission. Shang Nuan. Completed. Your body has been injected with new life. You have felt the warmth that you have not felt for a long time, unlocked a new scenario, Death Apartment. Optional mission. Feng Yu. Completed. Unlocked a new scenario, White Orphanage. Other than that, you will receive a hint about your own memory. The hint is only one sentence, but it is very important to you. Memory hint. If one day you are about to forget everything, what is the last thing you wish to forget? Hold on to it, and it will bring you back to your real self. Optional mission. Lu Wen. Completed. Unlocked a new scenario, House of Strange Smell. Optional mission. Ni Xin. Completed. Unlocked a new scenario, My Heart. Quote. All the children chosen by the ghost fetus represented a side quest. When all these scenarios were combined together, they would form the real ghost fetus scenario. To Chen Ge's surprise, even though he had not completed Lu Wen and Ni Xin's missions, the scenarios that the two children represented had been unlocked as well. However, there was no additional reward. The reward for a 4-star trial mission was very generous. Chen Ge flipped through it for a long time, but he still could not finish it. Congratulations, Red Spectre's favored. The completion rate for the ghost fetus trial mission has reached 80%. Congratulations, Red Spectre's favored. Congratulations for unlocking the 4-star scenario, Ghost Fetus. The scenario is made up of 9 normal scenarios and 1 hidden scenario. Please inspect it carefully before opening it. Warning. You have now opened 2 4-star scenarios. Haunted House will be upgraded from Maze of Terror to Paradise of Despair. The expansion will be completed tomorrow at midnight. Congratulations, Red Spectre's favored. Congratulations for upgrading Haunted House to Paradise of Despair. You will obtain a unique construction reward, Door of Salvation. Door of Salvation, extremely rare, unique construction. The most beautiful accident is hidden in the deepest despair. This Door of Salvation is hidden somewhere inside Paradise of Despair. Open it, and you will understand the true meaning of salvation. The reward for a 4-star mission was much better than a 3-star mission. It took Chen Ge a long time to finish reading. He memorized all the information in his mind. The black phone is very vague. I'll need to go back and see for myself what the reward is. His fingers skimmed through the information. Chen Ge looked at the many new scenarios and sighed from the bottom of his heart. This is a treat for the visitors. The scary atmosphere created by a demon god is only a few dozen RMB to experience it. That's a good deal. Haunted House had been upgraded into Despair Theme Park. The overall sense of terror was increasing, and it was becoming more real. Sometimes, Chen Ge felt like he had returned to the world behind the door. Perhaps when Haunted House reaches the final stage of its upgrade, it will blur the line between the inside and outside of the door and become a relay station between life and death. Putting the black phone away, Chen Ge recovered some of his energy. He looked around. The red high heels had returned to her previous appearance. Wrapped in bandages, she was staring at the giant spider hanging upside down on the ceiling. The tunnel lady's son was wrapped in spider webs and blood vessels. The door inside his body did not appear to be able to be opened easily. Of all the red specters who had followed Chen Ge into the world of the black fog, the tunnel lady's son was the most injured. Leaving the world of the black fog requires such a high price? Chen Ge tried to communicate with the tunnel lady's son, but the man ignored Chen Ge. He was trying his best to purge the curse and black fog from his body. Even though the ghost fetus has been killed, I've received another piece of bad news from the faceless doctor. The hospital is scarier than the ghost fetus. They can enter and leave Zhujiang at will. With your current condition, if they come to find you, you'll be dead for sure. How about? Chen Ge was silent for a moment. Come with me for now. You can come back after you've fully recovered. The tunnel lady's son hung from the ceiling. He had a feeling that Chen Ge's words were rather familiar, like he had heard them somewhere before. The dreams that accumulated in the tunnel have mostly dissipated. Your place is too dangerous now. This is the time when you're at your weakest. Chen Ge looked at the large spider above his head. You helped me kill the ghost fetus, and the injuries on your body were caused by me. I hope you can give me a chance to make up for it. I have a red specter who is very good at dispelling curses at my haunted house. She will help you with the treatment. After your body has fully recovered, you can come back. When you come to my haunted house, I will definitely give you the best treatment. Perhaps I will even leave you with some beautiful memories. Chen Ge's words were very sincere, and there was nothing wrong with them. This was a very simple story of how a drop of water should be repaid with a fountain. As if to aid Chen Ge in persuading him, the red high heels reached out and pressed down on one of the spider's legs. In just 10 seconds, a black fog seeped out from the spider's leg, and the condition of the tunnel lady's son improved noticeably. After thinking for a long time, the tunnel woman's son decided to give Chen Ge a chance to repay his kindness. It was too slow for him to recover on his own. The child has placed so much trust in me, and I will not betray his trust. Chen Ge looked at the giant spider that had crawled back onto his back. There is a door inside my body. This talent is a trump card. Without it, I might not have been able to escape from the world of the black fog this time. Chen Ge wanted to keep the tunnel woman's son. Compared to the cold and creepy white dragon cave tunnel, Chen Ge felt like his haunted house was better. At least he did not need to harm others, and he could obtain endless negative emotions. Now, other than my employees, the people who know about the talent of the tunnel woman's son are either dead or trapped in the world of the black fog forever. In other words, this trump card has not been exposed. It might come in handy when dealing with the cursed hospital in the future. Carrying the backpack, Chen Ge led the white cat out of White Dragon Cave tunnel. The sun fell on his body, and the warmth that he had not felt for a long time made his heart relax. Did you eat something else behind the door again? How come it feels like you've gotten fatter again? Quote. At 8:50 a.m., Chen Ge returned to New Century Park. By then, the visitors had formed a long line outside the park, and most of them were there for Chen Ge's haunted house. Seeing the number of visitors increasing, but Chen Ge, the person who had the key to the haunted house, did not show up, Shu Shu and Shu Wan were so anxious that they wanted to call the police to find Chen Ge. I'm sorry, my phone ran out of battery. I left in a hurry last night. Chen Ge apologized as he hurried to open the haunted house's security door. When he left the night before, he had taken away all the specters that he could. Now, there were only lingering spirits left in the haunted house. It's good that you're fine. Compared to the business, everyone, including Shu Shu, was more worried about Chen Ge. They had all noticed that Chen Ge had not been in a good condition recently. After entering the haunted house, Chen Ge had Shu Wan and the rest go to the dressing room first while he summoned Yan Danian and Lao Zhou. He had them return all the employees to their posts with the comic. Chen Ge was so busy that he did not even have the time to talk. He rushed to put on everyone's makeup and finally made it back to normal. The haunted house now had many scenarios, and it could accommodate more than 100 visitors at the same time. As the haunted house opened for business, many visitors had successfully cleared the 3-star scenario, and now everyone's focus was on the 4-star scenario. Online and offline, various forums and discussion groups were speculating on who would be the first to clear the 4-star scenario. The haunted house app that director Luo had designed for Chen Ge's haunted house had mysteriously become popular. Not only were there many haunted house fans who downloaded it, there were also many cloud visitors who downloaded it. These cloud visitors did not dare enter the haunted house themselves, but they liked to watch other visitors challenge the haunted house. There were many visitors' experiences on the app, and various scary experiences had become the source of joy for these cloud visitors every day. Other than the visitors sharing, Chen Ge's haunted house had also attracted many internet celebrities. Chen Ge did not reject any of them, and he tried his best to fulfill any request that was not too ridiculous. The internet celebrities relied on the haunted house to gain attention, and the haunted house relied on these celebrities to increase its fame. Of course, the most important thing was that Chen Ge was not worried about the secrets of the scenarios being leaked. The speed at which he unlocked new scenarios had far surpassed the speed at which the visitors could explore them. This was unprecedented in the haunted house industry. Furthermore, even if the visitors came to visit the haunted house excitedly after reading the guides and videos, they would realize that everything was different from what they had imagined. The atmosphere, the sense of terror, and the real ghosts. These were not things that could be captured through videos.
If the sense of terror from a video was 10, then the sense of terror from being inside the haunted house would be 100 or more. Therefore, some of the visitors were scammed. Director Luo's haunted house support app was so popular that the futuristic theme park followed suit. They spent a lot of effort to promote it, but the effect was not ideal. There were many reasons, but the most important one was that the futuristic theme park's haunted house ranking was never open to the public. They did not want people to know that their haunted house had been pressed to the ground and rubbed twice. Yes, twice. Now that the ghost fetus has been dealt with, I can finally relax. Chen Ge had Lao Zhou and Duan Yu take care of the visitors' safety while he entered the staff break room. Closing the curtain, Chen Ge took out the comic that Yan Danian had just returned and released Xiao Sun and the other survivors from behind the door. Looking at the unfamiliar environment around him, Xiao Sun was much more obedient this time. He rubbed his eyes, and he seemed to notice something wrong. Xiao Sun, there is something that I have to tell you. Chen Ge sat on the edge of the bed and touched the white cat's head. Actually, you're already dead. Hearing what Chen Ge said, not only Xiao Sun, even the other original residents behind the door had strange expressions on their faces. Think back. Chen Ge took out several pieces of paper and pen from the drawer and placed them on the table. Then he summoned Zhang Yi from the comic to help these original residents recover their memory. The memory of being killed was definitely the most painful memory. The original residents' faces were pale. They could not accept the fact that they were already dead. The dead cannot come back to life. The only thing I can do for you is to help you find the killer and bring him to justice. Chen Ge pointed at the white paper on the table. Write down the killer who killed you and reconstruct the whole process. I know this is cruel, but this is the last justice that I can help you get. After Chen Ge said that, the other people started to write, but only Xiao Sun stood where he was. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Quote, it's not that. Xiao Sun shook his head and hesitated for a long time before he said, I ran away from home. At the time, my family did not support my music career. You want to go back to see them? Yes. Okay. I'll take you there in the afternoon. Write down the address on the paper as well. Chen Ge then turned to the other original residents. I will try my best to help you fulfill your last wishes. Write them down. Drowsiness washed over him. Chen Ge placed the white cat and Xiao Xiao on the bed and then fell asleep. He could not hold on any longer. In his sleep, Chen Ge felt the black phone in his pocket vibrate a few times, but he did not take it out to check before so many ghosts. He slept until noon. Chen Ge arranged the white paper on the table and asked the original residents some questions before he summoned them all back into the comic. It's really sinful. Some people achieve unimaginable success because of their obsession, and some people become ghosts in human skin because of their obsession. After he finished reading the information left behind by the original residents, he took out the black phone. There were a few more unread messages on it. Congratulations. Red Spectre's favored. Congratulations on obtaining a new employee. Sun Xiaojun, cursed seed, cursed with bad luck. He is a very unique baleful specter. The ghost fetus once wanted to raise him, but due to various accidents, the ghost fetus finally chose to give up. In a way, this is the luckiest thing that has ever happened to him. Congratulations on obtaining a new employee. Huang Mei, baleful specter, a vengeful spirit brought into the ghost fetus. She looks a lot like Wen Qing, so the ghost fetus never gave her any trouble. Congratulations on obtaining a new employee. Chen Ge gained 7 new employees in a row, but these employees were not that loyal. They had not been trained by the company, so Chen Ge temporarily did not plan to have them receive the visitors. After I help all the original residents complete their dying wishes, I believe there will be more people who are willing to become my employees. After a whole morning of rest, Chen Ge still felt very tired. He went to the bathroom to wash his face. When he came back, he placed all the information inside his backpack. I'll go and report the case first and hand the information over to the police. Then, I'll bring the new employees to meet their families. Chen Ge had already planned everything out. Finally, I can live a peaceful life. Just as he said that, the phone that was charging rang.
Seeing the caller ID, Chen Ge's expression turned strange. Li Jung? I haven't gone to find him, and he's already calling me?
Answering the call, Li Jung's voice came from the other end. Chen Ge, where are you now? Why did you keep your phone off last night? Quote. Last night, can we meet up and talk? I'm afraid you have no choice, Li Jung said in a serious tone. The blind man who stayed with you at the mental hospital passed away last night. He died a horrible death. You need to come to Zhujiang People's Hospital immediately.
Chang Ji-yu is dead. Chen Ge had been so busy with the ghost fetus that he had almost forgotten about Chang Ji-yu. Now that he suddenly heard this news, he was quite confused. He was still hoping that Chang Ji-yu would help him make a movie. Okay, I'll be there in a minute. After giving a few words to Shu Shu, Chen Ge grabbed his backpack and hailed a taxi to the People's Hospital.
One of the sick rooms on the second floor of the hospital had been locked down. Chen Ge gave Li Jung's name before he was brought in.
Pushing open the sick room door, Chen Ge felt an extremely chilling presence. His pupils narrowed, and he saw Chang Ji-yu standing behind the curtain.
Expressionless, one of Chang Gu's eyes had been gouged out, and the other was completely white.
At that moment, Li Jung, 2 police officers, and 2 nurses were all inside the sick room. When they saw Chen Ge walk in, they surrounded Chen Ge. Brother Jung, what time did Chang Ji-yu pass away last night? Do you suspect this is a homicide? Chen Ji's eyes swept toward the curtain. Chang Ji-yu did not seem to notice that Chen Ge was looking at him.
The patient woke up at around midnight last night. His eyes started to bleed, and he kept calling out a name. Then there was no more sound. We tried our best, but we were unable to save him. The doctor sighed. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen a patient like this. His body temperature is much lower than normal, and his organs are more active than normal, but he is unable to wake up. It was not until last night that his organs suddenly started to fail, and we could not find the reason. Quote. The doctor is right. The patient's body has been sent for autopsy, and the coroner said that it was multiple organ failure that led to his death. After saying that, Li Jung turned to Chen Ge, and it caused Chen Ji's heart to shiver.
The way he died is indeed strange, but it doesn't seem to have anything to do with me, right? When Chen Ge spoke, his eyes kept staring at the curtain.
Before the patient died, he kept calling out a name, and that name was Chen Ge. Li Jung pulled over a chair. I don't know why, but it feels like everything is related to you. How did you meet the patient? He can be considered as my client. His sister went missing, and he wanted me to help investigate. Chen Ge stared at the curtain. His mind was not thinking about how to deal with Li Jung but the cause of Chang Gu's death. Body temperature was much lower than normal, and his body was stronger than normal. These symptoms were similar to his, and he was afraid that one day, he would end up like Chang Ji-yu. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.